What is up? We are live. I think this is the fifth and final link you have to join to watch the SFBPodathon. Hope you all are having a blast. We're going to let the room fill up. Then I'm going to introduce you to our next segment. Going to hit the Twitter while we wait for some people to get in here. See the room filling up. Love it. Welcome, everybody. We're at the home stretch. Finally, in the last link, Chase, my man, you ready for this?
I'm on the next stream right now. Sorry, I'm still in the last stream. Mike, my bad.
Oh, right, you're live. I'm going to pull you out while you do that. All right. We're mixing things up a bit here. What's up, Faith? How we doing? George? Look at all these friends coming in. I love this. Our chat has been wild since we started. Y'all have been off the hook with the amount of comments we're getting. And I can't even tell you how excited I am about what y'all are about to experience. This is the first ever live streamed Scott Fishbowl draft. This is not a mock. Chase, this is for real. Can you believe that these folks are going to let us talk about their draft
this
live?
Is the real draft.
This is the real draft. I need you to put up the draft board. People need to see this.
I need to get the link to the draft board.
It's in the second tab of your spreadsheet. If you look at the SFB spreadsheet.
I see it. Cool.
Perfect. I need you to pull that up because we are going to draft live. And what I have backstage, Chase, is I have 6 of the 12 drafters here. 6 of our 12 drafters are here. And what I'm going to do is we're going to go in order of their picks, and we're going to bring some folks in to have an absolute blast. We have Gator J. We have the person with the first pick coming in.
Gator J. I've always wondered what Gator J looked like up until just now. I see you backstage, Gator.
Popping in the chat all day. So after Gator J makes his first pick, we are then going to go to John with the second pick.
Absolutely love it. Yeah. Okay. I'm seeing the sheet now with everybody. Then we got Chris. Oh, this is gonna be fire. I'm stoked for this, Mike.
I cannot wait. This is gonna be probably the coolest thing that we have done in a very long time. I mean, we've done mock drafts, right?
Yeah.
We've talked strategy. We've talked all different things that SFB has to offer, but we've never actually had people in just making picks. I see my man Fernando is in the chat in the 6th pick, I believe I'm counting correctly. 6th pick for Fernando. Perfect. So we're going to bring in the first pick, second pick, the 4th pick, the 6th pick, and the 8th pick. Then we're going to take just a little time to go around the bend because I also have picks 10 and 11 here. We're going to bring those folks in as well. Anybody joining the chat in the backstage, please put in your draft pick number so we know when to bring you in.
Yes, please.
Perfect. Then from there, I got to figure out how.
Mike, can we talk some smack, man?
Oh,
yeah.
Do
we have to be nice? Do we have to be nice to them?
I already told them that basically I was one of the worst rated teams last year. 1,480 something out of 1,800 teams is how they ranked me.
Yeah.
Told me how trash my draft was. It was amazing. So yeah, if you get ripped, I told them that's a good sign.
It is a good sign. You ended up making all the way to the finals.
It did. Almost won it. Not quite, but
yeah. Well, maybe if you didn't suck, it would have been a lot better. But
I know. I tried my best. What do you want me to do? So I'm just waiting for someone to hit start the draft here.
Who's running this draft? You know?
Scott is running it. I'm trying to figure out who has the admin privileges though, so I can get them to get it started.
That works, man. That works. I'm excited for this one.
I am too.
I thought this was a mock. I thought it was a mock draft, dude.
Oh hell no! This
now
is
my heart's pumping.
This is a live draft. How could it not be? Imagine how they're feeling.
I'm scared for you guys. I'm nervous for you guys. I can see y'all backstage. I'm just saying. I can see all y'all's faces backstage. I can see who's calm. I can see who's nervous. Pretty sure Andrew's over there shaking in his chair. I see you, Andrew. I see you.
I love it.
Cheers, mate. Oh man, dude, Gator J looks pumped. He looks like he's ready to rock and roll. He's got that orange mic. He's set, man. Oh, I'm excited for this. I'm ready.
I'm pumped too. Just trying to get someone to kick off our draft here. So I do have who all the handles are. I have the draft link, but I don't have the admin privileges.
How did John get in here? What's up, John?
Good gracious, Sneaky. How you doing?
What's going on?
Did you just jump John right into the live stream?
I didn't.
I love it. Well,
Dave, was
what's
that you?
up, John? No Dak Soda. I need to know what pick you have in the chat, please. What's up, Dave?
It was me who jumped in because I thought I clicked on myself because I actually saw. It just shows you what happens when I'm actually given any real power. But I see Fernando in here. He was going to be on earlier, but it's good to see him in here for the live draft. So I'm just a shout out to Fernando. I know he wanted to be here earlier and he couldn't, so I'm really excited to see him here participating in the live draft. So I'm excited to get to see him draft as well.
Oh man, we have the first 4 picks here and 6. We're going to get breaking news on how people feel about their picks. Dave, where'd you go? Get back in here.
He keeps leaving.
I can't. Oh gosh.
No.
Well, I thought
Stop it.
All right. I'm back.
He keeps
Cool.
leaving. I don't like it when he leaves.
So we're going to bring some people in for the first round. We're going to bring some people in for the second round. I think what I'm going to do, we're going to make a quick change to the structure here. Coach Esser, I'm going to bring you in after your second round pick just to spread out the guests a little bit. Oh, look who else we have. The man himself.
Hey.
I'm so happy you changed your hat, Ryan. How you doing, buddy?
Last night was a tough one. We'll see what happens tonight.
I had fun last night. I'm not going to lie, but
man,
not until the end though. I was feeling pretty poor before.
Yeah, it had to be Jeter. Come on.
Love it.
I think we should get him by default, but that's all right. Man, I'm ready to check out this draft.
I am too. So we're just waiting for someone to hit start. And what we're going to do, Ryan, is we're going to bring in folks after they pick to kind of tell us how they're feeling. We're going to do some people in the first round, some people in the second round. I told people they can hang out. Maybe we'll bring them back mid-draft too. But also what I warned them is we're not here to be nice. We're here to give the people what they want. So we're going to talk about these picks. We're going to talk about how we feel. Yes. It's going to be fun because I will tell you with every pick that I smack talk, that person is guaranteed to finish in front of me this year. And that's the best part of all of it.
That's how it goes.
Oh, it's amazing.
I'm going to smack talk your smack talk.
You can try, Chase, but I snatch souls around here. This will not end well for you.
Yeah, do that at your own risk, Chase. But I will say, do you want to take care of our sponsors before we get started here in the live draft?
That is a great idea, Dave. You got the read. Do you want Chase to do it? Chase has been sounding smooth, but you were sounding smooth earlier.
I don't know if Chase needs to rest those vocal cords of his. I don't know. It's up to him.
Why don't you do one and I'll do the other?
Oh, goodness. All right. I'll take her off here. Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to go visit goingfor2.com. And that is goingfor2.com, who made a $2,222.69 donation live on air this morning. So shout out to the Going for 2 crowd. And why go for 2? Because you can't go for 3. Going for 2 has some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at Going for 2 Live, found on YouTube and syndicated on all major podcasting networks. Visit goingfor2.com today because no one remembers the extra point.
Love it, man. We also have JWB Fantasy Football. They are your #1 destination for everything fantasy. From weekly digestible videos and articles to rankings and projections covering redraft, dynasty, best ball, and DFS. JWB Fantasy Football can be found on YouTube, all your listening platforms, and at jwbfantasyfootball.com. Visit now to watch the JWB Dynasty Digest, see our redraft rankings, download the JWB SFB 12 scoring projections, and much more. Let JWB Fantasy Football give you the analysis you need to crush your competition. JWB Fantasy, yeah.
Cool. So I'm working on something right now in the background that I think is going to be a little fun.
Oh, God. I'm kind of nervous.
I see Ryan shaking his head. Awesome.
That's good.
All right. In the chat, we are going to have some fun. And what I want to do is, before we've been saying who's going to say yes first, then that's no fun. We want to add a little sport to this.
Yeah.
So my man, Andrew, Floor Killer, is going to decide who gets into the fishbowl. And Gator, we're off. Andrew, it's your time to shine. Hey, team, in the comments, whoever picks correctly at the 104, pick who Andrew's going to take at the 104. If you get it right, the first 1 to 3 people to get it right are going to the fishbowl. You're getting a real
let's
spot.
go.
Pick the 104. When Andrew makes his pick, we'll tell you if he's right. Let's get it rolling. Gator J, you are on the clock, my friend. In the comments, who is going 104? Place your bets, commenters, to get in to Scott Fishbowl 12. I have up to 3 spots to give away. Make sure you're registered. And with your guess, please put in the chat what your handle is that you're registered under. And we're off. Big surprise at number 1. Did not see that one coming. Josh Allen.
Did he go? Has he gone 101 in all the drafts so far? I haven't even checked.
I don't
them.
know.
really
That's actually a really good question.
I
I'm
love
sure
it. We have
probably
people,
not all,
giving
but-
away the spot if they get it right. Waiting for Gator to join back in, but I love it.
He's got to reconnect his stuff, but he's waiting back there.
Love it. Here we go. Justin Herbert, number 2. This has been shocking. But the pick everyone wants to see is coming up soon.
We had some Herbert guessers. They're going to be wrong. George Reed guessed Lamar and said he's already in the fishbowl. So I think if it's not Lamar, we kick George out of the fishbowl. I think that's
perfect. I love
like that.
Yeah, put some stake in the game.
Especially with George.
Oh, JT.
Jonathan Taylor. I love it. All right, Gator, we want to bring you in. Can you hear us, buddy?
He looks a little frozen.
Okay, let me see if I can get him rolling. Gator, give me a thumbs up when you're ready to go. But
Need
here's
some
the
more
pick
guesses.
we've
Come on.
all been waiting for. Get
Got a
your picks
minute
in
left.
quick.
This is it. No, dude, drag it out. Drag it out, man.
Drag it out, Andrew. Make them wait.
Yeah.
Make them wait. He's back there chilling. Wait, can we bring him in? Can we bring him in?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, let's bring him in.
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Hey,
Oh,
buddy.
man. I did
Let's-
not think Taylor was going in these first 3 picks. So this is really kind of a turn for me here right now. I have no idea. I'm really stressing this.
Oh man, this is
Who are your
extra pressure.
guys?
Poor Andrew.
Honestly, I just thought Mahomes was going to be gone, and I was going to take Jackson. That's the way it was going to go in my head. But now that he's just sitting there in front of me, I'm like, oh man, like I love the running upside of Lamar, but it's so hard to discount Mahomes. I just feel like he's just going to make things happen.
Andrew, you are messing with people's
Dude.
minds right now. I love this.
Do you at least have one queued up right now? Like just in case?
15
There it
seconds.
is.
Oh, there
Had-
it is.
had-
I don't
to.
think anybody
Had
said
to.
Mahomes. Oh no,
no,
there's
we
one.
definitely have. We have at least one. So I'm
We
going to
got
go
some
through the
late-
chat in order here.
3? Yeah. We got a
That
few of them.
was intense, boys. Wow.
And then Justin ran to the draft board with Lamar Jackson after that one.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to. That Justin's pick was easy to make. So Andrew, you made some people's days. I'm going through the chat now to see who we have for Mahomes. Let's see. So I have a couple people with
Content
multiple
design
guesses.
coach? Who do you
Content
say?
design coach. Are you in?
He's already in. He's already in.
Perfect. Who guessed it that's not in the fishbowl? And if we have no one that guessed Mahomes that's not in the fishbowl, we're rolling this again. So
Well, Andrew Ember.
Historical anomalies. There's a Mahomes guess.
perfect. Historical anomalies. If you're in,
Right? We need the handle.
we need
We
your
need
handle.
a Twitter handle for that and Tater Wolf. But the first one that predicted it that has the handle next to it, I think, is Andrew Ember.
Perfect. All right, Andrew Ember and historical anomaly. And historical anomalies guessed Kyler first. Did you? How'd you change your guess, anomalies? Did you have a change of heart? I think we can let it happen.
All right, Andrew Ember.
Oh, Andrew Ember also guessed Lamar first. So if that's one of the rules, then
No, you know what? We're about inclusion. They change their mind. I change my mind all the time. Chase, you know that. I've changed
Yeah. Oh,
labels. I went from working for you to working for Ryan in the drop of a hat. I mean, people make changes.
that's self-explained.
Nice.
Oh
Nice.
man.
All right. So while we have Andrew here, and I'm going to bring people on, we're gonna cycle people through.
Yeah.
So you were hoping Taylor. Did you come in your head thinking
No.
it was Jonathan Taylor?
No, not at all. Not at all. It was I thought it was the first 3 picks were Allen, Herbert, Mahomes, and then I was gonna have to make that decision of if I wanted Jackson or Burrow was who I was looking at. And so I just never really thought Mahomes was going to be there. I don't know. He's so good. That division is going to be shootout city all year long, right? Every
Love it.
game's going to be like 30 points. It's going to be ridiculous.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Love the pick. And here's what I can tell you from this. Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong. I've been on this show for way too long. Pat Mahomes at 104 was Isaac Seaburn's pick, if I remember correctly, who won it all last year.
I was on with Isaac yesterday to kick this off, and I don't even know. I'm not sure.
I know he started Mahomes, and I want to say he was in the 104. So if so, Andrew, you're in terrible shape because there's no way lightning strikes twice. But no, I'm just kidding. I mean, that has to be a good sign, right?
Nice.
That absolutely has to be.
I'm in the 104 group chat, and both those guys are in the chat. The guy who won the satellite, as well as the guy who won the, as well as Isaac. And
nice.
Yeah.
Historical anomalies. I cannot find you in our database. Hopefully you've signed up. I'm going to need your email. I don't know. You can DM that to me on Twitter.
Yeah, let's see if we can
or put it in the chat if you don't care, whatever.
Yeah, we do have an auto picker currently, which is unfortunate. So hopefully that
Whoa, who is that?
PPR ranks. Oh, that's going to end up as a bad team, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully they join soon. Not a bad pick so far.
Not
Burrow
right
107 will play. So, Andrew, real quick before I let you go.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're in this division. You're in this, we know what your draft spot is. Is this your first fishbowl? Have you done it before?
No, this will be my fourth fishbowl. I did 8, 9. I missed out on 10, and I got back in last year for 11, which, as a big music guy, was like a home run on the theme for me. Went with the hat and the shirt. So I ordered my 12 shirt. It just didn't get here enough. I'm in Canada, and everything's just a little bit longer to get. So I'm pumped though. Like, Scott Fishbowl is arguably the greatest tournament I've ever been a part of. It's actually inspired me to start my own local charity group fantasy draft, which we're going to switch this year to a best ball to get some fresh blood. I think best ball makes it easy for people who aren't as comfortable to be able to join, because it's got a charitable aspect to it, and hoping to maybe grow that up a little bit this year, maybe get 20 or 30 teams.
Love it. Absolutely love it. All right, my man. Well, listen, I've had a blast talking to you. We actually hit the peak of the amount of people we have in the stream, so I'm going to let you go. Let you do your draft. Thanks for coming on, man. And we'll be watching you all day on the show, so I appreciate it. Great pick. And
thanks,
two
man.
people owe you a spot in the fishbowl, so thanks
Can't
for
wait
coming,
to hear
man.
all the chirps.
Perfect. Talk to you soon, my
Have
friend.
a good one,
Have
guys.
a good one.
Wow.
Sorry, I did not have. So yeah, whoa! I had to turn that sound off. My bad, guys. No, so yeah, I did not scroll over. Sorry about that. Didn't realize it was only showing the 10 picks right there.
No worries. So what I want to do though is I want to bring in some folks, and I'm going to have people get on the camera, and then we're going to boot them from the studio we can, so other people can get in, because we have hit the limit. But I want to make sure people get some airtime. Starting with our man at the 101, Gator. Can you hear us?
I got you. Can you hear me now?
Love it. You are live. Your video's not frozen, my man. Now, Gator, what I love about having Gator in this one is he has been lighting up the chat, man. I think you got less sleep than I did this weekend.
Not just the chat though. Like, every contest that's gone out, he's like retweeted. Every time that, even after like he got in, he's still like sharing all the contests and trying to get more people, into the Scott Fishbowl. So that's been fun to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, this is for such a great cause, and Scott and Ryan have done such a great job. And I know everybody gives Scott and Ryan all the credit, but there's so many other people behind the scenes that do such a great job. So yeah, I try to just support it the way I can.
I appreciate that, man. So you came in here with the 101. I mean, you had the no-brainer pick, right? But
Absolutely.
Now we're getting to really what's the most difficult point for a 101er, right? With a third round reversal, you have a big decision coming up. I mean, you could double tap quarterback, right? Or you can roll the dice and see if one swings back to the next turn at 312. risky strategy. It'll put a little, little anxiety in you, but you've been planning this for a little while. Like what was your plan going in? And we won't ask you about the actual picks. We don't want to tell people, don't want to tip their hands, but what has been your thought process? Were you planning quarterback? Were you planning on going a positional player?
Well, at first I was at the 10 position. And then when the Podathon opened up to do this, I went to go get the 10, and the only thing left was the 1. So that kind of changed everything, because I was planning on going double tapping the quarterback at the 10. That's changed a lot since moving up to the 1, because I just don't believe that there's enough left. I mean, there's quarterbacks that are left are going to be so slim, and you can wait on them. I think. That now I got to get the value where I think it is. I don't think that you can get a quarterback at 212 that's worth it. I think you can get one closer in the the 7th, 6th, 7th, somewhere in that range, maybe 7, 8 turn, somewhere in that range.
Well, yeah,
that's going to give you the value.
I mean, this has been quarterback heavy, so I mean, there's a lot of other positions available. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do. I want to have you hang out for your next pick, because I want to see it live. We had fun with Andrews drafting live. Here we go. You are up.
I think I'm going to end up right here. I think I'm going to go with what could be and probably will be RB1 on the year, and that's going to be DeAndre Swift.
Let's go.
I mean, I don't think Jonathan Taylor can repeat. CMC, we got to see it on the field. I mean, 10 games in 2 years. I just don't trust him. Even though he's gone first, I don't trust the Pittsburgh line. So I think DeAndre Swift is the right pick right there. And let's go RB1 right here.
I love it, my man. No guts, no glory. It's a bold pick. I love it. You're starting out with 2 real high upside plays, which in a tournament like this is what we need.
Absolutely.
Cool. So, appreciate you coming on. I appreciate everything you've done for us. You've been a huge supporter. I wish you nothing but the best of luck, my man. I'm going to get you out of here, get you rolling, get you back in that chat. But we're going to be looking forward to watching your whole draft. Have fun with it, man. This is a really cool experience, and thank you for being a part of it.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate it, Brian. Appreciate it, Scott. Y'all have a great evening.
Later, man.
Dude, I'm excited to hear from Byron Chenko over there.
Oh, he's up next.
That's Stack. No, he's it's the third.
He's up next for you to hear from him.
Oh, perfect. Sounds good.
Right here.
I want to see that Stack, man.
Go ahead and ask him.
There he is.
Dude, you came in, you got Justin Herbert right at the 102, and now you're sitting there with Austin Eckler sitting all pretty. Are you going to try and get all the Chargers in this game? Or what was your thought process going here?
Thought process was every Charger. So I don't want to tip my cap for 22 rounds, but Paul Parham's looking good in the 12th. So yeah, feeling good.
You're not going to take Donald Parham in the 5th?
If I feel pressured, if there's a tight end run, maybe. We'll see who's there. Easton Stick maybe at the 10-11. No, I didn't expect Eckler to fall, but I mean, quarterbacks go early, and I was looking midway through the second, like, okay, I'm getting Justin Jefferson or Austin Eckler probably. That's very pleasant to start with. Obviously, quarterbacks are important, but we'll try and piece it together later.
I love that, man.
I'll tell you that's huge value. I mean, getting Eckler at the 211 is crazy value. I mean, I'm seeing him go as early as that 12th turn, right? 112, 201. So it was definitely a quarterback heavy draft. I will tell you, for everybody watching, Ryan, you've done this a lot longer than I have. Every single fishbowl has been early quarterback heavy, no matter what you've seen in the mocks. Yep. I feel like people always are panicking to get those 2 quarterbacks early. So if you're watching the mocks, you look at the mock ADP, this has been more what I've seen historically in fishbowl drafts.
Have you seen Lamb go over Chase thus far in 2022? Because Taylor over here, whew.
It's bold.
It's bold.
I have not. Well, you can't listen to Taylor. He's a Bengals fan. He liked the Burrow pick. Come on now, pick someone unbiased.
Yeah, I know, right?
But yeah, this is solid. And PPR Ranks has joined us, which is good. I hope you like your start. You got two solid players, so we're good. We're live. All right, so John, tell us.
Is he in?
He is in, yeah. So we're good.
Okay, good.
So, John, third pick coming up. Before I let you go, what are you thinking? And I'm not going to give you much time to talk because you redlined me like crazy in our last auction, and I don't want to see your stupid face anymore. But
Absolutely fair.
yeah.
I imagine I'm probably going to be going more second round than first round philosophy. I don't imagine there's quarterback I like too much. So a lot of them have already gone. There's two guys who might take a second one here, Nodak and Andrew, but we'll see. But I'm expecting to not be taking a quarterback this early.
Love it. All right, man. Well, I can't wait to see what you do. Really appreciate you coming on. Just joking about the red line. We had a blast getting that Threeve off the ground.
Yeah.
Always had fun waiting until my picks got stolen every time. So I appreciate you for that. And have fun, man. We're going to love watching your draft. And thanks for coming on. We'll talk to you soon.
See you, buddy.
Later, bud.
Is PPR ranks actually in right now? That's what I'm really curious about. He's taking the time down.
I hope
nothing.
So. Because he went from an auto avatar to his actual one. I'm hoping this isn't a sleeper mess. Because I've seen this before where it gets.
I DM'd him.
People. Okay, perfect. Hopefully he gets in. All right. So while we do that, we do have, no Dak Soda's in. So we have the number 3 pick.
Well, he timed out and got Chase. Man,
he got his stack.
This
That's
guy
like
is
the stack on the timeout.
He is on fire with these auto picks. All right, my man, no Dak Soda coming in the 3 spot, and you shook up the draft going running back. How are you feeling about your start?
I wish I would have maybe done the auto pick. I like that start better than mine.
It does seem to be working well.
Jeez.
All right, so you obviously had Taylor. You got to love getting the running back one, and then Carr, who has been a standard for a quarterback 2 in the fishbowl because of his accuracy, and then added Devontae Adams. I mean, Carr's been a guy who's finished as a quarterback 1, but you could get him later. That hasn't happened this year with Adams joining. How are you feeling about Derek Carr as your QB1?
Not great. I'm just going to be honest, and I think Mike hit it on the head earlier. When you do your mocks, the quarterbacks have been way off the board in this one compared to what the mocks have been. I guess the run on quarterbacks kind of hit me a little bit more than I thought it was going to. But we'll see. I'll have to backtrack a little bit here in rounds 5 and 6 and see where I end up at.
So are you hoping you got 1 pick before yours here? You know, rather than ask you a strategy, let's see what Andrew does. Here we go. You're up. He just stole your stack. I feel like
so
that's
what I was hoping for. I was hoping to get Devontae Adams there, but of course I didn't.
Got to play a little defense.
Yeah, I don't want to start problems in the division, but I think Andrew literally did that on purpose just to screw with you. I can't imagine he was on his board that way. He just must hate you for some reason, and that's fair.
Yeah, that's just fine. That's just fine. I'm totally okay with that.
So let's see where we're going.
You know what? I'm going totally different than what I've done in everything I've done.
Oh, I love it.
I've in almost every mock that I've done wide receivers and quarterbacks. I don't think I've done anything where I've had 2 running backs. I have taken Taylor in my mocks a few times, but I can't think of any mock that I've done where I had 2 running backs. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going a little old school here, huh?
I'm a big fan. It looks like a 1990s draft, and honestly, with the scoring system the way it is, the first down's a great equalizer. I love those picks.
You're going to have good options here in the 4th, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, Mike, I was also in the 3 Eve draft also.
So you hate John too?
Yeah, I didn't redline you though.
No, I know. I have a list of who did. Wait till trade time.
You've got a list.
I made my list like Steve Buscemi. I had them written down. I was watching. Oh, that league's been a blast though. And I saw you. There was a bunch of us that I saw. I saw your name coming up regularly. So you didn't redline me, but man, me and you were chasing the same players. You were driving me up nonstop. I was waiting for you to run out of money. There were a couple of you that I was like, please run out of money so I can make this happen.
Well, my plan in that league was to not pick, multi-copy was not pick anybody in the first copy. Well, I didn't have enough patience to do that.
That happens to all of us, bud. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you make this next pick here. I want to see where you're
Yep.
going. So it's an exciting one. Then we're going to get you on your way, but you and I will be talking. Obviously, we're league mates, and we're going to be watching the rest of your draft. So here we
Ooh.
go.
He had it
Thank
ready.
you all. Take care.
Love it. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming on. All right, and let's see who we're going to bring on next. Who is
I got a question for you guys real quick while we're bringing on our next person. Deebo Samuel, are you guys nervous that he plays at all this season, or is there a chance that he actually sits out?
What do you
I think
bro?
it's kind of been weird that it's been so quiet, after the trade request, but I don't know. I'm not getting concerned yet that he would sit out.
No, I think he's going to play. I do. And while we're doing that, I'm going to bring in my friend Fernando here. Fernando, how you doing, buddy? He's about to pick in a second, so I want to make sure we have him here for his pick. Personally, Chase, I'm not worried about Deebo. I think he's going to play because I haven't heard negative either. So we'll see. Fernando, here we go. Who are we thinking? You're off to a big start on quarterback there. What are we thinking here, buddy?
I think I'm going to go with tight end. So because I was hoping to have this Deebo Samuel stack with Trey Lance. I was really pissed with this auto draft of Jamar Chase right before me. Oh my God, I was looking at, I don't know, Chase in the third round? Come on, man. After going 2 quarterbacks in the Scott Fishbowl. But no, I think I'm going to go with Darren Waller. I think it's a no-brainer right here because all the big wide receivers that I wanted, they are all gone. So I'm going to just grab my tight end here. I think in this format, it's really important to have an elite tight end. I think it's really important to have 2 really good quarterbacks. I think Trey Lance is going to be it's going to smash this season. I think I don't understand. We are talking, of course, we're talking here, like super flex and Scott Fishbowl, and it's different. But I don't understand his ADP right now. I think it's too low. I think that in 1 month he's gonna. I think he can jump for 2 or 3 rounds, maybe, really. And I think that Trey Lance is going to smash this season.
Yeah, I love the Waller pick there. I thought I thought our buddy Soda might go that way with Carr on his roster since he missed Adams. But it's tough to pass on Tyreek too. So, but I like Waller here for you.
Love it.
I'm really scared of Tyreek Hill. I don't know. I think that he's talking too much. It's too much. It's too much diva all over him. So,
did you see what just happened?
Stack or Higgins and Chase.
Double stack along with Burrow.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, he is going all Bengals. That is.
And
he has a pick. Was that a pick though? Or was that out?
Yeah, I think
that was an actual pick.
No?
Yeah,
that was
an actual pick.
That's amazing.
And then Najee Harris in the same division, so they play each other twice, and then they're going to see the same competition throughout there. You just got to hope that the AFC North is going to be high scoring enough.
Oh, this is amazing. So, Fernando, I know we tried to have you on earlier. We couldn't.
I'm really sorry, Mike.
No,
I
don't want to. No, you have been such a supporter of this and such a great person. And I'm happy that everything went well this morning, but I'm thrilled to have you on now. I couldn't wait to meet you. We've been talking now for about a month. So I'm so happy we got that second shot to get you on the show and that we get to watch you draft. This is amazing. What I want to do, though, because we had your spot earlier, I'm going to bring you back in if you wouldn't mind. Do you mind hanging backstage? And I want to bring you back in.
I'm okay. I'm a friend's house right now. The kids, they're playing in the pool. It's really hot right now. It's 8:30 p.m. here in Madrid. So
I love it.
Don't worry, Mike. I'm going to be here.
So I'm going to give you a chance to trash talk your league mates in a minute when we start talking about who we think has the best and worst start. So if you wouldn't mind, just hang backstage from my friend. I'm going to bring you back into the bit. Okay?
I'm going to tell you, Mike. I just this auto pick from Jamar Chase right before me. I'm gonna have nightmares with that.
I'm
gonna have nightmares with that.
You can go both barrels on his team if you want, buddy. I'll bring you back in a minute. Thanks for joining, Fernando.
Take care, guys. Take care.
Later, bud. All right, and let's see, who do we have after Fernando that we have in the chat is Coach Esser coming out in the what looks like the 8th spot, if I can count correctly. How we doing, my friend? You got off to one of my favorite starts with Travis Kelce. How are you feeling?
It was pretty surprising, Kelce being there at that pick. The auto draft kind of threw me off with PPR ranks ahead of me. So, you guys hear me okay?
Oh, we hear you great. Yeah,
Yep.
just listening.
All right.
So here's what I'm going to do. We talked about Mahomes earlier was on Isaac Seaburn's team, who won it all, right? Now, what I'm going to tell you is I made the finals last year with that exact first 2 rounds. Travis Kelce, followed by Aaron Rodgers. So personally, I love the start. And then you went running back and forth.
Yeah, my team kind of looks like a draft from 2018. You know.
I love it. I think it's a great start, personally.
Yeah, no, I'm happy. I've been in the fishbowl since second year. Made the finals a couple times, and Scott and I, talked about millions of ways to change the scoring to make it more fun, more flexes, more different, tight end scoring. I love the setup because it kind of tries to equal out every position based on how, and you could build a team any which way. So I really have a lot of fun with these drafts. I couldn't believe Kelce was there. We did the Fantasy Football Today draft, Scott and I think Kelce went 3rd to Jamie Eisenberg. And I was picking 4th, and I figured I was going to take Kelce there. So that kind of threw a wrench into my draft that day. But
so who'd you end up going with? I can't picture it. I know I read the article, but I can't picture who you went with.
Oh no, I think I took McCaffrey just to see if they would, we would talk about it. Like, where should McCaffrey go in Fishbowl? So I just took him 4th, and then built from there. I wanted to see what quarterback would make it back to me. And it wasn't fun. It wasn't fun.
I don't blame you. Well, here you got Rodgers coming back. So, I mean, of anything, you obviously got off to a roaring start. And who are we going here? You have 1:10 on the clock. What are we thinking with this pick?
I'm tempted for wide receiver. I have Dalton Schultz as a really good pick here. I like him. It's going to be it's interesting. Wide receiver, all of these guys are kind of in the same boat. I like Terry McLaurin the best out of them, so I'm going to go with McLaurin.
Like it. That is a start right there. All right, my man. So we can't wait to see what you end up with. Absolutely love the start. Hang out because we're going to be giving all the feedback as we go, and let's see how your team turns out. Thank you so much for being a part of this. This is such a cool thing to have on the show.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Have a good one, man.
You too.
Will he actually get the quadruple stack over here? That's the question.
I hope so. Give me Tyler Boyd.
It would be a solid pick. No.
And guys, while we're sitting here looking at these live drafts, we're getting a lot of feedback of how much they're enjoying the live draft. I want to take care of our sponsors really quick before we bring in the next pick.
Absolutely.
Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to visit goingfor2.com. Yes, that's goingfor2.com, who just donated $2,222.69 to the Podathon earlier today. So shout out to Going for Two. But they're going for 2 because you can't go for 3. Going for 2 has some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at Going for 2 Live, found on YouTube and syndicated on all major broadcasting networks. Visit goingfor2.com today because no one remembers the extra point. And the second sponsor of this segment is the one and only the Dynasty Hot Sauce Podcast, a Dynasty football podcast hosted by FF Larry Monkey and @RunDFF and friends to discuss strategy, player value, and hot and spicy takes. At the Dynasty Hot Sauce Podcast, Larry and Justin talk Dynasty football and make you laugh as they let the good times roll and provide valuable and actionable Dynasty content every episode. Larry Monkey has a flair and a brand of insight that we got to see at the 9 p.m. hour last night, which usually saved for the late night. So we got to see that, and that can't be rivaled anywhere. Meanwhile, Justin Rogers seamlessly reels him back. Couldn't do it last night, but he tries to do it anyway, according to this read. And it's a data-driven analysis Listen to Dynasty Hot Sauce podcast today on all major podcast platforms.
Love it, Dave. You've been killing those this whole time. I appreciate it. And if anyone's looking to blame me for anything Larry said on primetime, let me know, because that's on me. I didn't want to pair him and Shane. I thought that might get us booted from YouTube altogether. So we made a change. And I just got my favorite text. Let's get something going in the chat. All right, in the chat. This time, we're going to let Gator J break some hearts. In the chat, who's Gator J taking? First two, Ryan? Get it right?
Yeah, first two. And really, you've got two chances. Gator J has 2 picks. So
absolutely. If we don't get Gator J to take either, nobody wins. The first person who gets their guy picked is in. Let's make it happen. Who's Gator J taking? 5'12", 6'1", who we taking? And while we think about that, let's bring in our 10th pick. This man started Christian McCaffrey and Matt Stafford. It's Matt Silva. How we doing, my friend?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. More importantly, how are you doing? You got off to a fire start with McCaffrey, Stafford, and Pitts. How are you feeling about that?
Pretty good. I was a little disappointed that one of Wilson, Prescott, and Brady didn't fall to 203, but I mean, Stafford is a nice consolation prize. Yeah, and then in the third round, having to decide between Pitts and Chase, I couldn't believe they were both still there. Hoping for some touchdown regression with Pitts as opposed to Chase. You know, so many of his points were from touchdowns. So yeah, overall, I'm feeling good. Was glad that Lawrence came back around in the 5th. So far, feeling good.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Now let's see who's getting in. I'm seeing a lot of Mike Williams here, Hollywood Brown, Marvin Jones from Mr. Scampers. One of my favorite commenters, Mr. Scampers, coming in hot with Marvin Jones, Breece Hall, Cortland Sutton. Let's see. Gabe Davis, Travis Etienne.
Gabe Davis is interesting here with the stack. I mean, that's one route that he could go.
Cam Akers.
Oh,
Dawson Knox.
Wow.
Out of left field there. Matt, how you feeling about that pick?
Good for me. Pushes one back. Wouldn't have been there. He's not on my board in the 6th after having taken Pitts. So
love it. Yeah, you gotta love when someone, a position you're not looking at, goes. And I see Darnell Mooney in the chat as well from Donut. Flacco from Dukes. Love the call. Got to go with the elite players here. Cool. And I'm watching the chat and Tim coming in with Dawson Knox. Oh, I love our chat. All right. So, Matt, talk me through coming back. What are we hoping for? You kind of have the full rainbow there, so it doesn't look like we have any huge positions of need. Do you have any kind of position or thought in mind that you're sweating coming back? I know it's a little bit early for you to be thinking that, but you have to have a few things in mind. What you don't have to give it completely away, but you have a few names circled on your board right now?
I do. I mean, I tend to not draft my second running back until later. So I was considering Etienne or Hall if they fell, but since they're not, then I'm probably just gonna grab whatever wide receivers highest on my board based on what it's looking like.
Love it. All right, man. Well, thank you for joining us. We're gonna watch the rest of your draft, and then you'll hear analysis from us soon. Good luck, and I really appreciate you being a part of this. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks so much.
Cool. Have a good one.
Thanks.
All right. So I know we had an ETN, Ryan, but I think the person's already in.
Yep.
So who else? Do we have anybody that wasn't in yet that has a player that's been drafted? A lot of Mike Williams here. Ton of Mike.
I think so.
All right. We're still rolling.
So Gator stacked Knox with Josh Allen. And then there were a lot of connecting dots that maybe Gabe Davis was next on that corner. So didn't go that way.
That would have been fun to have the Bengals versus the Bills in this division.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'm waiting for Mike Williams or Hollywood Brown to come off the board. Mac Jones, Mr. Scampers, you almost won. Marvin Jones, Mac Jones, close enough.
God. Dude, I I really like ETN this year, man. I think he's a slam dunk pick. I mean, it's funny because you see Gator J's taking all these pass catching running backs. You know where he's going to go with that. But then he also double stacks the tight end position, which I don't think we mentioned. That's the first double stack on the tight end position we've seen.
Yeah, I did a draft with Linda where she started out Kelsey. Was it Kelsey and Andrews? I think it was Kelsey and Andrews. And I was like,
I think I saw that.
I want to see where that one goes, and she pulled it together, and it was nice. Again, that was a mock, and quarterbacks were falling way too far. So let me see. Do we have? Was Sutton the first one to come off? Let me see.
Sutton.
Well,
Yep, Jared Glidden is a
Brees
winner
Hall.
at Fantasy Fridge. Ryan, can you check that one out?
Yeah, he's in.
Jared, welcome to the Fishbowl. Cool. And with that, go ahead, Ryan.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to bring in our 11th pick, but while he's making his pick and have your thought, we're going to bring in Jackalope here, who's coming up in a minute. But Ryan, you have a thought while we'll wait for that pick?
Yeah, I was just looking at that 5 spot. Somebody mentioned it in the chat. 3 quarterbacks in the first 4 picks. What is it? Lamar, Cousins, and then Matt Ryan in the 4th. What do you guys think about that?
I don't hate it. I think that you can get really burned not having quarterbacks. Ryan's a guy that I love.
Yeah.
It's all going to depend on who they have for late round sleepers. All right, my man, who we going with this pick? And then we'll get back to the quarterbacks. What do we got?
So I really like the Chargers this year. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and take Mike Williams.
Mike Williams, and that was a guess for the turn, so that's amazing. So I have Ryan. I think we said we're going to give out 2 spots here. Schultz,
yeah, we can do that.
328. Schultz, 328. Give me your handle. Let's see if you're registered.
So Ryan, while you're here, I noticed in your background you have one of these as well.
Yes. Yeah. This is my daughter's artwork back here.
Love it.
Nice.
Mike will appreciate this one. Let's see if I can get it up there, Mike.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Old school. I'm actually staying there. I haven't stayed at the Polynesian for a very long time, and I'm staying there, and I'm hoping I don't think they're rolling it though now, Ryan, with the bridge, are they?
I don't even know. We just got back. We stayed at the Contemporary first time.
Nice.
And I got COVID at Disney, so that was my trip.
That's it.
No.
All right, so Ryan, I got the handle up here. CSCOTO is our second winner.
Hold on, I lost it. CS. Okay.
All right. While we have here, Jackalope, let's talk about the start. Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, then the stack with Lamb, Keenan Allen, Zeke Elliott, and Mike Williams. How are you feeling? Is this how you expected it to fall? Where are we at?
It is not how I expected to fall. I was talking to a few people who talked about stacks, and I wanted to get a quarterback wide receiver stack. I didn't think either one of Lamb or AJ Brown were going to make it back to me. So I just went ahead and took Lamb. Would have liked to take Chase there, but I wanted that quarterback stack. And then I guess kind of got Elliott on the back turn. And speaking of stacks, we're going to go ahead and tap.
Love it. There
Nice.
we go. We are stacked.
Dallas got it.
NFC East against where we have everyone picking within divisions. I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
As a Washington fan, it absolutely kills me to have this many Cowboys on my team.
I don't even want to talk about it.
I have hives right now. You can't see them, but I have hives right now because.
Can I get an Antonio Gibson take? Where are you on Gibson?
I don't know. I really don't. Could be great. It's like the meme I keep saying. Could be good. Could be, and the S word comes next. But same thing with McLaurin. I just don't know about Scary Terry. Of course, I want them
a lot
both to
better
have.
about Terry than Gibson.
Love it. So you have Gibson right now in the draft we're doing, Ryan. I was thinking of taking him back, but after that, I'm just going to let you have him.
Yeah.
There's not much left. All right, man. Well, this has been.
I appreciate the.
No, we love you coming on. So the one thing I will tell you, and as a Washington fan, there's definitely not a lot of positives to having a bunch of Cowboys and Eagles, but the one positive that you can hold true and be happy about is it doesn't matter. Y'all have no chance this year anyway, so you can just cheer for your fantasy team. So hopefully that makes you feel better.
Carson Wentz is going to take us to the promised land. I almost threw up my mouth saying it.
I don't blame you. Listen, thank you so much for joining.
Thanks, man.
Hang out. We're going to rip you guys apart as we do our analysis now. Thanks for coming on.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you joining. All right, guys. So let's get real. They can hear us. We can see their faces. It makes it more fun. I like seeing the anger here. So let's talk about picks here. Chase, I'm going to start with you. Which one jumps out as your favorite value of? Let's go the first 3 rounds, and we'll do a second round afterwards. And what I'm going to do too is I'm bringing my friend Fernando to let him talk trash about his league mates too.
Absolutely. I mean, Jamar Chase in the auto pick was ridiculous. So, we go with that. But
Come on, Chase. No, come on, Chase.
Dude, but
don't remind me that.
I
don't know.
I don't mean to bring up the pain, but no, I don't want to go that route, actually, though. I want to go the route of Mike Evans at the 4-1. I know that he was probably actually slightly further down the draft board than Deebo Samuel or Tyreek Hill. But, I mean, we're talking about a guy who could potentially be the wide receiver 1 on the season. He's going to see the targets. We already know that's going to happen. The top wide receiver for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is out for at least the first few weeks, if not half the season, and Chris Godwin. I mean, Mike Evans is a tremendous value right there. And I believe Tampa Bay and Buffalo play during the fantasy playoffs. So you're going to at least help yourself get into the finals by taking one of them. I think Mike Evans is an excellent value who could be the wide receiver 1 of the season.
Absolutely love it. So same question to Ryan, and let's see if you know how to follow directions, buddy. Who is your favorite pick in the first 3 rounds?
Oh, come on. He was 4-1. He was 4-1. They could have swapped with Kittle.
I'm going to stick with Gator, actually. The last pick in the 3rd round. I love the Kittle value there. So I guess we're really liking what Gator's doing. I think, obviously, in the scoring, we're pushing towards tight ends. So, yeah, I love that value. Gator's killing it.
Fernando, besides yourself, we will let you eliminate yourself from this. Why is Jamar Chase your favorite pick in the first 3 rounds?
No, I love Mike Evans too in the 4th round. I was hoping to get him or Deebo Samuel to stack with Trey Lance. But I'm having a look at, I don't know, who do I like the most here? I think that really Justin Fields on the 5th round.
First 3 rounds, Fernando. Don't be
first 3 rounds. I'm sorry. First 3 rounds.
First 3, yeah.
Okay, so George Kittle George Kittle. I love George Kittle over there. I think George Kittle is the Mark Andrews of 2022. I think he's going to be Mark Andrews this year. I think that people are undervaluing him. I think that he's going to be the safety blanket of Trey Lance. I think that nobody's talking about the 49ers. I don't know. I think that George Kittle is just a monster. Last year he had, I think it was 3 weeks that was like just his mash who had him just won the week with him, So he has all this potential, and I think that he's going to. We're gonna have one season when George Kittle is gonna just break fantasy football because he's so talented. And of course, he's one of the best blockers in the NFL, not only in the tight end position. He blocks like a left tackle, and it's just amazing to see him blocking. I understand why the 49ers use him as a blocker so much, but we have to see him. We need one season of George Kittle just like hell break loose as a tight end and as a receiver. I think that it could be this season.
So the RotoViz guys were on yesterday and did say that he's their highest projected tight end. So you're in good company there. For me, it was the running back run, starting with John. It was Eckler, Swift, and Henry. I love those picks back to back to back. I love getting the bully running back. So I think we'd say in the first 3 rounds, we love Gator. But with every action, there's an equal reaction. So what is your least favorite pick in the first 6 rounds we've seen, and why is it Dawson Knox?
For me, is the question.
I'll let Fernando, you jump in. Least favorite pick in the first 6 rounds. Let's have
In the
some fun with
first
this.
6 rounds. Okay, let's not talk about Dawson Knox. Okay, I think it's the Javonte Williams in the 4th round. I think that we are having. I don't know. I have I think that we are seeing with Javonte Williams right now the same thing that we were seeing with Miles Sanders. I don't know, to last year and 2 years ago. We were so excited about him, and we are always hoping that this is going to be the year of Miles Sanders. This is going to be the years of. So this year, we are all talking about Miles Sanders as this value 0 running back target, and I think that we have to sometimes we just have to read or to listen what the teams they are telling us, and I think that we're gonna have over there an even split. It's going to be a committee backfield. And I think it's just too much to spend with Javonte Williams over there, where he's drafting. I want no part of Javonte Williams this year in the value that he's being drafted.
That's a strong take. Ryan, you have a pick that jumps out at you that you were kind of cringing at in these first few rounds here?
I mean, somebody mentioned it earlier. One of the great things about SFB is you can build so many different ways. I mean, we're seeing Gator with a 3rd tight end here, so he's clearly going that way. Lots of stacks, lots of correlation going on. So it's tough to criticize because whoever I blame or whoever I bash here is probably going to win the whole thing. But yeah, I would just go back to the quarterback thing. 3 quarterbacks in the first 4 rounds is probably not how I would do it. So I guess I would say Matt Ryan.
Love it. Chase, who we got?
Justin Fields over there in the 5th round is just a little bit too rich for my blood. I was going to go DJ Moore, but Justin Fields, I mean, we talk about quarterbacks who can get you negative points. I mean, the Bears pretty much got worse than what they were last year, especially losing Allen Robinson, although he wasn't a big part of the offense. They're still worse, and Justin Fields finished with less fantasy points per game than I think Zach Wilson did in the SFB score, and if not, it was close. We talk about a quarterback who doesn't have a ton of accuracy, who, yeah, sure, he has rushing potential, but he also has a tendency to get hit and take big hits at that, which could end up giving you an injured quarterback and knock out one of your starting flex positions. Although I don't think that you'll be using him in the flex because he'll be getting you negative points so many weeks. So Justin Fields for me is out in the Scott Fishbowl, and I wouldn't take him even if it landed to me in the 7th round.
Hot take, and I see the porn bots are back. So
the porn bots,
yeah,
I love them. That's my favorite part of the show.
So for me, I'm going to go similar to Ryan, and it pains me because Chase, I know you know how much I love this player. So does Dave. Ryan, I think you've heard me talk about him as well. But my least favorite pick, since I'm going to eliminate the Matt Ryan one, Ryan already talked about it, is T. Higgins. Very similar to taking 3 quarterbacks in the first round, in the first 4 rounds, double stacking. And we did have a question I saw from my man Scott about the importance of stacking. I do like stacking. I do see the value in it. Double stacking that early on, though, similar to taking 3 quarterbacks, it caps your ceiling and it puts you at risk. And, what we'll learn from the playoffs realistically is that, sure, you're adding the average of your scores, but still a rough week can cause you issues. And anything happens to, if Burrow doesn't completely ball out in this scenario, and I'm admittedly not a huge Burrow fan, you could have a ceiling over your team, right? Anything you do in a tournament of this size that caps your upside in any way or puts you at a disadvantage, to me is dangerous. So I like stacking. I don't like double stacking. This isn't best ball. I do love it in best ball because you can blow up and win tournaments that way. But in the SFB, I want to have the ability to also not only have a huge ceiling, but recover from a bad week. And that's why the double stack never interested me. I think that you put a little bit of a cap on your upside there, where, 2 teams could explode you're in trouble. So, yeah, I didn't love the Higgins pick. I would have went Ryan if Ryan. I would have went Matt Ryan if Ryan didn't say it for the same reason. I think it's too safe of a play for this type of tournament. But those are the ones that stick out. Anything that puts a ceiling over your team scares me in a 3,000 person tournament.
Yeah, makes sense. For the Bengals, I think that they're going to increase their pace of play a little bit more. So I think that's going to be the massive difference in having two valuable wide receivers on the same team. But anything more than that stack right there is completely pointless. And yeah, like you said, it does cap your upside to an extent. And
Cool.
if they go to the same pace of play, you're screwed.
Exactly.
You're screwed if they stick to the same pace of play.
You're already done. So biggest surprise, Ryan, I'm going to start with you. You haven't had a chance to pick first. Who was the biggest, faller in the draft that you were shocked to see going? Doesn't have to be someone you like, just a name you see going a lot lower than you've seen in other drafts so far.
Well, I haven't looked at other drafts. I haven't looked at ADP. So this is actually the first exposure I've gotten to what things might look like tomorrow for me.
All right. So just in your brain, who's a big faller here?
Right. Let's see. Sorry, I should have been ready for this one. Gosh. Again, it goes back to the balance of this format that you're seeing some names that you might see in the first or second round in other drafts fall. I guess I would have to go back to Kittle. I'm surprised he fell to the what was that, the 312. So he would be my pick again.
Love it. Fernando, anybody that you saw falling, I'm assuming you would have taken them if they were falling. So was there a value that you saw jump out that you were shocked about?
Well, who was the one that I was
Jamar Chase?
Poor Fernando.
My God.
Sorry, Fernando.
I was hoping that I don't know. Let me see. I'm looking at the board right now. I don't see actually after the I don't see anything. When you go, I think that the last one is Kittle and Mike Evans actually getting both of them in the turn over there. I think it's just great. Of course, next round he goes Dawson Knox and then screw up everything. But I love having. I don't know. After that, I don't see anybody just falling really dramatically. I don't see. I think that it's a very reasonable draft. I don't think that we have like this huge something that oh my God, how this guy just fell so far from after Mike Evans. I think that after the fourth round, I don't see anybody else.
Love it. Chase, anyone that's fallen for you outside of that top group?
I got to pick on our boy right here, Fernando, man. You got the shower narrative all set up. You have the quarterback who had the most accurate deep balls per game in 2021 with probably one of the best deep ball receivers in Marquise Brown, and you took Cortland Sutton over him. You could have had the Kyler Murray Marquise Brown stack, and it was set up so perfectly for you.
Yeah, it was my cue. It was my cue. I was torn between both of them, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just too scared of wide receivers changing teams.
Okay.
And I understand that this is a narrative that it's not. Last year it was completely broken, and here I go again. Let me see who I have.
All right. Well, he does that. I'm going to take a look and see if there's any pick that I absolutely love here.
Well, Sutton has essentially changed teams too, right? New quarterback, new coaching staff. Like,
but it's different. Yeah, that's
sure,
right.
sure.
I was really torn between both of them, but in the end, I think I'm gonna reach here. I don't know if I think I'm gonna reach and get this guy.
Go
here.
for it. Let's have some fun.
Back.
Oh wow!
Whoa.
With the news that Godwin might be back week 1, Fernando's betting against that report. I love it.
Nah, it's not a betting against that report. I just betting in a guy that I don't know. I think that when you at FFPC, I would never do this pick, because you have some teams, but here's the Scottish ball, and it just, you want to have your guys on the team. And I love Russell Gage. I think that I love betting on Tom Brady, betting on this offense. I think that we saw last year that he can feed a lot of people. I think that after Gronk retired, I don't know. I think Russell Gage is going. I think he's going to have a good season, and he's my fifth wide receiver. So
love it.
I think that over there, I was between him and two other receivers, and it's a reach, but it's not a big reach, because he right now in FFBC he has a 10th round ADP, so
hey, get your guy. There's no shame in that.
So one round earlier.
Cool. So, guys, I do have to drop. For me, I am going to go with my man Andrew back-to-back. Aaron Jones and Dalton Schultz. I love the value. I love the way they fell, the position that they play. I think Aaron Jones is going to be an absolute beast this year. So love those two. I'm being very careful with what I say because a few people in my division are here, and I'm drafting on Saturday. So I don't want to give too much away, but I love those. So what I want to do, Chase, I'm going to bounce. I will catch you in a little bit. Ryan, always a pleasure, my friend. I'm sure I'm seeing you later in the show. Fernando, really happy we finally got to meet. And everybody in this draft that was able to come on, thank you all so much. It's been a blast getting to meet you, getting to know you. Chase, I know we have some reads coming up. I'm going to go back and be a fan and just enjoy the show. You guys are the best. Dave, thanks. Take it away, buddy.
Chase, before you take over from the host chair, I just want to get these live reads out of here. Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to visit goingfor2.com. Why going for two? Because you can't go for three. Going for two has some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at Going for Two Live, found on YouTube and syndicated on all major podcasting platforms. Visit goingfor2.com today because no one remembers the extra point. And this guest is sponsored by the Dynasty Rewind, a fantasy football podcast that entertains and informs listeners with the best rookie breakdowns in the industry. The Dynasty Rewind team at Nate NFL, Nate Christian, at Chev Boyardee, Chevin Noonan, at FF Porkman, Philip Simmons, and at Rewind CEO Michael Bauer will help your Dynasty and Devy teams with a touch of humor, humility, and above all, honesty. If you like winning, find the Dynasty Rewind across all major podcast networks, and you can do it in style with the comfiest shirts in fantasy. Enjoy the Dynasty Rewind podcast today. And remember, be kind and please rewind.
Love it, man. Love it, Dave. Thanks for coming in, man. Pleasure having you in here. I love how Mike took all the low-hanging fruit as to the questions. Like, hey, which one's your favorite this? And which one's your favorite that? And then said, peace, we're out. Like, we're not going to give you any other angle of content. You're going to have to be creative with this. I can do it. I can handle it. So it's been fun to watch this draft. And I don't think there's anything significantly standing out. But I'm going to go to Fernando with this question. Like, are you even contemplating taking a quarterback from here on out? Or do you feel like it's a waste of a pick just due to the scoring?
Yeah, I think it's a waste of pick right now. I prefer to wait. Last year, I remember that in my draft, quarterbacks were falling. You know, everybody took their two quarterbacks and then they just forgot about the quarterbacks. So it was good because I got around, I think that round 10 or something, my third quarterback, and it was the guy that saved my life. So I because my second quarterback wasn't good. I don't remember who I got in the second round last year.
Well, who are you taking with this pick?
I'm on the clock.
We'll go to Ryan while you look through that.
My God.
I'll push the question to Ryan real quick while you go through that. Ryan, like, are you somebody that wants to invest in a quarterback late, or is it just like a throwaway pick at that point, in your opinion?
I don't think it's a throwaway pick. I think, there's a lot of upside, obviously, with most of these quarterback picks. I mean, I think back to last year, Fernando was talking about his draft last year. I remember last year in the late rounds, we were chasing Jordan Love. And of course there was the uncertainty then about Aaron Rodgers' status and all that was going on there. So, I mean, that that Jordan Love pick was like the definition of boom or bust, right? And of course it busted. I used a late round pick on him, and it was a wasted pick. And, you know, that's kind of how this goes. But I mean, we talk about it all the time that this is really just a big GPP. That's what this tournament is. And that's why we see, I think, so much stacking, so much, you know, different types of strategy versus your normal 12-team league, because it's anything but that. So I think you've got to take some upside picks, and sometimes those will come in the form of quarterbacks. Certainly in Fernando's case, if you go quarterback to start, you've got a little more runway that you don't have to. You can stick with those two and feel pretty good about it.
Dave, what does your data sheets say over there?
Well, my data sheet is a lot smarter than me, so I'll trust it and just say that if you're looking at just the difference in just a lot of other formats, and you're seeing some of these younger wide receivers push to the 8th, the 9th round here, the 10th round, and see me, because it is such a big tournament. I think you're going to have some of these year 2 wide receivers take you have a lot of potential for a big jump. And I think that could really make or break some of these people's builds with, you know, an Elijah Moore, a Devonta Smith, and even a Chris Olave I think we're in the 10th. Some of these picks here, these young wide receivers, I think they're going to have a lot of value for somebody. And I really like approaching that if you're going to spend at the onesie positions and maybe a running back early. So there's a lot of great value that could really carry your team at this point in the draft.
So you're pretty much saying go draft Jared Goff in like the 3rd, right?
I think that's one of the cheapest stacks. I mean, well, you're going to put words in my mouth. Sure. Right. No, I mean, it is one of the cheapest stacks that we have. And people want to talk about correlation and trying to win in these big tournaments. The Detroit Lions stack is a pretty cheap stack to do when you're considering what it takes to pay up for the Baltimore stack, or for what we just saw with the Burrow stack, what you had to go up here. So if you want to go a nice cheap stack with some correlation, and Jared Goff, people want to really, there's a lot of, I think, bias saying, because of what we saw in LA and him not knowing what to do with the play coming in and just how McVay ran things, I think you could possibly see him to be, I mean, I'm not saying he's going to win it for you, but when you need to to separate yourself in some of these later parts of the season in the playoffs, I think Jared Goff is pretty, I'm not going to laugh at it, especially with the sacks not being included. I think that could really go a long way for somebody.
No, I love that.
Hey, Chase.
Yeah.
Sorry, let's go back a couple rounds. Someone in the chat was asking about Cordero Patterson. He goes off in the mid. Let's see, I think that was the middle of the 8th. And someone in the chat was just asking for our thoughts on Patterson this year.
So I can kick this one off because Patterson's in an interesting spot. Like, I think he's going to get his. I think he's going to be fine. But then we have like Drake London going off early. We have Kyle Pitts going off early, and we expect Marcus Mariota to support like all these receiving options in a slow pace of play offense that doesn't run a ton of plays. Sure, they'll be losing the whole time, but the whole philosophy is to keep the game close and not turn it into a shootout, because that's how this offense operates. So, like, I mean, which player at what point do we expect to kind of fall off? Or do we expect Marcus Mariota to be a stud? Or do we expect Desmond Ridder, a 3rd-round pick, to be a stud? I mean, sure, Desmond Ridder could be okay, but Kellen Mond, I think, went in the 2nd round of the 2020 draft or 2021 draft, and he didn't even get a start, you know? So, like, if you're taking a Cordell Patterson, a Kyle Pitts, Drake London, any one of those guys, I feel like you have to be pretty confident in Marcus Mariota, and he needs to be an option as well. But I think Cordell Patterson will still be decent, if not above average value or above average return on value for an 8th-round pick.
Yeah, it feels like that's probably about, I mean, when I saw his name come off, it felt a little early, but then looking at the backs that were drafted around that range, I don't know. I would still prefer a couple of them, I guess. But it's not quite as early as I thought, maybe. I'm with you, though. I mean, we have to be worried about that offense, right? So many changes, so many struggles last year. And we saw after Patterson got kind of nicked up midway through the season. I mean, the kind of before and after splits there were were just crazy. And then we've got to talk about usage as well. He was getting so many targets earlier in the season, and then those just fell off the map. So
didn't he get a little bit banged up though too? Wasn't his knee
Yeah,
or something like that? Yeah.
He did. That's definitely part of it.
31-year-old running back, it's going to happen.
Exactly. Exactly. That's the point. Even though, I mean, we can say he doesn't have the mileage of your typical running back, certainly not a 31-year-old. That's all correct. But you're still 31 years old in the NFL. And it's, I don't know, probably not a bet I'm making in redraft this year.
Fernando, do you have anything to add to that? Or are you on the same page?
Excuse me, I was I was looking to the board and just
you're good,
reorganizing my draft.
I'm going to let you actually go backstage for a second. No, I'm going to let you go backstage for a second, get all your stuff together. I still want you to hang out backstage because I want to bring you back on, but I also want to give some of these other guys who are hanging backstage a chance to come back on.
Okay, perfect. All right. Okay. Take care, guys. I'm sorry.
Of course. No, you're good, man. Hang out. All right, let's bring in over here. Coach is back. Coach is back. What's going on, man? How's your draft going so far? How you feeling? Oh, you're on mute. Let's see. Yeah, you gotta unmute yourself, Coach.
I thought the guys at the end might take their third quarterback around the 9-10 area. So I jumped on Jones. I like having a new head coach this year. I like the offense he runs. So, but looks like everybody's kind of waiting on that third quarterback. So,
you going wide receiver here, Coach?
I'm thinking about stacking with Galladay. I wanted to stack with Tony, but it didn't work out. So, I like the offense that they're running. So.
Now you went super heavy on non-quarterbacks, and like you said, you went Daniel Jones a little late. Where do you feel like your strong point on this team is? Do you feel like you got the values at receivers you were looking at? Do you feel like running back you're stacked at? Do you feel comfortable with just having Kelsey as like your only tight end? Where do you feel like your strong point is?
Yeah, I think with the way the sleeper setup is, I love having Kelsey there. I thought about taking Schultz in that 5th round. I thought he was a decent value where I took McLaurin, but I wanted to start grabbing number 1 receivers there, take who I could. So, McLaurin's kind of a bit of a question mark, but I know Wentz loves to target his main guys all the time, and he's not really going to have a tight end besides Logan Thomas if he's healthy. So I think McLaurin could get a bulk of attempts this year. So, I like getting the 3 running backs. I think all of them could be top 14 running backs. And then with receiver, I'm probably going to stack up a bunch of receivers here and hope, kind of like play the game where mix and match, see what happens.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. You waited a little bit. You waited on that QB2. You waited on wide receiver in general. When you do that, do you kind of feel the pressure in these double-digit rounds to chase those spots and use volume to kind of make up for the maybe the quality? Like, would you consider QB3 here soon?
It depends. It depends on how it goes. I mean, right now, like with PPR ranks drafted next to me, kind of like auto picking every other. It's a little interesting. He auto picked Davis Mills, so. I'm thinking about quarterback, but mainly I want to take as many receivers here or some of the younger running backs that I think could pop kind of in these rounds. So it usually works out that way. I think Williams was a good pick by Hubble down there. I think he's a guy who could be a league winner in like the 11 to 14 range. Tony going before me was interesting because I was hoping to have him as a stack. Mm-hmm. And I missed Lazard. Lazard went earlier than I thought. I've been able to get him late in a couple of these mocks. So,
yeah, Lazard's actually in an interesting situation because he could be the wide receiver 1 for the team. We have Sammy Watkins over there. We have Christian Watson over there. It's kind of getting a little bit, I don't know, dicey as to where you actually go. Ryan, which wide receiver do you think leads Green Bay this year in targets, receptions, yards, etc.?
I mean, I think you have to say Lazard right now. We saw some early, not even camp reports, I guess OTA reports, and almost no mention of Christian Watson. So I think Lazard is the pretty clear favorite, but with some multiple options there, with Tunyon back, they still like to throw to their running backs. I mean, this could definitely be a spot where, even though the entire offense as a whole is productive, we don't see that, that top, let's say 18 level wide receiver.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough because, I mean, it could be Aaron Jones that leads the team in receiving, right? Like by the end of it, it could be Aaron Jones. But to try and guess which wide receiver actually hits, I mean, I feel like you have to go with Lazard and put your faith in their connection. Those Thanksgiving turkey, corollary stories. Is that a thing yet? Them having Thanksgiving together. Then you also have Sammy Watkins, who you can draft like your last pick, play in week 1, drop him, and then pick him up when the playoffs come, and then you're good to go. So let's go ahead. Let's get you out of here, Coach. And let's get another drafter in here.
See you, Coach.
Thanks for coming on. If you want to hang out in the back, we can bring you on in a little bit. We'll go with who we started the stream with. Andrew, what's up, man?
Hey, boys. How you doing?
Good, dude. Good.
Oh.
How you feeling about it? 10 rounds in, 12 rounds in.
I don't know, man. I always come out of these things like, oh, I like my team. I look good. And then I always seem to be struggling and finish mid-pack. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I play too safe or if I take too many chances, or I don't know what's going on. Like I drafted, I don't know. I always get these guys that like, oh, this is their year, or they're coming off an injury and they're looking good. And like, here I am on the clock here. I had Landry all queued up and Gator just like plucks him right there. And I'm like, I don't know what's left here. I think I'm just going to
Gator's clapping in the background right now.
I think I'm just going to grab Baker here and just call it a day, because I don't think I want to even think about starting any of these other QBs.
Is Baker
that's kind of what
start?
No, but like I think he's
come on,
got a chance to be a fantasy relevant. There's enough options with CMC and all those guys there. I think he can become startable for sure. And with Winston as my QB too, because I waited here, it's nice to have a little bit more depth. Even though I kind of like the bulk of my starters right now. I think my starting core is pretty strong. Just need to get that kicker maybe next round,
Uh-oh.
Did you have one pick? Yeah, I know. Hence, did you have one pick, Andrew, that as soon as you clicked that button, you regretted, you wish you had gone a different way?
No, actually, no. I've been pretty happy with all the picks. Normally I'm one of those guys that waits at running back, and I find it burns me. Like, maybe that's the move that I did this year that I haven't done in previous Scott Fish Bowls, like loading up on these RB1s that aren't necessarily sexy for a lot of people, like Singletary and Penny. But I think they're going to get a bulk of work, and until they get hurt, then you let them go. Like, good offense for Singletary. Penny looks so good last year. And they've already come out and kind of said, he's our guy until he's hurt again. So hopefully that pans out. I don't know. We're rolling the dice here, boys.
I like your draft, man. You have the wide receiver 1 for 2 teams that are going to pass a ton in 2022. You have Gabriel Davis, who we know is going to see his red zone targets and get some volume there. Robert Woods could be the wide receiver 1 for his team, for all we know. And then you have potential starting running backs all the way across the board. I think you're playing a very risky game right now. It looks like you're on the edge with a couple injured players, like you brought up earlier. And it's like, will this guy be healthy? Like, could he end up, starting? And it's interesting, man. I like your draft so far.
Thanks, man.
Chase, let's give away another spot here. I'm wondering, we've talked quarterback so much. I'm wondering which one of these 12 guys or girls. I don't know what we got here. Which one of the next 12 is taking a quarterback?
All right. Yeah, you got to name. So you got to name the person, the handle up
right.
at the top of the person selecting a quarterback next, and that will be what? How many spots you want to give away, Ryan?
Let's give away 2.
2 spots. So the first 2 people to correctly select the next person taking a quarterback gets a Scott Fishbowl spot kicking off tomorrow morning. I'm excited, man. I'm anxious. I can't wait to see where everybody goes.
What division are you in, Chase?
LA. I'm flying out to California.
you're live drafting.
Yeah, I'm flying out to California in a few hours. 5 a.m.
Nice.
Yeah. So about 13 hours from now, I'll be out.
Yeah, scroll up a little. Chat needs to see the whole draft. There they had it. Oh, yeah. We don't have much longer for that.
Yeah, we got 1 spot or 1 section left. The 12th spot name is J Hubble 00. For those that were asking.
I saw an 11 spot pick, a 12 spot.
All right, Andrew, I'm going to go ahead and get you out of here real quick.
Yeah, for sure.
Then,
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me.
Background. We'll bring you back on here in a little bit, maybe.
Yeah.
All right.
See Andrew.
Let's go ahead and bring on Jackalope. How you feeling, man? What's up?
It's going. Got the last couple picks have been kind of like maybes. We'll see what happens. Got some rookies in there that we'll see how they do. I like anybody attached to Patrick Mahomes. Pat Mahomes. So that was the Sky Moore pick.
Yeah, of course.
And someone has to touch the ball in Houston other than Brandon Cooks. So Pierce seemed like that might be a good place to go. And then
I love your Irv Smith Jr. pick. Like that to me is one of the steals of the draft. I mean, he was going, I feel like, significantly higher last year. Everybody expected this big breakout year. He ends up getting hurt, then everybody forgets about him. Adam Thielen's another year older. You know, they don't have Conklin to take away snaps, right? Kyle Rudolph's gone. Like, this could be an absolute breakout for Irv Smith Jr. How confident are you feeling with him?
Actually, I like Irv Smith a lot. People always bash on Kirk Cousins as a quarterback, and then they pick all his receivers up at the top of the draft. Mm-hmm. And how does that work? You know, we got Justin Jefferson, Thielen, and I think Irv Smith's right there at in that talk.
I don't mean to interrupt you real quick, but just to give everybody a heads up in the chat, if you're trying to win, make sure you include your Twitter handle along with the person that you're guessing for, so that we can go ahead and check and make sure that you're registered. Sorry about that.
And I'm sorry, I'm gonna disappoint some people here, but
Naeem Hines.
No quarterback for you.
No quarterback for me. I like Naeem Hines. I think with the first down bonus and him being a good pass catcher out of the backfield, I think we might see him in a lot of third down situations where he can get some first down yardage and get those pickups.
The pressure's on, by the way, for the people that are in the chat, right? They're on the people that are in the draft, because these people are relying on you to get a spot in the Scott Fish Bowl. If you just draft a quarterback, if you can help one of these people out, like, the pressure's on. But no,
sorry, people, I didn't mean to disappoint. So
I love your team. I love what you've done here.
Appreciate that.
I saw someone in the chat say it was their favorite team. I haven't looked at all of them closely enough, but it would definitely be up there for me for sure.
So I'm happy that I'm going to be picking. Could be starting every week. CeeDee Lamb, Allen, and then Renfro or Williams. I think that's a good wide receiver setup. I'm happy with that.
And then you talk about the Week 16 matchup that'll get you in. I mean, the significant cut is Week 16, I believe, Ryan, or is it Week 15? I have the notes somewhere. For the biggest cut week for the playoffs in terms of percentage of the field. And you have the Eagles up against the Cowboys that week.
So I got a lot of people playing that week.
I had the percentage.
That's gonna I'm hoping that's gonna have playoff implications, maybe. So that they're gonna be fighting it out. That could be division implications. Who knows with that division? They could all be under 500. So
yeah. You never know with the NFC East.
Yeah. So it's a good division to be a fan of. So
Coach goes with Higbee. I saw some Coach Esser guesses. No QB3 for him. We got PPR ranks. I don't know if we're auto drafting or not. Who knows?
Yeah, PPR ranks is auto drafted like every other pick. It's been kind of crazy.
My problem with quarterback is where to go next. If you look at the names that are left, it's Pickett and Trubisky, and we don't know what's going to happen there. There's Locke, Jimmy G, Sam Darnold. A lot of question marks in the next set of quarterbacks. Eventually, I'm probably going to have to take one of them, but I'm just not ready to pull that trigger yet.
I mean, who do you have starting, Ryan? I don't want to give away, obviously, your strategy because you're drafting right now. So, Ryan, who do you have starting for the Steelers? Do you have Pickett or Trubisky?
I mean, I think it's going to be pretty typical of what we see in that situation. I think Trubisky will start the season, and we'll kind of see how things go from there as to whether Pickett gets his chance. But
they got a tough schedule.
It's so yeah. I mean, Jack Loeb's right. It's so tough to spend a pick. I mean, it's not an early pick. We're in the 13th round, but still, there's some valuable assets at receiver, at running back, especially. So to take a guy who honestly may not play at all, tough to click that button.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, you have Ben Trubisky, who they paid a decent amount of money to. I mean, technically it's like borderline backup money / starter money.
Right.
But he at least deserves a starter, deserves a look. And honestly, I feel like it was more system than it was him, although I think he went too early in the draft. But yeah, Trubisky, right. I mean, in this system where they want to roll the quarterback out, they want to, make sure that he's mobile and, constantly moving the offense to get closer to first downs each time. I think you're talking about a perfect fit with the perfect situation, but that schedule is brutal for Trubisky. So even if he does end up starting, like at what point are they going to pull the plug, and how good is he going to be for this setup and for these points scored? So that's interesting.
I think the completion percentage thing, or the efficiency, would be my worry for either him or Pickett, because Pickett's a rookie, so we don't really know.
Right.
We don't know which one we're going to get, but with the efficiency being a factor, that's going to be scary for either one of those guys.
Did you have a favorite pick where like a guy fell to you and you're like, yes, I can't believe he made it to me?
Not really. I was really hoping to get a Knox Hawkinson or Goddard. So I was happy that one of those guys got back to me. Keenan Allen, I was surprised I was able to get him, coming back in the 4th round. So I had him a little bit higher than some of the other wide receivers that went. So I think in one of my mocks, he went in the second or 3rd round, like in that turn. So I was really happy to get him. That's about, and then Hunter Renfrow, I think he's one of my people that I think is going to outperform his projections. So
yeah, in the 9th round, you did take him over Juju Smith-Schuster, which I think is interesting. I can't believe Juju fell as far as he did. That's probably my favorite faller at this point, falling away to 9-3.
So I think that is a personal bias, maybe. One of the guys at work I talk a lot of fantasy football with is a Pittsburgh fan, and he's just like, Juju Smith-Schuster. Every week we talk about it, it's like, Juju. So that may just be a personal bias thing for me that happened there, but yeah. There's only so many times you can hear someone be like, and then
we got a quarterback pick.
Gator
takes Trubisky. I'm looking in the chat. Tim Howd said Gator. I think he's in already, though. Let's see.
Bonnie guessed.
Let me check on Dan here.
I really like House's pick on this round, taking Rachaad White. Like, that's a potential league winner. And we know that Fournette, tends to get banged up as of late. He can't stay in full games the entire time. And although Tom Brady hates rookie running backs, he could end up having White over Keyshawn Vaughn, probably 9 times out of 10, it feels like, with how mature Rachaad White came out of college and his experience. I like that pick. All right. We're going to go ahead and get you out of here, get somebody else in.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
We'll see if we can rotate you back in. All right, Matt, you're up. Matt Silva's back. What's up, Matt? How you feeling about your draft so far?
So.
So?
Yeah. If I had to do it over again, what was the pick? When I picked Judy, I wasn't feeling good about it, and I didn't realize Dobbins was still there. I definitely would have grabbed Dobbins over Judy, and then grabbed a wide receiver over Walker in the 8th. But it is what it is. So
yeah, you can't predict who's going to come back to you or anything like that. So that's the fun part about drafting. But I think your team's looking pretty sharp so far.
appreciate it. It's a little older than I normally go, and more running backs, but with it being half PPR and first down bonus, and just the spots in the draft, I just wasn't feeling good about the guys that were there. So, I mean, I think Miles Sanders, although he was not good for fantasy last year, I mean, in the 10th, I think he was like running back 36. I mean, they ran a ton the second half of the year. So we'll see.
Yeah. And you talk about the fact that he didn't have any touchdowns in the season and he was injured for part of it. I mean, dude, you have probably my 2 favorite like late round like picks, or late falls, I should say, with Juju Smith-Schuster in the 9th and then Miles Sanders in the 10th. That's pretty nuts. I mean, you're talking about guys after Kareem Hunt, after Rashad Penny, who, dealt with injuries. You have James Cook. That's crazy to me that James Cook went ahead of him. I feel like Miles Sanders is a steal at that point.
Yeah, I felt good about it. And I've been on Juju for several years. I know Ryan's a big Juju fan, at least was in the past. And so we just hope he can rediscover some of that magic that he had the first few years.
Ryan, where do you feel like Juju actually falls this season? Do you think that he can finish as a high-end wide receiver too, or is he more of a mid-range guy?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to feel pretty good just with the landing spot. And it's kind of crazy to see how that played out for Juju and his value, both in redraft and in dynasty. Like, we've been waiting for him to get away from Pittsburgh. He gets potentially the best landing spot out there, and his ADP is, hardly impacted at all, even with Tyreek Hill gone. Like, it kind of feels like just the best case situation scenario, and we're almost ignoring it. So obviously some competition there. I mean, Kelsey's the real top target. We all know that. And just some unknowns with Sky Moore and even MVS in a new spot. So I'm feeling great about Juju. I love the value here that Matt got, and he's going to be a target of mine, really.
We had our first kicker come off the board, Justin Tucker. Matt, are you feeling the pressure on kicker now? You're up next, man.
I am not. Not yet. I mean, there's always guys that you don't think are going to score a lot of points who come out of nowhere with kickers. So I'm comfortable waiting, just trying to figure out where I'm going to go here.
All right, well, I'll let you make your pick, and then I got to do an ad read. It's going to be my last one before I'm actually the guest on the show. And then, we'll get 1 or 2 more people in here that are waiting in the background to get a last rotation and finish off this draft.
All right, sounds good. I went with Darrell Henderson.
Okay. I know my boy Jacob Sanderson would have been proud of you. He loves Henderson at this point.
Yeah, I mean, just betting against Akers' Achilles, which I hate to do, but I mean, when I'm optimistic about anticipating guys overcoming injuries, it tends to bite me. So, injury skepticism is probably the way to go.
Yeah, it definitely has, there's definitely a place for some of these players, right? Like, you definitely want to draft handcuffs for certain players because they have the tendency of getting hurt, or, there's a sample size of injuries over there. But, trying to bet against people due to the injury history is always something that bites me in the ass as well. So I understand exactly where you're coming from. All right, Matt, thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and throw you backstage. I'm going to do this ad read, and I'm going to bring on our next guest. All right. Let's see. Where was I? Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to go visit goingfor2.com. Why going for 2? Because you can't go for 3. Going for 2 has some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at Going for Two Live, found on YouTube and syndicated on all major podcasting networks. Visit goingfor2.com today because no one remembers the extra point. And then we also have is that Sugar Wish takes gifting to the next level by allowing the recipient to choose their favorite snacks and sweets. Sugar Wish allows you to send a tasty and Instagram gift via email, text, or social media. You buy the gift, and they select it from hundreds of mouth-watering candies, cookies, popcorn, snacks, cotton candy, coffee, tea, wine, and even dog treats. Wait, for real? That's awesome. Then a beautiful box filled with their yummy choices are delivered straight to your door. Takes the guesswork out of the gift. Everyone is happy, and make sure you use promo code SFB, which is good until July 23rd for $7 off your order. Follow Sugar Wish Girl on Twitter at SugarWishGirl over there on Twitter, and order at sugarwish.com. Sweet happiness delivered.
Chase, before you bring in the next live guest, I just want to say Sugar Wish has sent us a box. They sent me one last year, and they sent one this year. Highly recommend. As far as easy gift, you go online, you type in the SFB code, which is good and through the 23rd of July. You get $7 off. Very affordable gift, and they get an email in their inbox, and they get to pick their gift for themselves. Great for road trips, great for the kids, great for parties to have a nice little spread of snacks. Highly recommend. They're taking care of Sal this year. They're taking care of a lot of us here. Mike, they're taking care of the entire Podathon team. And then also they sent one over to Scott Fish as well as a thank you. So really, really great brand, and can't recommend that enough. So everyone go check out Sugar Wish and use the SFB code through July 23rd for $7 off.
Nice, man. That's awesome. That's sick. I love how they do the dog treats too. I literally just typed them up on my browser. It's pretty cool.
They've got wine. They've got it's incredible. Their spread. So definitely recommend. But I'm going to hop off and let these live guests get in here.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a couple left. I'm going to bring in Gator J here in a second. But first, let's bring in No Dak Soda. What's going on, man? How you feeling about your draft so far? You're drafting from the 3 spot, right?
Yeah. I wish, there's a lot of things I wish that I would have done. As far as doing this a little bit, we're a little bit the guinea pigs a little bit. I wish I would have taken quarterback earlier. That's one of my wishes. Another big wish is Kittle and Renfro. I had targeted, and they went in a spot where I didn't, I hoped it was going to be a little bit different. But yeah, well, those are kind of my wishes a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you actually didn't end up with bad values at Tannehill and then Carson Wentz. I mean, Carson Wentz could end up being a league winner going in the 11th round. That's crazy. End of the 11th round.
It's going to take a lot of luck that way, but I think what this shows is you almost have to do if you're in those top 5 picks, 4 picks for sure, top 5, you almost have to go quarterback.
What's the pick you would change if you can go back and change it?
If I go back and change,
who are you sacrificing to get a quarterback?
Well, I don't know if I'm sacrificing to get a quarterback, but it would have to be probably Jonathan Taylor. But if I could go back and change the pick, I'd really like to change is Nick Chubb to George Kittle. I think that's the one I'd like to change the most. I kind of thought maybe he'd come back around. That was probably wishful thinking, I guess. But yeah, that's the one I wish I could change again, that I had circled of, okay, I'm going to do Chubb, but I really like Kittle here. Let's just go with Chubb.
Yeah, I mean, I like your team for the most part. You have, 2 solid starters at wide receiver. I'm not a big Amon-Ra St. Brown guy, but if you believe in Amon-Ra St. Brown, that's, your 3rd solid starting wide receiver. Your quarterbacks are fine if Ryan Tannehill can at least remain, efficient like he has in the past.
Right, yeah.
And, Robert Woods is healthy. And then you have the stack with Treylon Burks. If that all clicks, you're talking about, winning formula right there for where you picked, and you still got studs at the other positions. Sure, you can end up changing the tight end position because, of course, you ended up with Hunter Henry and Austin Hooper later, which are both kind of iffy from week to week. But overall, your team's not bad. My favorite pick of yours was J.K. Dobbins at 8-3.
Same.
Oh my God, man. Brian, have you seen J.K. Dobbins' end of the season schedule from weeks 11 through 17?
I haven't looked closely, but I mean, I think Dobbins is, we've all heard the reports. Maybe he ends up on PUP or whatever. I mean, we're not even to camp yet. That feels a little bit like too much of a discount based on really that one speculative report. So I love the value on Dobbins.
Dude, we're talking about one team that finished in the top 12 of rushing defenses that they face in the final 7 weeks of the season going into the playoffs. And then you have, which is the Browns, by the way, who finished at 12, right? And then you just have like this amazing stretch of the Steelers, who they also face in week 17, where they had the worst rush defense in the NFL last year. I think people forget that. You have Atlanta in the semifinals. I mean, dude, you're set up, man, with Dobbins to take over the season as long as you can get to the playoffs. And the way that Scott Fish and Ryan set it up was that the bye weeks don't really matter as much. So even if you end up getting to the playoffs, right, like you're pretty much like you'd have to do so poorly in one of those 3 weeks from weeks 11 through 14 in order to not make it into that final stretch. Or what is it? Is it 11 through 13, Ryan, or is it 12 through 14?
I don't even know, honestly.
Okay. Yeah. It might be 12 through 14, I believe, where it's just 10% of the field eliminated. So I like your team, man. I think you're set up for a late season run.
I appreciate all you guys do, and I appreciate you guys doing this. With Sal and all that he does with putting this on, it's great. And Sal and John were on earlier. It's a lot of fun to watch. And I appreciate all you guys do, and thank you. Take care and good luck to you guys in your draft coming up this week.
Dude, thanks for coming in, man. We appreciate you.
Take care.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our final guest real quick. Unless, Ryan, did you?
Yeah, I was just checking in on the chat. We are giving away spots, hot and heavy. I gave away, I believe, 3 spots from that Trubisky pick. Bonnie was asking if she got a spot. I think she actually gifted her spot to Warren Roth. So that person is in. He's in. Somebody mentioned Luke. Luke is already in. I just checked that one. So yeah, we're getting a lot of these folks in. Thanks for supporting the Podathon, and continue to do so. The link is there on the bottom. Keep giving and keep helping out these charities.
Love it, man. Absolutely love it. All right, let's add in Gator J, the guy that's drafted the 101 that has been everybody's bane of existence for this entire draft. Everybody keeps on complaining about you because you're stealing all their picks.
That's right. My picks are getting stolen by them. So,
what's going on, man? How you feeling about your team?
Man, I really did not want to do Trubisky, but y'all called. Y'all said we're going to give away for the next quarterback taken at like 12-8, and it just kept going and going and going. I was like, you know what? Somebody's got to get in. So Trubisky was the guy. I think honestly, I'm in the background, and I know the only person that could see me was you, Chase. And I'm sitting there going, this guy's taking the quarterback.
I didn't say anything. I couldn't do anything. I was just sitting there like chilling. I was laughing the whole time.
Listen, this is for such a great cause. The more people we get in, hopefully, the more. This is such a big family, man. This is awesome. I'm so lucky, so proud to be involved in this. Thank you.
Dude, thanks for continuing to support,
you got a good team.
Yeah. This might be the one that's taking all the way to the championship.
If you saw the chat earlier, I said, go ahead and give me the belt. Give us the belt.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Chad is asking 3,000 is the total this year. 3,000 people. Luke is also mentioning chat. Yeah, you're in, Luke. I'm going to check one more time for you.
So I like your Zach Wilson and Garrett Wilson stack over there. I think that it's sneaky, like late picks. Are you confident that Wilson is going to perform at a high enough level to start him every week? Or you have a little bit of nervousness about putting him in on a consistent basis?
Well, I go back to one of my good buddies, Rewind CEO, and the philosophy is it's super flex. That doesn't mean you have to have a quarterback. you can honestly start any position right there. That's where I'm at.
No, it makes sense. I mean, there are players in the SFB 11 that you could have easily started over the quarterbacks because they were giving you negative points sometimes. But Zach Wilson could also be that guy that's giving you negative points sometimes. So
Absolutely.
he was that guy last year.
Absolutely, and that's why I've loaded up on tight end. I think I did pretty good. Although my Dawson Knox pick, honestly, I was trying to move him to my queue, hit the wrong button. It is what it is. Love the pick. Still got the stack, but it was a hair early. But
who were you trying to take there, Gator?
No, I was trying to move him from there to the queue.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't even remember who it was I was looking at grabbing there. I was just trying to move him to the queue. But ETN was definitely the pick there because I've seen him go so early in the 5th. I was like, how is he still here at 6'1" or 5'12"? But I mean, Zach Ertz at 8'1". I love that. I love that drop, especially with D-Hop not being around for the 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Is there a certain person's team that you notice has a lot of your targets? Like, target on it?
Oh yeah.
Who's that?
No Dak Soda. I mean, I'm not going to say he sniped me because I heard how you described the snipe. It was a couple rounds later, a couple rounds early.
Yeah, I talked about it a couple podcasts ago.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he was sniping me 2 picks. Seriously, I mean, like every other pick. It seemed like because where was it? The St. Brown pick. I would have taken St. Brown over Wilson. The Thielen pick. And then what was the other one? I want to say it was DK, but it may have been that may not have been true. But he stopped me a couple times. The other one that got me was Coach running his daggum mouth, talking about Schultz. And I was like, oh dang it, he didn't take him. Okay, good. He's not going to take him. He didn't take him. He didn't take him. Oh, and then Schultz goes. I'm like, well, dang, there goes my.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the negatives of doing this live draft in front of an audience and with a couple of knuckleheads like me and Chase talking about it and dropping names that you end up with players getting sniped. But it's been a fun experience too.
Absolutely, but that's the fun part. Is this is for. Honestly, there's 2 reasons for this tournament in my mind anyway. First of all, it's for the kids. Second of all, it's to build the community. And man, I have met so many people and interacted with so many people that I never would have interacted with. And that is such a pleasure.
Yep.
It's great, man. And it's cool, like actually finding people that help you out with your leagues or give you a different point of view, before like the draft even starts and like how the community just loves interacting with it. And yeah, your players might get sniped, but it's still cool to cool conversation to have.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I've gotten into Jeff from Going for Two. I got into his Discord, great chat in there, with individual pick chats, on Twitter, chatting with folks. And then the individual pick chats on Twitter, it has been phenomenal. We've talked about so much as far as picks, football, outside of football. It's been a blast. And the fantasy community as a whole has just, I'm older, so I never got into fantasy when I was younger. And now I'm so stoked. I'm like, why did I miss all this?
Yeah, it's a fun time, man. What's up, Dave?
Hey, I just want a quick little shout out. Adam Lewis at ADM Lewis on Twitter just came through with $1,000 donation to League Safe. He was also incredibly generous last year, if I remember correctly. Shout out to Adam. That puts us only a couple $100 away from $45,000 between the Fantasy Care Eliminators and the Podathon. Guys, we've got a little over 4 hours to go. Hit up the scottfishbowl.com/give. Chase, you've been crushing it. Ryan, you've been crushing it. Gator, the entire live draft has been a lot of fun. I just want to say, let's keep them coming in here. Home stretch. I think we can hit 50K if we really turn on as a community here. One final push for everyone. Let's get to social. Let's do this here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's go.
Let's share it. Let's go. So we do have
here we go.
Yeah, you got your picks up. Let's let you make your picks, and we'll get you out of here.
Oh man, I have no clue who I'm going with right here. I've been at this point in my mind. I mean, only one kicker's been taken, so that's cool. I really wasn't planning on taking a kicker until, oh crap, we only got 5 picks left, 6 picks. Holy crap, this is flying by. I mean, it's all upside from here as far as everything that I've talked to people on. So I'm gonna just throw darts at the wall and let's see what's gonna stick. I know this guy is a safe pick, at least for week 1. So I'm gonna go ahead and take Sammy Watkins.
Yep, you can pick him up, you can play him, and then you can drop him and say
that's my week 1 guy. Ooh, I just seen a guy. I don't know how well this pick's gonna work out for me, but I know how much Russell Wilson loves throwing the deep ball. And this guy is nothing but speed. And I need wide receivers anyway. Let's go KJ Hamler. How do you like that, Chase?
I love KJ Hamler. You know that. I mean, with his ability to get downfield with Russell Wilson's deep ball, I mean, Russell Wilson loves those small, quick guys, the Tyler Lockett's, right? That can get down and get behind the defense. And so I don't know that he plays a full snap percentage. I think he's going to have to split snaps with Tim Patrick, of course, possibly Cortland Sutton, just kind of depends on the role. But when he gets in and he gets hot, or if there's an injury to this team, we're talking about massive upside. And anytime they play the Chiefs, I'm going to be playing them. Anytime they play the Chargers, I'm going to be playing them. Anytime they play the Raiders, any team that can put up points, that Hamler's going to come down with at least a big target.
That's 6 games a year.
Yeah, you can play them. And if there's an injury, it might be valuable for 12 games. Who knows?
Absolutely. Well, guys, I really appreciate all you do. Appreciate what TrophySmack's done. Appreciate what Scott, Ryan, Mike, you have been a boss. Keeping up with Sal, making sure he's on time.
My man.
Y'all have a great evening.
Appreciate you, Gator. You've been killing it.
Sal's giving him the glare. Sal's giving him the glare.
What you mean on time?
Hey, I didn't know Sal was still awake. I figured he was asleep by now.
I'm over here in Red Vines. I went out and bought I got a couple of beers over the weekend for the final 4 hours. I'm good to go, baby. Let's go.
Let's go.
Dude, I'm about to go grab a beer, man. I got my segment coming up. I want to have some fun.
Hey, Chase, hang on one second.
What's up? What you got? What is that? Oh, God, Crown Royal apple in a can. Let's go.
Whoa.
Let's go.
Love it. All right, guys.
Hey, fellas, y'all enjoy the rest of your evening. Appreciate what y'all have done. Love this live draft for everybody to see. Appreciate all the chats. Man, I love it. Let's go.
You guys are the best. So Gator, Matt, Jackalope, Florkilla, No Deck, Soda. You guys killed it this session. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate y'all. This is our first, and honestly, this is one of the best segments we've done. So thanks, guys.
This is cool.
We're going to roll into the next segment. We're going to get a few folks out of here, get a few people in. You guys finish up your draft, and we'll be cheering for all of you. Thanks for coming, y'all.
Hercules.
Oh, dude, D-Bro's in the back, shaking his head. No,
we got them all.
Oh, my bad.
I got the guests. You guys hand it over to Sal here. I'm going to bump out of the stream. Let Sal and Matt come in, and you guys do your transition.
Sal's got the prime spot now.
What's up, everybody? How's it going?
What up, man? Where have you been? That's what I want to know. What have you been doing?
I was at Tropical Smoothie.
Yeah, it looked delicious. I got my breakfast, and I didn't even get to eat it. It's sitting right here because the breakfast place took too long. Or brunch, I should say.
I got a nice Chipotle flatbread, a nice Mango Magic smoothie. And
you earned it, buddy. You earned it. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
I went and got some Red Vines, a throwback to a couple of
yeah, you're going to be able to use the bathroom tomorrow, man?
Podathons ago. And I stopped by and I picked up Save the Robots craft beer. This is Radiant Pig craft beers. I had this on Fire Island last summer, and it's good. It's excellent. So I found it. It's hoppy. It's juicy. It's tasty, and it has 7%. So you're with me, Chase. You're actually my guest with D-Bro.
Yeah. I'm on here for the 4 o'clock after doing 3.5 hours. So it wasn't too bad. It was pretty fun. Got to mess around with some people. Got to talk a little bit of smack, but I didn't get too much smack talking. I figured, Derek and I could go back and forth with a little bit of banter while we're in here.
Yeah,
I'm just happy I don't have to do any more ad reads, man. I was good with the first one on every one, and the second one just wasn't as fire, but I was getting better as it went.
Well, let me bring this guy in because he's going to be my guest co-host for the rest of the way. Mr. Matt Price.
I'm out of here then.
I see enough of that guy.
In that
See enough of
case,
this guy. Peace
I
out,
thought,
Ryan.
I thought Matt might appreciate my Save the Robots.
See you guys.
IPA.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
So
That looks
I figured it
delicious.
was safe with 4 hours left. It was safe to start drinking. So first, let me crack that open. Take a nice sip.
He said the live read game is about stamina. Yeah, you're right.
And now I'm going to do one. This segment of the SFBPodathon is brought to you by 5 Yard Dynasty. Join Rich and Liam every Tuesday at 3 p.m., 8 p.m. GMT. I don't know. Is that another country's time zone? As they bring you the latest strategy, insights, and news from the world of Dynasty. Join the guys as they bring along special guests to upskill you in Dynasty strategy and knowledge to ensure you dominate your leagues and bring home those ships. Just search 5 Yard Rush in your podcast player of choice. Hit subscribe to make sure you never miss an episode. Now, Matt, when Russ was on me earlier, he did this read and he saw the word upskill and he was like, that is a legit word. So they can upskill your Dynasty strategies. It's also Podathoners, if you can't spot the sucker in your Dynasty draft, well, guess what? You are that sucker. Luckily, the Dynasty Dynamic has your back. True to its name, the podcast believes Dynasty is constantly evolving, making it more challenging to remain competitive than in redraft leagues. From Twitter poll breakdowns to in-depth analysis and advanced metrics, the Dynasty Dynamic provides actionable insights to help you improve your Dynasty teams. So if you're looking to gain an edge in your Dynasty league while having plenty of laughs along the way, then be sure to tune into the Dynasty Dynamic. All right. Let's bring in this big man right here. Dallas's own D-Bro. What is up, D-Bro? You're on mute. Look, a man after my own heart. He's on mute.
Oh, damn it. I pulled a Sal. Oh, man. I was trying to hop in here and not pull a boomer move, but I've been watching too much Sal, and this is what happens, man.
I feel like it was a tribute. Thank you.
What's going on, guys? I've been tuning in. I've been in the chat as much as I possibly can. It kind of feels like walking back into a family reunion, man. Except one you actually want to be at.
Oh, man, we got a comment up. So I don't have a beer with me, but every year that I've done this, God, Sal, how long does it take you to chug a beer, man? That was embarrassing.
I'm old. And
Wait,
unlike you,
who was that? Aaron Rodgers, right?
Unlike you, I have a gag reflex.
Yeah, you're right about that one. Dude, I can't even brush my tongue with my toothbrush, or else I start gagging. I don't even want to talk about it.
Oh, hey, I feel that struggle's real. Okay?
It is.
Totally understand that.
The porn bots, they can't get back in now.
Yeah, now
we
you
might not want to talk
I
about
was supposed
that.
to say some of the things we're talking about now. The porn bots are going to be back in the chat. Thanks, Sal.
So every year I've done this, I've cracked open one of my collector's bottles that I have. This is a rare breed, barrel-proof wild turkey rye. So I'm going to go ahead and pour this. I don't want to take a full shot, but I'll tell you what, I'll do a little half shot instead of a beer chug, if that's cool with you, Richard. Cool. Cheers.
Well, D-Bro, what's up? Yeah, listen, I told the story yesterday when you were in the chat. I was in Dallas, Texas for Thanksgiving for the Raiders, Dallas, and we were going to meet up, but the man got COVID while I was in town.
Oh man, I know you texted me, and I was like, I don't know, man, I don't know, I'm not feeling too spry. Let me go take a test. And I was like, I couldn't meet up, man. I got the vid. What was that? That was what Dallas Raiders game, right?
That was Vegas. Yes,
Yep.
yes. Raiders won on a walk-off field goal in overtime.
You love to see it.
The
really
Raiders'
do.
biggest move that day was pass interference on the Dallas defense, if you remember correctly.
I mean, I living in Dallas country and being a Saints fan, it gets kind of dicey sometimes. It's one of the big reasons outside of like want to watch all the games where I have Sunday ticket and stuff, so I don't have to watch the Cowboys. I just keep drafting my best ball.
Yeah, so I didn't get to give Matt Price the full opportunity to speak either. I mean, Matt is another one of these guys who I go back with probably to 2016. When I first jumped on the screen and Matt had the Zookeeper Chronicles, or was it called the Zookeeper Chronicles?
Zookeeper Stories.
Yeah, remember that?
An amazing show. You go back and he also did Superflex.
That's true.
Was that you and Bobby?
Me and Bobby. Yeah.
Yeah. Bobby,
I see that guy. That guy started stealth podcasting again. I've seen him on.
Did he?
Is it Junkies? Maybe. I saw him starting to host a couple of shows, and I feel a little bit slighted, honestly. Like he said that if we ever started podcasting again, that Superflex was coming back, but haven't heard anything. So,
what are you doing these days, Matt? What are you doing?
I mean, still doing the zookeeping thing. I just sold my house, so in the process of looking for a new one now. So life is kind of busy right now, but getting ready for SFB, helping a little bit in the background with all the MFL stuff, getting owners linked up and ones that aren't showing up deleted, that kind of stuff. So, but otherwise, yeah, just hanging out today.
Oh man,
your voice, Sal, sounds pretty good for all the time you've been on this. I was expecting you to be way more dead.
Sal's been on this the whole time. I've only seen him in the background for the most part.
Depends on when you tune in.
It was definitely bad this morning. If I would have kept going, I jumped off at 12:30 and Chase took over. If I would have kept going at that point, I probably wouldn't be able to speak right now. So I have 4 hours left of me, I think. Matt, you may have to do sign language. I might have to do sign language.
Sal, you got a reprieve a little bit this year. Usually it's like you're rocking all the way straight through, no breaks, no naps, no smoothies, no nothing, man.
Well, usually it's
been a good year.
24 hours, man. This is 36 hours. I mean,
that's true. It's true.
Shit, who's doing 36 straight hours without sleep? Bring me the man. Bring me the wolf.
What made you
describe my
decide to
NFL
expand
season last year?
What made me expand it? So almost immediately after it finished last year, I got put in a group chat with John Bosch and Scott Fish, who were like, hey, listen, we think that we should expand it next year and you should let your walls down a little bit and accept some help. Because I was pretty much doing everything myself. Excuse me, Dave Wright had jumped in and started helping with the sponsorships last year and the year before, booking the show, setting up the actual live streams, inviting the guests, tweeting during the show. I was literally doing every ounce of that show, including hosting, and it was a lot. And the guys, they were like, listen, it could be easier on you. You could be better. You could be more relaxed, and it could be longer and get more people in because we want to get those smaller shows in. We all started out as the small shows coming up, and it's great to have the big names on, and the big names all came through on day one, and a bunch of them this morning, and also Debro.
I was like, you don't have to include me.
The bread and butter and backbone of fantasy Twitter are the small shows, the guys and gals that are out there grinding every day. And the longer we make it, the more people we can get on.
Oh man, I have a feeling I'm gonna do something stupid before I get off of this.
Well,
I already feel it coming.
Doesn't strike me as odd at all.
It's a safe space.
I mean, now I feel like the build-up, you have to do it now, Chase.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to figure out a way to do the share screen. So for those that are aware, I got my chest waxed about a year and a half ago for my birthday for some reason, but I did it for charity. We raised like $2,500.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
She just hit me up. I feel like this is like meant to be, right? Because she just hit me up like a week ago, and she's like, "We should do that charity event again. Like that was fun. Like we raised X amount of dollars." Matt Donnelly did it too. His wife did his chest, and it was amazing. But the thing is, like, all right. So real quick, sorry to flash everybody, but I got a decent amount of hair, and
I was gonna ask you if it grew back by now or not. Like, what's the status on that?
It did. It's still pretty crazy, right? So it's on YouTube if you guys actually want to go find it, I'll have to share the link on my Twitter page here in a little bit. But she just hit me up a few days ago, and she's like, "Hey, we should do your chest wax for charity again. That was fun. I got some clients from it. Like, let's do it again." Well, what about if we raise, say, $1,000, right? If we get screenshots, or is there any way to see the recent donations, Sal, on your end?
Yeah, we can. We have the ability to track it. In the League Safe commission page, so we could go from what we get from now to whenever.
I told her hell no. I told her there was no way that we were going to do it. But if we get it, because it was so painful, like I don't want to do that again.
Was it like 40-year-old version Steve Carell? Was it as
really
bad
bad?
as it?
Terrible. I'll post at least a
awful.
screenshot of it. It looked like I had a sweater on. Like it looked like I had the shirt on almost for half of it, and then the other half was bleeding. It was crazy. Like I was just covered in blood. No, I wasn't covered in blood. I was just kidding. And it wasn't that bad. She did a great job with it. Don't get me wrong. But and after a few times, like I was good, but it was definitely painful.
Because you're numb by that point, right?
Yeah. At that point, you're numb. So I'll tell you what. If we do it before, let's say before 5:00 today, right, Eastern time, you got 50 minutes to raise $1,000 for Fantasy Cares, right? So if you could track it, that would be amazing. If we actually hit that mark, I will get my chest wax on a live stream for you guys, and we'll have some fun with it.
I'm putting it in the chat for people to track right now.
Please, everybody donate. Go now.
Everybody
I
retweet.
Need this. I need this YouTube action in my life. I need to see and not just because I'm wishing and wanting Chase's pain. It's just good TV, man.
Oh God. Going to do something stupid is how every great night starts. You're not right, but I mean the perfect combination of that, right, was somebody coming in and saying they were going to donate. Who was that said they're going to donate money? Richard over here said he was going to donate, $10 for doing that. And I took a shot, and now I'm on a live stream after taking a shot after somebody said that I should do it for charity. It was a perfect storm of great events.
Love it.
Let's do it. Let's make it happen.
Sal has his I'm trying to use tech face. And it's not frozen this time. That's good.
D-Bro, let's talk about where you're at. What are you doing? What are you working on? And what's going on in the world of D-Bro these days?
Hey, man. All things Fantasy Pros, dude. Loving it. I'm loving life. Loving the team over there. Feels like putting on a really comfortable sweater after having it in the closet for a long time. So many good people I've either worked with, traveled in the same circles and stuff like that. So loving it, man. With the podcast and everything. I mean, right now I'm diving through team series stuff, so all 32 teams and stats, and plus, man, I mean, I'm in the best ball streets, so I've got working on a week 17 or playoff week correlation article for all of the sickos and degens that are out there maxing tournaments right now.
Hi.
Yeah, I was fixing to say, Chase, you're included in that. But yeah, dude, I mean, it's good stuff, man. I mean, it's been I was on here last year. I don't know if I made it the year before for the Podathon. I feel like I'm at a different spot every single year. That's not going to be the case next year. I love Fantasy Pros. Love you. Hanging around. But it's wild that we've all kind of changed our places and things we've done and stuff like that. But we're all been here for a long time. Sal, I remember the falafel days and fantasy data and all kinds of stuff, dude. It's wild.
Yeah, it's been quite a journey. Started with falafel. We became a Fantasy Football Funhouse. We had this idea here for the Podathon that grew, and since then I've done work with TrophySmack. I've done work with RotoViz. I've done a few other things. I wrote for Fanball when Scott first started that over there. I wrote for Fanball.
Weren't you on Sirius for a while with that, or
I appeared with Scott about
okay. I was I remember the Sirius spots and stuff like that too.
A handful of times one season, I appeared with Scott on Saturday mornings. Yeah. So a lot of good fun. I mean, you can do so much in this community, in this industry, and just keep reinventing yourself, or just be the same boring old guy like me. Just find new places to put it out there.
Same. I mean, basically, mine is same loudmouth, just different T-shirt I'm wearing. So not much changed around here.
By the way, check out these T-shirts. That's the SFBPodathon T-shirts. You got the RotoWear on.
Yes, sir.
ffpodshirts.storenv.com, and you could get many different shirts, including the ones with the cities where the live drafts are going on. So,
I actually
half of my wardrobe is SFB shirts. Well, maybe not half. It's maybe like 40%.
I actually was gonna wear mine on, and then I realized that I looked at my suitcase because I'm leaving in, let's see, just over 12 hours to head over to the SFB LA draft for next week. Yeah, I'm going out to LA. I'm on the East Coast
Chase,
right now.
are you flying or are you going by boat?
I am actually walking the whole way. Me and my dog, we decided we wanted to sightsee and, chilling and
I just
walk.
didn't know if you were using the TrophySmack yacht for that. Like
The TrophySmack yacht? I actually got a golf cart. And, I'm getting a golf cart next week. Well, now it has to last 2 weeks from now. And Matt said he'd wrap the golf cart if we're going to drive to events and stuff, which is exactly the point of it. So we might have a TrophySmack golf cart coming out. I'm so stoked for it. But
I love the TrophySmack team. Dudes are hilarious. I got to meet everybody from there at FSGA, and it's like energy in a bottle, dude. Love those guys.
Yeah, it's a blast. It's a blast. But
First $100 is in, Chase. The first $100 is in. Keep them coming.
What?
Keep 'em coming.
Yes.
Oh God, no! I didn't think you guys would actually donate money.
900 more to go.
Oh no!
Sal, what's the total at right now, man?
I'll jump in there and check that out. Hold on 1 second. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
What did we make? Where were you at last year? 40K? Over 40K?
We hit 42,000 2 years ago, and we hit right at 40,000 last year.
George,
beautiful.
I'm not trying to cause myself all sorts of pain on a regular. No, we're not going to do like $50 per strip. This is a terrible idea. This is a terrible idea.
I love this. Yes, George. This is good. This is a good idea. I love this.
Maybe I could do it at a live draft, and they could do $50 per strip that they could control personally.
God, that's almost worth the plane ticket of me flying out to LA just to see it, just to rip that off in the middle of the draft.
$50 a pull.
With picks.
$50 the pull.
Every one of your picks, you can get another strip ripped off.
Terrible.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Because what is it? 20 rounds. That math works out though. The first 20 rounds, $50 a pop. That gets you the 1K.
Oh,
that seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, it sounds. I mean, come on, Matt. You like that too, right?
I absolutely love that.
Yes.
42,200 total between us and the Eliminators so far this year. We definitely will be pushing this out a little bit longer. In the past, we put the link up about a month before the Podathon. We didn't do that this year. We put it out a little bit closer, but we're going to let it run past. And I'm going to do some heavy lifting and pushing once this is over to keep getting more donations come in. We'll get over 50 grand for sure. The first year I had Chase on, he basically, I think, what did you do to get follows? Did you give away money or?
Yeah, so I didn't realize what Twitter was, right? So, all right, there's a whole story of this. So Sal brings me over from Facebook, right? And I'm part of a Facebook group. We have 28,000 people in there. It's super interactive and stuff. I come over to Twitter and I'm like, what is this thing? I don't even get it, right? Well, Sal finds me on there, actually. Sal finds me on there due to A1 who runs the group. He's like, hey, you need to get Sal on there. Or he tells Sal you need to get Chase on your Podathon. Sal ended up getting me on, and he's like, but you got to get on Twitter too. And that's after I sent him a live episode or a recorded episode of me cursing and saying terrible things that I should never say on a podcast, for an hour. He's like, you got to clean it up, but you should make it on Twitter if you can clean yourself up. It wasn't like I was saying anything derogatory, but just the amount of cuss words I said in the episode was outstanding. So he ends up finding me. He tells me I need to come on Twitter. I'm like, what is Twitter? Yada, yada. And he hooks me up with Tyler, and I had 100 followers. And I'm like, you know what? I'll donate what I say, $10 per follower. I get up to 500 or something like that. I didn't realize how tight the fantasy football community was, or how close it was at the time. We hit $500 in 5 minutes. It was stupid. So yeah, I paid $500 to get 50 followers. It was fun.
So I read it wrong. We're close to 45,000 right now.
Wait,
love it.
Oh, good.
That's awesome, man.
Yep.
I was gonna hope you weren't gonna say,
gotta
we're
get
close
over
to
the
45
50K
because somebody donated over $1,000 to get my chest waxed.
If you would have said that 1 hour ago, we got that $1,000 donation in the last hour.
I know. That would have been
I mean, everybody how many people we got in the chat right now? Everybody just $5, $10,
73
$3,
people are watching
whatever,
right now.
man.
73 people are currently watching right now. 74. I mean,
nothing. What I'll tell you is that's the one feed that we're going to. We're on about 8 different feeds, so that's not showing you what's watching in some of the other ones as well. So
let's pump this up, man. We got to get it over 50K. I need to see Chase trying to draft and getting waxed at the same time.
Wait,
I need this in my life.
That could be a future idea. That's not the idea for this time. Oh my god!
Look, I mean, I'm just trying to sit here and be the voice of the people here, Chase. Okay.
I do all sorts of dumb stuff for charity. Just, I mean, Dynasty Hot Sauce Pod brought it up right here. Like, I'm not even going to mention the Covenant Hot Sauce draft. That's too long of a story, but that was absolutely brutal. It was a lot. We did it for charity once again. I ended up with the bomb sauce 3 different times. It was crazy.
Ooh,
Oh my god.
that sounds terrible. That sounds miserable.
It was bad. I don't even want to talk. Like, all right, so how Sal relates to his red vines is, not even close to what I had to deal with the next 3 days
Oh god.
after eating the hot sauce.
Oh, it sounds.
I'm not gonna wax my whole body for 10K. I don't want to. No.
See, Gator is on the right track here. That's a good track.
How much per eyebrow?
There we go.
No, I'm not waxing my eyebrows. No, what? Oh no.
We've opened Pandora's box here. I mean, come on, Chase. Everybody's got a price, right? Come on, $600, $500 for an eyebrow.
Oh my god! Did somebody post it on Twitter? Because if it goes on Twitter, it's gonna end up.
Oh, it's on Twitter.
Oh, it's on Twitter. It's absolutely.
Oh, it's on
Twitter. It's absolutely on Twitter.
I sent that right to the Podathon account immediately.
Oh my gosh!
What was
Chase?
it?
Yeah. Well, wait, hold up. How did you build this up? I'm gonna do something stupid. What was the exact quote? I'm gonna have to do something stupid on here.
No, I said I feel like I'm gonna end up doing something stupid because
There we
the
go.
idea
There we
hit
go.
me after I took the shot, and then the idea hit me, and I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna do something really stupid here in a second. I already knew it was coming. Like that was, it hit me, and I'm like weighing it, and I'm like, nope, I'm just gonna do it because I'm impulsive.
What would be the price to do an eyebrow?
I wouldn't do an eyebrow.
Oh man, come on.
This is too
Like-
good looking.
600, 1,000.
Oh no! It would have to be more than my chest. It would have to be way more than my chest, dude. Dude, I will say it was so nice and smooth the next day. Like, it actually took like 2 or 3 days, but when it grew out, it sucked.
It's.
'Cause,
I bet
wearing a
it's
shirt-
like. I
when
bet
you wear a
it's like
shirt,
crazy.
oh, that was worse than getting it waxed, I think. But no. So real quick, I don't understand why more people don't go to best ball advice for the Scott Fishbowl 12. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Like you're putting out excellent content down there. I'm doing best ball content nonstop, and I'm sitting there looking at it like, wait, like why aren't people gravitating towards this more like a best ball tournament where this is what we do? We play in big, pools. Sure, like you don't have to start everybody each week and decide who starts, but you still have to make the roster decisions.
I love SFB. I've lived Fitch. I'm going to be able to talk. I love Scott Fishbowl, man, because I feel like it's like a combination of a lot of different things. Like as many rounds as we have, you get like kind of like the dynasty feel to it because you got to know the deep players, and then at the same time, it feels like you're playing, like a large field GPP. Like, and it's not to say like you got to go crazy and stuff like that, but it's like you really want to take this thing down. Like you got to get a little bit weird sometimes, unless like the board just falls to you.
Dude, this chat is getting me weak right now. No, but you're right. I mean, it's kind of crazy, like just how easy it is to relate to these two, and like I feel like certain people would gravitate more towards these best ball type advice, which you've been doing a great job putting out lately. It's been fun to watch.
Oh man, best ball is it's so much fun. I love the fact that it's grown, and it's kind of one of those things that like we haven't at least gotten all the skeleton keys to it yet. Like there's a lot of great info and stuff, but I think the format's still relatively new compared to everything else. So it's just a lot of fun, man. It's nothing. And I got in the chat yesterday and I was like, what's the over under on percentage of teams you drafted on the toilet? Like where are we setting that mark at? 65, 70%? Like, come on. I know I'm above 75%.
Yeah, I'm probably right there with you. Or maybe 80. I spend a lot of time in the bathroom, but I live alone. So
Chase goes back to that hot sauce draft. He's going to be like, dude, I maxed the tournament in a week. It's crazy. Like, I got 150 in a day. I have no clue how it happened, but it happened.
Dude, now the amount of focus that you have to put on it after eating the bomb 3 times in one night.
Oh.
So let me ask you this question. I've asked it of some other guests over the last 2 days. We'll start with you, Derek. If you could only play, if they said to you today, this is the only form of fantasy football you could play for the rest of your life going forward, what would you choose?
Is DFS in that, or is that not? Is it?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
No, it's DFS. It's easily DFS. for me. Probably DFS or best ball, honestly, and then not just trying to get wild, but I love it. Like when you get busy with the family and the content and all those different things, like dynasty leagues that I join nowadays, I'm like, okay, I'll join. Can we switch it to best ball? Like you get to like 10 or 15, 20 leagues or whatever, and it's like you're trying to do things on Saturday and Sunday, not only with the family but the job stuff, and you're like, crap, I forgot a league. I forgot to set a lineup. Darn it. Like, so yeah, for me it would be DFS number 1, best ball B2.
Chase, same question.
So I would pick DFS, but the camaraderie that I have with my friends and stuff with Dynasty, I think is like really important. Like for me as a whole, like getting together, doing the drafts every year, throwing these draft parties and stuff. And that's also like redraft too, I guess, but more so with Dynasty because you're locked in with your same friends group for multiple years, and you get to torture them for multiple years over and over and over again. I think Dynasty has to be my number 1 pick, but DFS is right there, which is kind of funny because it's completely opposite ends of the spectrum. Best ball for me is something that I'm really like locking into, but I cannot get away from like just the interaction that you have and the weekly decisions you get to make from DFS. So I almost feel like best ball is halfway between DFS and Dynasty to an extent because you locked in with your rosters, like you're trying to create these projections. But yeah, it would be Dynasty number 1 and then DFS number 2.
I know Matt's answer, but I'll ask him anyway.
Yeah, come on. I think I'd get fired if I said anything other than Dynasty, right?
100% Dynasty.
Yeah, no, it's Dynasty easy. Like Chase mentioned, the friends you make, the relationships you make, all that kind of stuff. But like you start off with redraft, and you just get like you find yourself doing it. Obviously now it's more of a year-round thing, but like late 90s, early 2000s, like we didn't start getting ramped up for until July, August, and now it's just a year-round thing. So that kind of makes that next step. And the best ball thing I love, but it's funny that it's become so big now. Back on the Football Guys message boards in like the early 2000s, I think they're still running too. We used to run things called Survivor Leagues, whereas a best ball league, 16-team leagues, and we draft on the message board. And then at the end of each week, the lowest score gets kicked off, the top score gets immunity. So best ball has been around for so long, but to see it take off now is just insane. And the advent of these live drafts where you can do a whole draft in half an hour or less is just incredible to see where that space has gone. So I enjoy best ball quite a bit too.
We just had a $500 donation.
What?
Oh,
no, was that?
No, that came in. It's right on my phone.
What does that put us up to? Is he at 1K yet?
872 or something.
Well, George said he would shave. He would give 500 now if Chase shaved an eyebrow. George said he would get.
No, I'm not going to shave an eyebrow. Would be more than my chest wax. Okay, but no, 372 prior to the donation. I'm guessing.
So we're at 872.
900 right now.
Hey,
we're 900.
Hey, Sal, where are we at? Can you give me an exact amount?
Exact amount from when Chase opened his mouth?
Yes.
God, I knew I was going to do something stupid.
I'll have to go track it, but I brought in John Bosch because
872.
872. All right, I'm in for 128. Make it happen.
Oh, damn it, Mike. That was going to be my move. Love it.
You can still do it.
Hey,
donate.
Mike, I'll match you.
128 each.
Yes.
I love it. I think we should get an extra eyebrow for that.
No, we're not getting an extra eyebrow. I don't even want to. Why did I say that?
Hold on. Can we just do can we get you to do like a handlebar mustache or something?
No, I do all sorts of that stuff anyways.
All right, cool. So
to do a handlebar.
Chest wax and mutton chops for 128.
Yes.
Call her, Chase. Yes. Get her over here. Get her over here, Chase.
Oh my God. Well,
time to do this live.
No, I can't do it right now. And also, I leave for LA at 5 a.m. tomorrow, so we'll have to be. Okay. I'll try and do it like right at the beginning of the season.
All I heard was you have plenty of time to accomplish.
Yeah, me too.
This. Yeah, we'll make sure it happens. We'll make sure it happens. I'll make sure I get everybody that wants to be involved. We can turn it into an event. You guys can sit in the chat with us, and actually discuss me getting my chest wax as it's happening, so it's not completely lame.
I still think he needs a strip ripped off every time he makes a pick at the live draft. But
Shane Manila was actually at.
I'm bouncing and gonna go make my donation. Thanks, guys.
Shane had to walk.
What happened to John? Wait, I got to bring John in. Hold on.
Shane had to leave the room because he's like, dude, I'm gonna get sick. This is horrible. This is the worst thing I've ever seen.
So listen, we're coming to the end of D-Bros run. I want to bring John in before the next guest because we're going to give away some more SFB 12 spots. So, John, tell us what's going on.
Okay, all right. So I do have, we ran a little promotion a little while ago where basically if you made a donation, you were going to get entered into a 100-yard rush. There were 33 people that put in for a rush. So we will run 3 races, 11 people in each, and we're going to give away 3 spots. I'm going to have to switch over to share screen here. Let's see here. All right. By the way, I was tracking that, those donations to get Chase to wax his chest. That went real fast. Big shout out to Griffin Van Meter, who pumped that up real high. I don't know if you know Griffin, but I hope he's a good friend.
Oh God! Was that just a random donation, or was that made for the chest waxing?
There was no specification made, so
we'll just assume it's to see Chase's pain. It's okay.
Oh my God! I'm looking at all these tweets and all these retweets. Jeez, man, this is crazy.
Yeah,
there we go. Fitz is in for it too.
If there's one thing Dynasty Twitter will come through, they will definitely come through to make you do stupid things. We learned that a long time ago. All right,
Travis
so
the first one of those.
Every time I never learn.
Yeah, Travis that took about 30 minutes, and then he had to wobble on air.
All right, so I'm not going to hold up my phone like Sal, but it's done. We are official.
I'm making mine as soon as I get off here too.
Cannot wait. But yeah, right, we're good. Chase, you better be good for this one.
Oh God, Bob used the Reface app to throw me on Steve Carell. Jesus, this is horrifying. This is horrifying, Bob.
I love how fast this is. This could be a meme by the end of the day.
I'm going through all my notifications. Oh my God, this is terrible.
Oh, so good, so good.
Oh,
all right,
my
I'm gonna run these real fast here, and then I'll hop back out of here. All right, so first race: Corey Pinkley, Hurricane Manu, Dan ID, LAX Ref, DT Redmond, Jake Brandt, Corey Hurt, A Cup 313, Jack Lynch, FFC Wesley, 801 Dynasty Dan, Slade Roy.
Let's just
come
from behind.
Wow, the underdog.
All right, congratulations, Jake Brandt. You've got the first slot.
Lynch was out there playing tortoise and a hare, and he got his ass beat.
Yeah, he was
right at the goal line.
He stopped at the 1 to try and run the clock down. Didn't work out. JKD_FF, Rambler 14, Jason Brixey, Fourneck, Rough Buff, Best Ball. This is going to be over before I can read all the names. All right. Congratulations, Josh M. Roche. You are in, Josh M. Roche. All right, one more to give away.
God, man.
We've got Rip 198, Fantasy Fridge, Nilson Pinzon, M. By Folco, Ban Tim, Fidwa. And again, this is going to be over.
Come on, Bosch.
Wow.
Almost got the Bosch.
It wasn't even.
That's the biggest
I didn't
one I've
care
ever
about
seen.
the race. All I wanted to see is Bosch, if he could get through all the names for the race was over.
Good Lord. There's a good thing that I was doing like 6 or 8 at a time yesterday because, wow, 11, definitely not. That was the fastest race I've ever seen. I have never seen. Good job, Nilson Pelzone.
Yeah.
You really wanted it. I have never seen anybody go that fast. So I will stop sharing now and leave you guys to it. I appreciate you letting me hop on and give away a few more spots. Those that just won your spots, they will be coming shortly. I'll queue you up.
See you later, John. Hope you're feeling better.
Thanks to everybody
Feel
out
better,
there that's contributing. It's awesome to see this number go up. Thank you.
All right, D-Bro, we got to let you run, bud. We got 2 gentlemen waiting in the wings to get themselves on here. And
Thanks,
Chase,
guys.
you too.
Yeah,
Chase,
I'm out.
Thanks,
I'm not
dude.
hosting anymore. Thanks for having me on. Thanks for letting me host. It was fun. Had a blast with you guys. Thank you all for making me make dumb decisions. Y'all are the real MVPs. And, of course, one more time, I just followed him. What was the guy's name that made that massive donation?
I got to look it up, and I'll tell you.
It was at Griffy Cakes with a Z.
Oh, nice.
GRIFFY Cake Z. So good shout out to you, man. I appreciate everybody that joined me today as well. Make sure you guys go donate, of course. Dude, let's see if we can break 2,000 for before What?
Heath Cummings just
5 o'clock?
in for $100.
No.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah,
Let's get
that's
this
awesome.
bad boy above 50K. Let's keep it climbing, man, because the thing is, I want to see us even higher the next year. So I know we got to hop out of here. Sal, I love you. I love everybody here. Appreciate everything that's being done. Again, donate. $5, $3, $2. Does not matter. Just give money to a good cause, man.
Retweet
Just
and
do
tell
it.
your friends too. Let's do it. See you, boys.
Later, guys. Tell Josh.
Sorry, Chase, you're still talking, but sooner or later I got to let you go. Matt, did they send you the live reads or no?
They did not. I can do some though. If you,
I got it. I'll get them to you, but I'll do this one. All right, Podathoners, this segment is brought to you by the Pylon Dons, a fantasy podcast and website built for you. Whether you want to win your office league or tear up your dynasty trade deadline, host Ben and AJ are here to help. The Pylon Dons elevate above the rest with energy and effort. Cliche? Sure, but not as cliche as handcuffing your RB1. When you tune into the Pylon Dons, you'll get breakdowns and nuanced analysis on everything from drafting in round one of your office league to discussing future NFL stars. If that's what you're looking for, make sure to follow at Ben the Pylon Don and at AJ the Pylon Don and listen to the Pylon Dons today. This cast is also brought to you by the Lateral Show podcast, and if Herms might still be in the chat. A sideways look at fantasy football. If you're looking for ADP breakdowns, late round target talk, and combing the depth of the waiver wire, the Lateral Show is a podcast for you with host Herms and Mick Lateral. Look where others don't and bring you the information you need to give you an edge in the league. The Lateral Show brings you humorous, entertaining, and actionable content year-round with expertise from draft season to the championship and throughout the offseason. The Lateral Show isn't here to tell you what to think, but to help you challenge how you think to become the top dog in your league. Follow the show on Twitter at The Lateral FF, and be sure to subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts. Oof. My voice is fading. I'm bringing in Josh, and I'm bringing in Jordan. What is up, gentlemen? What's going on?
How's it going? It's good to be here. Sal, Matt, we've never done the face-to-face before. This is good stuff.
Yes, I've seen you around Twitter for a while now, Josh, working, doing your thing, rising, and it's good to be here with you. Jordan, I've spoken of before.
Yeah, no, we've been sharing back and forth in the chat. The chat has been a little fun game here. Last Podathon was the first one that I knew of because I just joined the space about 2 years ago at the Midas.
Nice.
But so this is definitely a great event. Like going to University of Central Florida, we have a Nighthon, which is for the Children's Miracle Network, where when I was there, we raised, I think, $1.2 million for the Children's Miracle Network, which is a pretty cool special event.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Anything that we do in this community that raises money for good things is fantastic. This is not how I normally sound. It's been a long 2 days, but if I got to do something as simple as lose my voice to be a part of raising upwards of $50,000, then it's a small price to pay. Well, let's go with what are you guys up to? I mean, introduce yourselves. Talk about where you're at, who you're working for, and what goes on. So,
Jordan, go first.
Oh, Jordan.
So I just recently joined the 33rd team as the head of DFS under Mr. Josh Larkey. To my left, right, not sure which way the direction works. Pretty much just getting the DFS started on that site. Previously, I was with 4for4 and also or Stokastic. Main focus for me is DFS, but obviously I can handle other communities as well. Just focus that primarily.
So I'm the director of fantasy and gambling at the 33rd team. It's the new wing of this football think tank that's been opening up because, I mean, we're talking in the name of charity here. And what is more charitable than helping college students intern and then work full time in NFL departments for NFL teams? The only thing more noble than that cause was opening up the fantasy gambling betting wing. And that is why I'm here, is that we're starting that side of the company as well. So Jordan was my first hire, and I think deservedly so. The guy's really sharp. He has a proven track record in DFS. And not only that, but he's able to break down and explain his complicated process unique process in very simple terms. And that's kind of what we want to do just in general, is breaking down complicated concepts for others to be able to understand. And whether you're brand new to fantasy or whether you've been playing fantasy football for a long time, I think that there needs to be more companies that do a really good job at reaching out to both those sectors and helping them out. So that's essentially what we're going to do. We're going to bring football and the fantasy and bring them together, make them harmonious. The long-term vision is that we have a former NFL player, NFL coach on one side, breaking down the film, and he goes, "Oh, check out this coverage scheme. Notice how the slot wide receiver is frequently getting open." And then it passes off to someone like Jordan, who goes, "Yeah, based on the data, we see this and this and this. You see it on film, we see it in the numbers. That's why we're going to play Hunter Renfrow in our DraftKings lineup, and why you want to take the 52.5-yard receiving prop over." And I think that type of combination between football and where we're putting our money on football, I think this space is ripe for some new these funny comments. I think this space is ripe for someone to help shake it up a little bit and to add more of that football and fantasy harmony. So that's what we're here to do.
And I love anything that combines some film and some analytics. So that's just another great thing to listen to get that together. We used to have the old school fight between film and analytics, but I think we're all coming together more and more the longer we're in this thing together.
Yeah, you need to be able to combine the film with it. Like, you can't just use just film, in my opinion. You have to be able to, the stats have to back up what you're seeing, and what you're seeing has to back up the stats. Like, I mean, I guess you're a Green Bay Packers fan based off the hat, which last year you saw Aaron Rodgers at the end of the year, like, rise in his touchdowns and stuff. That's because he started seeing cover one coverage. 2020, Aaron Rodgers had a 10% TD rate versus cover one on like 120 attempts. And this past year, up until like week 12, never really got that coverage. And then once the Ravens, Vikings, and I forgot the other third team that he threw like 3 touchdowns against just came about, those were the teams that he finally started getting that sort of coverage, because some defensive coordinators decide to stick to what their game plan is instead of, oh, this is Aaron Rodgers, we're going to play it this way this week.
So 33rd team obviously represents the next team after the 32 NFL teams, right? I mean, I don't think I'm a genius in figuring that one out. 33 happens to be my favorite number. I've won since I'm a little child. I've won it for every sport I've ever played in my life. So naturally, I'm gravitated toward the 33rd team. Josh, is it your baby? Did you create this, or is it a group of people and you're a part of it? Who's the person who came up with the idea?
So the original 2 founders of the 33rd team would be Mike Tannenbaum, the former GM of the Jets, and then Joe Banner, who was the former CEO of the Browns and then former president of the Eagles. So the two of them were I think they're very uniquely qualified to help out on the college interns front, helping them, leading them with research projects, placing them on NFL teams. I mean, if Mike or Joe makes the call and says, "Hey, we've been doing work with this intern," and they're absolutely crushing it, they say that to one of these NFL teams, it holds quite a bit of weight because of their experience. And this new fantasy gambling betting side, I will be leading it for the most part. So while I'll be reporting to them, I think it's a unique opportunity where they've given me quite a bit of autonomy, saying, "Hey, you know the space. We trust your vision, and we want you to kind of bring this vision to life." So it's sort of a unique opportunity. So that way, if the 33rd team is successful, we can pin that on myself. If it's not successful, then I'm just going to say that, hey, they made the wrong hire. So I think both ways it's going to work out okay for Jordan and I. We just want to keep our jobs.
I'm going to say this and not try to upset Mike Tannenbaum, because he was a GM here for the Jets. He's made the wrong hires before. No, listen, Mike's he's a very respectable guy. He's got a good reputation in the NFL. He was known as Mr. T here in New York by the radio station WFAN. He's got an excellent reputation of a good person. He would come on and interview all the time in that station. But how did you get in contact with them? I mean, how do you come across 2 guys like that? Those are instantly names. If you follow the NFL, you know who those 2 people are.
So I think this goes to a broader thing in general that a lot of people can kind of take as actionable advice is how you carry yourself online and the type of actionable content that you're putting out on social media. So Joe and Mike had been following me on Twitter for quite a while. And that was kind of the impetus, was that they'd seen my work for a while. So they reached out via Twitter DM. So I think for everyone out there who wants to continue to grow in the industry, it's really important that when you're, obviously we all like engagement. I don't know who doesn't want to get likes, retweets, comments on any of their work, but that ultimately when you're putting out valuable info that makes people smarter and more aware fans of either the NFL or any type of fantasy betting type platform, that when you're able to put that content out and help break it down and make it consumable for everyone, that there's no way around, like there's no shortcuts essentially. That yes, like you can put out content that's getting tons of likes and you're like, hey, like player X or player Y, and just let everyone in the comments flood them. That post is going to do really, really well, but that won't necessarily show how you yourself as an analyst are approaching the situation, how you're going to help people later on determine player X or player Y. So it seems like they just been following for a year plus and decided to reach out, and that kind of began the interview process. So for everyone out there, take Twitter seriously.
Yeah, and what I'll say about you, Josh, is I've seen your tweets, and because you are, I mean, I think some people would say, hey, Josh is confrontational. Josh actually is. It's not that he's confrontational. Josh will reply, and then he will give you a thread of facts as to why he's making his point. And listen to me, I'm not analytical like that. I'm not. So I don't ever get into battles like that. I'm like, hey, that seems good. Yeah, right. I'm very caveman-like. But no, what I'll say to you about you, Josh, is I've seen you in back and forth on Twitter, but I've also seen you back up everything that you have to say. The point that you make is well thought out, and then you respond. And I think pretty much you usually leave people with no ability to come back because you've kind of covered your entire back end. So I think that type of thing, making your point and then proving your point with statistical analytics and backup is probably why they were like, wow, look at this. You know, I'm going to call you a young guy because you're definitely younger than me by a lot probably. But that's excellent, man. That's different. You know, you don't see that a lot. Maybe it's the next wave of things that are going on in the space.
Yeah, what I say is the obvious downside to hiring a 28-year-old like myself to lead a department is that I'm 28. I don't have the experience. I think that's a big reason why you don't see this type of position going to someone that's less experienced very often. I do think the advantage though that someone like myself brings, and I think what Mike and Joe are really shooting for, is that I know intimately well what it's like to be the employee. I know what it's like to be the foot soldier. I know what it's like to create the content. I've been on the front lines. I understand the long hours, the grind, what that's like. And I think that it'll ultimately, if nothing else, I'll be a very empathetic manager in this space. So we'll see how it goes. I know that Jordan and we're just butting heads constantly. So he might get fired any day now. But
I think butting heads creates better content, right? I mean,
I agreed.
If everybody agrees, then it's vanilla, it's boring. So, I mean, the donations are rolling in since Chase opened his mouth, which is fantastic. We're just climbing up the board continuously. So, Jordan, you mentioned you're about 2 years in the space, but when did you start playing fantasy football? What's your fantasy football history and origin story?
So my first fantasy football league was in 2009 or 2010. It was the year Peyton Manning got his neck surgery. That was like the first real live draft that I did with my brother's friends who were all 18, 20 years old, whatever. They were all in college. My first ever fantasy pick was picking Calvin Johnson Jr. at the 6th pick because I like Megatron. Didn't realize I was doing the zero RB approach and everybody was making fun of me for picking him the year that he, casually went for like 1,800 yards is, I think, that year. But the reason why I know it was Peyton Manning's neck surgery was the buddy that I split the team with was like, we have to draft Peyton Manning. And I just kept telling him he had neck surgery. He may not play football that year. Lo and behold, we picked Peyton Manning in, I think, the 4th round because I just couldn't keep getting him off of that. But that was the first league that I was truly, for money, for, different things, back 2010. I know you've played in leagues probably before I was born, but it's that was my first interpretation.
Subtle
Calvin
burn.
Johnson Jr. being my first pick is a good one.
Well, what year were you born?
98.
Oh my God! Yes. Yep. Started playing before you were born. That is crazy.
Let me tell you something. My very first draft, actual draft, was 1994, and my second pick in that draft was Herman Moore, also a wide receiver for the Detroit Lions, who was the Megatron before Megatron. Go back and check out Herman Moore.
He was great.
Underrated wide receiver in NFL history, but a very, very good one as well. My first 3 picks were Dan Marino, Herman Moore, and Dermot Thomas back in 1994. So.
And it wasn't even super flex, and he picked a quarterback first.
Yeah, it was different back then. Everybody loves quarterbacks. They always went in the first round of that draft. And similar to you, I was 18, 20 years old when I first started playing, and I was playing with older cousins who were about 10, 12 years older than me. Pen and paper league, that league stayed pen and paper until 2 years ago when it ended because of COVID, because that was a live draft in person. And they're all up into their 60s now, and everybody's being very careful, and we're on traveling to go for the live draft. So it may come back in time, but we're going into year 3 with that one not ending. But it was 25 plus years. It is what ushered me into fantasy football, and it never changed from pen and paper. It stayed that way all the way through. Never went online. You had to call in, add drops. You had to call in if you want to change somebody in your lineup. Pick up the phone. And my pain in the ass cousin back in the day would not get call waiting. So you would call and be busy. Be like, Jesus Christ, I need it. So, or you have to leave on the answer machine.
Rewind the tape on the answering machine.
That's it. Add drop, and it would base it on the timestamp of the answer machine if you got the player or somebody else did. Think about this caveman shit I'm talking about. Josh, same question to you. What's your fantasy football origin story?
Wow, the fantasy football origin story. I've only been playing for like 6 years. I really had no interest in fantasy football growing up. I liked watching real football. I wanted to watch real sports. I was afraid that fantasy would ruin my enjoyment of fantasy or of actual football, which I couldn't have been more wrong on. So I'm glad that ultimately I caved and started playing. But it was in grad school, and I decided that at the start of grad school, I was going to start playing some fantasy football. So when I met Matt Kelly, who I worked for 4 years at Player Profiler, I met him as someone that had played 1 year of fantasy football, and I was late to an analytics panel at a conference, and the only seat left was the one next to him in the back of the room, and he was looking for someone that knew how to code. So that was kind of how I got my start, was that I really was not tackling things from any type of fantasy football expert perspective. I'm someone that's very entrenched in the baseball analytics community. I worked for 2 MLB teams in the past and had always preferred the sports side of it. So I think it's given me a unique perspective. And I think it's ultimately the hindrance, of course, is experience. I will never, ever try and act like I have the experience that many other people have. But I think it's helped me stay away a lot more from groupthink, where the way that I've developed how I evaluate players, how I evaluate the game is a combination of what I've learned from fantasy football, how strong the baseball analytics community is in terms of understanding the sport of baseball, and all that we can learn about aging curves, how to evaluate players, how to stay innovative in the baseball analytics space when it's been around for so many decades. So that's the type of experience that I try and bring with me, in addition to my stats and analytics background.
Yeah, to your point, analytics are not new. They're just more in the forefront, and everybody's got access to them, right? It used to be just the teams that had access to these things, and now it's out there in the public, and there's more and more people who can venture into it. So, I mean, listen, you got a great background, Josh. It's no surprise that you like to chop it up with people if you came from the Matt Kelly school of fantasy. And Matt was on SFBPodathon 1 with us, and I don't remember getting a word in the entire time.
That sounds like him.
The full 30 minutes, Matt spoke the whole time, and that's the only time I've ever interacted with him in person. He's followed me since back in the day, and I followed him since back in the day, and I've never had any qualms with the guy, but I know so many people do. But what I'll say about him is, if you're going to make a mark in any any genre, any business, any field, you know, find your niche. And his niche was to be controversial and to come at people. And go back to Howard Stern. Just as if people hate you, but they're talking about you, they're talking about you. And it's going to create attention, and it's going to help you make money. So the man has survived, and you know, I think some people could actually learn from that. So, but we're getting close to wrap up time. I feel like I'm talking over Matt Price. I'm like, hey Matt, ask them about Scott Fishbowl.
Hey Josh, what does your fancy analytics say about the best strategy for the first few rounds in the Scott Fishbowl?
So when I've been studying the drafts this year, I've done a ton of best ball drafts. That way I kind of understand who's the player pool for this year, because I think one thing that sometimes I think people struggle with is just penciling in last year or the last 2 years results into this year. And they say, wow, this strategy was great last year. What, I mean, now that we know it, we should just do it again, obviously. And then it turns out that players go in different spots. As research evolves and as the talks evolve, things change in terms of how we evaluate stuff. So because it's a pretty similar scoring system to last year, the way that I'm generally approaching it, my draft starts tomorrow for San Diego division. Hopefully nobody on this call.
Division. We're in the same division, Josh.
I know. Hopefully nobody on this call is going to use any of this against me. I'm pretty much looking at Matt when I say that. I really like the idea of trying to lock in some quarterbacks early, because it's the scarcest resource and it's potentially the most fruitful resource based on the scoring format, where good quarterback play is heavily rewarded, bad quarterback play is heavily penalized. So I think getting 2 good quarterbacks fairly early is really important. And when I look at the landscape of things, obviously you want to get a good tight end if possible with the crazy tight end premium. The position that I'm fairly okay waiting on, and this might shock some people, it's running back. And you might say, what are you talking about? We're getting half a point for these first downs. This is money for running backs. They're going to have a lot of first downs. And I agree with that. Running backs are going to have a lot of first downs. But if we look at the general player pool, wide receiver is concerningly shallow this year. There's maybe 35 guys that I feel really comfortable starting this year, week 1 onward. I don't expect very many receivers to emerge and add to that 35 to 40 type player pool. We might have a few rookies being added to that, but overall it's really, really small. Whereas when I look at the backup running backs, I see a ton of potential. Each year, more and more running backs are getting injured. Each year, more and more teams are doing some type of committee, platoon, whatever you want to call it. And I think because of that, the strategy really is get your quarterbacks. If a tight end that you really like is falling to you early on, why not do that? And pound those wide receivers, because once that well dries up, you're in huge trouble in a league like this where you have to actually choose who to start each week. Whereas with running back, I'm more than okay having only one running back that I like for week 1 and piecing it together from there.
Josh, you got anything to add? Or excuse me, Jeremy.
Jordan, but
Jordan. Too many J's.
Too many
Jeez,
J's.
oh
No,
God,
I
I'm so
mean,
sorry. The
backing
comment
off of
block-
Josh's point, like I pick at 10 in the Fort Lauderdale division. I know Heath Cummings at 12 is going to have some version of DJ Moore based on what I've seen him tweet. As a Panthers fan, go for it. I'm not going to sit here and stop Heath from getting DJ Moore, draft him in the 4th. But at 10, I just want Kelsey. I think after the first 6, 7 quarterbacks, I'm okay with letting someone choose my 2nd round quarterback that I'm going to get, whether it's Russell Wilson, Dak Prescott, Tom Brady. I've seen a variety of them being available in the 2nd. And then for me, I think the 3rd round quarterback that I'm going to be targeting the most is going to be Tua. And yes, I'm an Alabama fan, so I have some bias in this regard. But for my perspective, the way you stop RPOs is running a cover 1, because you're manned across the board, you're stacking the box, you're able to defend him properly. This year, try doing that with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle on the outside. I don't think anybody in the NFL has the corners to match up with that. And with Mike McDaniel's play calling, what he does from a running game perspective is going to help Tua. And Terran Armstead and Connor Williams are a significant upgrade to what they had last year. I don't think Tua is going to go put up some crazy type of numbers. However, in this format, the completion percentage bonus and just being a part of a better offense will help him. And if we're all drafting Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle as wide receiver 2s, they have to get there somehow. So I think it's on the arm of Tua.
He did have above the 66.6 completion percentage last year. So even with the pretty bad receiving core that was Jalen Waddle, Mike Gesicki, and a bag of bones. No offense to the bag of bones, those players in there. But I think he's actually a surprisingly strong pick in this format.
Yep, I agree.
Gentlemen, it was really great to get to speak to both of you. Listen, lots of luck and success with the 33rd team. It sounds like an unbelievably great venture and a really good opportunity for you guys both. And I'm going to be following along closely because I love to see stories like this. Like, this is a new thing, a new shift in the space where we're getting some GMs and guys that actually worked in the NFL involved in fantasy. That's how big the fantasy football game has become. So, guys, be well. Thank you for coming on. If you donated to Chase getting his chest waxed, thank you for being a part of that. And we'll speak to you again next year, if not sooner.
Yep. Thanks. I would say the only thing I'll add is that we're going to be entirely free for the summer and for the 2022 season. So for those out there that would rather spend their hard-earned money on charity, then we'll actually be a really great site to follow along with because there will be nothing paywalled for the entire season.
That's phenomenal. And I mean, that's a great way to get people to come in, test out the product, and then they can't leave. I mean,
and I'll just add to that, Rich Gannon is a contributor to us. So he's actually produced a few articles that, Sal, you should definitely check out. We've got Rick Spielman, some other GMs and players that are producing some stuff on that side, which when I found out from Josh about the 33rd team, I went and I was like, wait a minute, these guys are writing articles for what?
Jordan, you asked me that question earlier, right? How I felt about Rich Gannon. And Rich is analytical. I've heard him call games.
Yeah.
And he makes excellent observations and points during the games. And he was a great Raider quarterback for that time period. That was one of the best offenses in the league for the time that he played for the Oakland Raiders. So very sad that we should have won Super Bowls both the year that we got screwed in the Snow Bowl and both the year that the Ravens, big fat Saragusa fell on him. And, tell him I said that. Tell him you spoke to Sal, a Raider fan, and he knows that Tony Saragusa purposely dropped all of his weight on him. Go back and watch the video. And Bobby Hoying had to finish the game, and we got our asses kicked. Tell him I know him, I love him, and he should hit me up. All right, guys, be well.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Later, guys. Thanks for coming.
Matt, you're up with reads, my friend.
I got you, man. All right. Are you part of the 90% of FanDuel and DraftKings users that lost money last year? Occupy Fantasy co-founder Brian Jester wasn't one of them. He has nearly $2.5 million in lifetime NFL DFS earnings using the affordable tools and unique strategies he created at Occupy Fantasy, the official DFS website of the SFBPodathon. The goal of Occupy Fantasy is to teach you the right way to play and to help you completely reshape how you think about DFS at any bankroll level. Subscribe to Occupy Fantasy for their informative ebooks, live player models, daily write-ups, and the smartest lineup builder in the industry. Visit occupyfantasy.com today. We also have JWB Fantasy Football, who are your number one destination for everything fantasy football, from weekly digestible videos and articles to rankings and projections covering redraft, dynasty, best ball, and DFS. JWB Fantasy Football can be found on YouTube, all your listening platforms, and at jwbfantasyfootball.com. Visit now to watch the JWB Dynasty Digest, see our redraft rankings, download the JWB SFB12 scoring projections, and much, much more. Let JWB Fantasy Football give you the analysis you need to crush your competition.
Very nice. Very nice. We're waiting for
You got fish.
the live looking at the Minnesota draft.
Oh, sweet.
So I see that we have that and the Seattle draft lined up back to back. So let's see if Scott Fish doesn't screw this up. The guy's been slacking all weekend. He was on a family vacation. He's not doing anything at all. He's clearly not busy. And let's see if he shows up.
That dude hasn't had a day off in like 7 years, he says, something like that. I think he went to Hawaii this offseason and had a little bit of break, but I'm sure he still was tied to his phone answering some questions or something.
He takes his work with him everywhere. So when he says he hasn't had a day off, it's because he may go away with the family, but everything's with him the whole time. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. I didn't mean to come in. I was just testing my stuff.
Oh.
But we have the man himself in a minute. I just sent him the link. So we're going to do 2 live look-ins. First, we're going to do Scott's in Minneapolis, and then Dr. Kevin is going to take us down the red carpet at 5:30.
Nice.
Yo, Matt, you're getting a lot of compliments about your reads, and what I like to say about that is he just got here. Okay, I've been doing this.
I'm fresh.
Yesterday morning.
I got a solid 8 hours last night. I'm feeling pretty good.
In fairness, though, Sal, you weren't that good yesterday.
I got 4 hours on that lumpy ass couch. Over there. I don't know if you can even see the couch. It wasn't comfortable.
Matt, what are you doing for 36 hours next year?
I guess I'm doing reads for SFBPodathon.
Oh man.
Ooh, talk amongst yourselves. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out, when we're getting chased on. I need to see some pain. I mean, we've been smiling and laughing a lot, but I need pain. We have not hurt anybody in 36 hours, and I feel like that's a big miss on our part.
An extra 500, we probably could have done it right then live. I feel like we're slacking a little bit.
I'm pretty sure.
I feel like she should have had him on retainer. We should get his waxer on retainer. That way we can call him over as soon as we have it.
We tried to negotiate eyebrow.
That 500 came in.
We totally did. I mean, because mine we hit the 1,000. Debro matched. Heath Cummings came over the top. Like the tweet went nuts. So we sprinted past that.
All right, guys. Well, we've been asking people this question all weekend. I'll even know how long we've been here. It's been a month. So what about ourselves, Mike? You're drafting in a live draft the next Saturday.
Yeah, so I haven't had a lot going on over the past month, so I decided to co-host the Boston Live Draft on Saturday with Mr. Bob Gilchrist. So I'll be drafting Saturday at 1 p.m. at the Lansdowne Pub right behind Fenway Park to make another run at the championship and smoke all of my local Bostonians, which shouldn't be tough. We talked about what the Sharks division man. I'm like, please, I don't remember any of these names from the final last year, but that's just me. So I'm ready to dominate some Boston people, and honestly, as Sal, and Dave and Matt, you guys know me well enough. I'm going to talk a lot of shit on the way too. So there'll be videos, there'll be, reface apps. There'll be, I just got in trouble for swearing in front of my kids. But yeah, there'll be plenty of stuff coming out from Boston to ridicule and, ridicule them, provide some enjoyment for others. We're going to absolutely crush it, but it should be a blast. Get to meet a ton of new people and a good primer for the expo.
Sweet. Dave, I know you're disappointed that you're not going to that live draft, but
I actually think I've made the decision. I think I'm going to take my son down. And I think I might come out and maybe just hang out for a little bit. And I'm not drafting, but what the hell am I going to do? I'll just bring him up and maybe we'll just meet some people and we'll do that.
Cool. Notice he, you thinking Miller Lite for him? I mean, children shouldn't be drinking what I drink. So no,
he doesn't want that piss water. He'll probably do straight G&Ts just like his pop.
Perfect. Perfect. We'll get a cover for the cup.
Dave, we are talking about a man that the night before that draft is going to see Salt and Pepper and New Kids on the Block. So that's a real true story, Matt Price. Matt, you are in the San Diego division, as we just found out. You're with Josh Larkey. Where are you drafting? What position and what's your strategy?
I am drafting 12, and I debated going up to LA for that live draft. But if you've ever done the drive between LA and San Diego, it's not a fun one. I know that's a poor excuse, but LA sucks. Sorry. I'm picking 12th, and there's so many interesting ways to go. I mean, I haven't participated in any mocks myself this year. In the past, I've done them, and then obviously the live draft is nothing that has happened in any mocks you've ever done. So I just kind of stayed away from that this year, trying to go in fresh. But quarterback is very interesting there, especially with the comeback at the 301. So it's probably going to be 2 quarterbacks out of the first 3 picks just to get that knocked out. But I've seen some starts that are just so tantalizing. I saw one guy start with Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase at the 112-2-1 and then come back with 301 with Kyle Pitts or something like that. And that's just so much fun. So I think the dream is for Kelsey and a quarterback that I really like to fall to the first turn, and then the best tight end available at that 301 pick is probably going to be the way to go. But every first round is different. I've seen where there's been 3 or 4 quarterbacks drafted in the first. I've seen as many as 10 drafted in the first. So it really kind of just depends on how that first round plays out.
Yeah, no, I'm at the 11.
I'm gonna go
Matt,
check
so-
on Scott. You guys roll. I'll be back.
Yep, I'm at the 11, Matt. So very similar to you. And I saw what was going on in our live draft before, and I saw Dak at the wraparound at the 11 pick. So I like that. If I could get Dak at the return there.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Kittle or Pitts this year?
I mean, it's hard because my brand, if you know anything about me, is Pitts all day, every time. Kittle, I think, though, will provide. The problem with Kittle is he seems to be. Not only does he have more injuries, I think, so that's always the risk with him, but also you have Trey Lance coming in. Is there going to be enough volume to go around for all of those guys? I know it's going to be kind of a funnel offense between Debo and him, and probably Ayuk a little bit in there too. So that's intriguing. And he does have those spike weeks, but he seems to have those down week quite a bit too. So I'm probably going to stick with Pitts just because I feel like it's a safer kind of target volume. But I don't hate going Kittle because those spike weeks. I mean, that could win you in week 17 just by himself.
I could definitely do this. This one's empty, so I'll have to get another one. And that's not a Twizzler. That's a Red Vine.
Twizzlers are garbage, man, right?
Red Vines are better than Twizzlers.
Red Vines are way better than Twizzlers.
And Red Vines are more of a West Coast thing, Matt.
Are you guys talking about red vines while our guest is in the waiting room?
Oh, he decided to show? Oh, I left him. There he goes. Hey, Redbeard, what's up?
Scotty's here.
What's going on, guys?
Scott, how you
Hey,
been?
buddy.
I mean, it only took
Can you hear me all right?
hours to
Yeah.
join us.
Yeah, so we're here at the Minneapolis live event. We got a room in here. As you can see, my son right there on the wall.
There he is.
He's controlling that room. He's doing the stickers, updating Sleeper and everything. And here's the other room. They are on break because we are 5 rounds. There's Tyler. We are
What's up,
5
Tyler?
rounds in. Every 5 rounds, we take a break. I could drop back here.
What's up from Minneapolis?
This is Chris.
What's up, everybody?
What's going on? There's Kent. You know Kent Wyrock.
Yeah. I recognize the faces for sure.
Drop. Here's the board. But yeah, we got 2 rooms going. We got 2 drafts went, and then there was a break. Yeah, someone took Mariota in the 3rd.
Mariota in the 3rd. Now,
Ooh.
him and Kyle Pitts, what a stack this year. Mariota and Kyle
I'm going to
Pitts.
come over here to see if I can try to hear you. It's way too loud.
How about now, Scott? Can you hear us?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Can you hear us is what I said. So I'm
I
guessing
can hear you. It's just really soft because it's too loud here.
Well, let me ask you this question. It's a question we ask. How long have you been playing in the Scott Fish Bowl?
How long have I been playing the Scott Fish Bowl? Jesus, man. I think it's like 12 years. I'm going to go outside on the patio. We got a
Nice.
patio out here, too. They gave us 2 rooms on the patio, but it's a little more quiet outside.
Well, it's only been 11 years because one year was the FF Oasis Open.
My best finish is 2nd overall.
Who did you finish second to?
Is that a Ty
That
Miller?
would be Michael Clay.
Oh.
Damn it.
Back when there was like 7 people in SFB, right? That was
Hey,
that
96. 96. You know, 1/30th of what there is now.
Mike took a long hiatus from playing. Is he back?
He is back this year. He was back last year. He's played, I don't know, about 5 of them. 5 of the SFBs.
Scott, I mean, how much of your time does this take? I remember when I first met you, it was SFB 480, and you were like, I cannot go bigger than this. And you went
Can't
to
get it bigger, man.
Yeah,
Can't do it.
You're at 3,000 now, man. I mean, what does this take to put in a year?
It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. And a plane goes overhead at the same. What is going on? It's like they don't want me to hear you. Yeah, it takes a lot of effort, but every single ounce of it is worth it because we do a lot of good. And even what we raise for Toys for Tots, like just the amount of positivity that's spread out there, the amount of other charities people donate to or start tournaments for, or they decide to bring to their leagues. Just the knowledge this exists, and like the ripples and the waves that this creates out there in the industry. Every second is worth it. Every second I've spent on this thing has been worth it.
Scott, on the ScottFishbowl.com, do you have a list? You have a list of everybody that's won in the past, correct?
I do. I did last year. I'm not sure if I do this year. I should put one up though. But yes, I do. I have that list. It exists somewhere.
Yeah. You're getting requests for that. I know I've seen it on the site in the past and years past. But
yep.
You know,
I'll work on that. Thanks for more work. I'll do that soon.
That's Bonnie, Fantasy Queen Bee. She wants you to do more work. Now that the fishbowl's kicking off, you have nothing to do. So
yeah.
Now, I mean, we all know you're super busy with League Safe now, and you know, Matthew Berry was talking about you yesterday. Talking about, we all remember. When I met you, you were still delivering Pepsi. You know, that was your job. But how does it feel now to be doing this full time and just, you know, how's your back feel?
It feels good, like to do what you love for your full-time job. Like there's very few things better than that, right? Like it's good. I enjoy it. Matthew's a good dude. I'm happy to call him a friend. It's still, I'm not gonna lie, it's still a little crazy, you know, that like we will call each other and have conversations on the phone or text.
Yeah.
Like I jokingly, when he gave me his Matthew Berry Game Changer Award, like I had to write a speech. Like I found out I had to write a speech. I wrote a speech in like 15 minutes, and I got up on stage, and I'm like, if you had told me 5 years ago I'd be on a stage with Matthew Berry and he'd be presenting an award to me, I would have said that tracks. That makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. I see that for myself. That one killed there, but probably not here so much. But it was a fun moment. That it's kind of surreal that I've become friends with an Avenger at this point.
Well, I'll tell you what. I got to be a part of the video that they present, when they present, and that alone for me was a highlight. So
you guys caught me off guard. I did not know that was coming. You should have seen me at the awards show, the conference. Because I knew he was going to go up and give a speech. Like he interviewed me beforehand to like get some data for like, oh my gosh, you ran a No Doubt fan page in 1994 or whatever, or 95. But yeah, that video, like, dude, I was not in a good spot when I got up on stage because of the words you said and so many people said.
That's awesome. And I brought John in because every year I do this, a fantasy football Festivus episode, and I ask for 60-second clips, and John sends me a 10-minute clip every year. And when I saw all the videos entered for that, John's video was like 7 minutes long. We were told 1 minute, and they edited it. I remember watching the video, and like there was like 15 seconds of John watching. It's great.
There's no way I sent 7 minutes. I was pretty strict to about a minute for that one. I don't
believe it, man. You know as well as me that you're a liar.
If I had that computer still, I'd go back. I didn't know you brought me in. Sorry, Sal.
No worries. I saw you in there. I figured you might want to talk to Scott.
So what's going on here? Is this an ambush to get me on? Like, are we doing an impromptu Dynasty game night? Is that how you're going to get me on?
Game. I could pull up my name game for
your Fast and the Furious
name game. That's like 7 years in the making. I bet it's still super relevant. All of the players are probably still in the league, I'm sure.
Yeah, I want to talk about my son for a second. Like, I went in to go, like, we did 2 drafts, and like Ian wanted to like announce all the first round picks and do all the stickers. About halfway through, he's like, I'll do the stickers and input on Sleeper. And I'm like, I get it. Like, you're a little me. You want to just do everything. So I'm getting a beer, and I'm ordering me and Ian food. And I'm like, oh crap, I got to go into this room and start draft 4. I go in there and they're like, it's done. Ian gave a little speech. He started everything. I'm like, are you kidding me? This little 9-year-old started the draft and like gave a speech. Like, he's a little me, man. I see the chat messages about Ian. I'm like, damn, he's a little me. I love it.
I was just checking in on Seattle. We were supposed to have them at 5:15. I haven't seen them yet. So, we'll give Scott Fish a little bit more airtime. I guess he's earned it.
Scott, I've earned nothing.
Scott, the live events are a huge part of SFB 12. How has that been for you putting it all together? Because like you said, at 480, you thought you were maxed out. You add 3,000 people, and then how many live drafts? How has that process all been for you?
It's been hectic. No matter what anyone tells you, trying to plan and organize 11 live drafts at the same time is not easy. Like it sounds easy, but it's not. It's been a lot of work. But it's every ounce of it's worth it. I think just the theme in general has been worth it. I've seen so many tweets of people jumping in divisions because of where they're located. I saw a tweet the other day of someone who ended up in the same division as their former math teacher and reconnected. I've seen people reconnect just like with high school pals that they're like, oh my gosh, because fantasy football is a great denominator, man. It's just an awesome, fun hobby we have. It's amazing we get to do it for good. And this theme, the point of it was to connect people based on location, with live drafts, with division names and stuff. And it seems to have worked really well. I couldn't be more happy with what it's been able to do.
Hey, Scott, I don't know how much you've gotten to tune in this weekend because you've been doing things with family and obviously running the Scott Fishbowl. But I had this great idea, and I want you to put it into play next year. You have live drafts. You have long drafts. I want live long drafts where we put people in a house for 2 weeks drafting and just see the chaos.
This is amazing because I did see that. And I started work on it right away when I saw it. I'm like, we are going to get 11 extra people. Once Sal gets his new place in Brooklyn, we're going to get 12 people in that place to live with Sal. 11 people to live with Sal for 2 weeks. That was my goal. I'm like, I heard it. I'm like, we got to get everybody living with Sal in his little Brooklyn apartment.
I'm in. I'll probably be fired and thrown out of the building, but goddamn, it'll be worth it.
It'll be worth it.
Amazing. Maddie, when was the last time you spoke to Scott?
When was the last time I spoke to Scott? Is that what you said?
Yes.
In person?
In person?
We
2
hung
years
out in
ago?
San Diego. We
had a beer and pizza.
Yeah, we
and
had beer.
it was,
To the zoo.
I remember you were talking about how your wife let you out. You came to the zoo too, didn't you? Did you come to the zoo?
Yeah,
Did we
came
show
to
you
the zoo.
something?
We got a little behind the scenes tour.
I don't remember what I showed you, but yeah. By the way, anybody come out to the zoo, I'll hook you up. It's San Diego, so it shouldn't be that hard to convince you to come out here.
No,
we got pretty good. We got pretty good weather.
Yep, we'll have to have a live event there next year.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I probably should have ran it this year. It kind of felt like LA and San Diego was redundant. And we did somebody, I forget who it was, I apologize, but somebody put together a list of everybody in the San Diego division, and we tried to make it happen kind of offline, I guess. But there were like a handful of them that aren't even in San Diego. Like forgot her name, Marianne. I'm blanking. Anyway, there was like 4 people in the division that were not in. Brandon Merriweather Lee. She's in I think she's in Cleveland or something like that, or somewhere in the Midwest, but I guess her family lives in San Diego, but she signed up for the division. So we weren't able to make that happen, but next year for sure, man.
Yeah, it seems like a city that shouldn't be too hard to find enough people to do some kind of live event. It's
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we got to do New York. I didn't get involved early enough for New York this year. So
honestly, I had multiple people trying to do New York, and nobody could find a free venue. That was the biggest thing. Like a lot of these cities, they were like, "You're going to bring in 50 to 100 people that will buy food and beer. Come on in." But New York, Yep, you have a good one. New York, Las Vegas, Philadelphia, we just could not find anything free.
I could get you Long Island like that. I have friends who own restaurants, but New York City is really
connections.
Sal knows a guy that knows a guy, probably.
No, I got a guy.
He's got a guy. Sal's got a guy
for that.
Construction and waste management, they can hook us up.
No, we're going to be doing it in a warehouse. Don't worry about it.
Forget about it.
Oh.
So the live drafts will not only continue but likely grow in the future. Is that what you're saying, Scott?
You know, I honestly don't think I could go bigger than what we've done this year. Right now.
Oh,
Yeah,
we've all
sure.
heard that before.
I can't wait for Scott Fishbowl 12,000 personally.
No, that'll be Ian Fishbowl 12,000. I will have passed all that work on, and I'll be relaxing somewhere. Oh man,
Is 3,000 the cap?
No chance.
It'd be interesting. He shakes his head.
I mean, yes, it's the cap.
Sure.
I do think we learned some lessons this year that I'll have to take into next year. I think it's all about each year I learn new lessons that help me scale differently. But yeah.
Folks don't realize that the
480?
planning for SFB 13 has already begun.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it absolutely has already begun. Yeah, I have a doc I'm already working on. Absolutely.
Crazy, man.
How many years ago was 480? Was that the fourth one?
Dude, I'm 42. I can't remember.
I think it was
last
6.
week, and you're trying to make me figure out what year 480 was.
6.
480
So we
was
got
at
4 years to get to 4,800. Get to 4,800.
Yeah, I upped it. What 1,100 in 1 year? So we'll see.
Should be easy.
I think 1,200. No, it was 18 last year, wasn't it?
It was 1920 last year.
Oh, 1920.
Yeah.
They're giving up false information for the last day and a half.
Man, come on, Sal.
We're used to that, Sal. We've heard your takes.
Let's start the whole show over. Matt, I'm not here for my takes. We learned that a long time ago.
Let me tell you, saving open spots until the last weekend, I thought it'd be fun. People get a last chance to get in. There's that was the dumbest idea I've ever had, condensing that schedule. We have like 40 spots left. I think I last checked about an hour or two ago. I'm like, let's get rid of those.
Yeah,
like,
I think Ryan's going to put a dent in that here in a minute, I think.
Yeah, good, because it's unnerving having that many open spots, 12 hours away or whatever we are from the start of this thing.
Did you draft yet, Scott? Were you in these live drafts that you ran?
No, I actually, in true Minnesota fashion and true free charity league players, we had 63 people sign up for these 4 drafts in Minneapolis for 48 spots, and we went to the chat and we're like, we can't have it, and like everybody's like, I'll step back, it's cool, I'll come and I'll help out, everyone's cool about it, and I was one of them. I'm like, I'll be too busy running it, I'll step back and I'll do a slow draft. So mine starts tomorrow morning. I got the 12 pick.
Me too.
I'm not loving what I'm seeing, but the data guys have showed me starting from any spot, you're within 50 points of each other. So I'm not too worried about it.
There's so many interesting ways to go from the 12 spot. I've seen people start with Chase and Jefferson and then bring back the Pitts. I've seen the double quarterbacks with Kelsey. So it's going to be a fun spot to draft from.
The most annoying part is the amount of Minnesotans in my draft. Like Cousins is a guy I'm trying to get in a lot of drafts because I think he has top 5 upside this year with that offense. And he is going way too early in these drafts back here.
Yeah, stack up Jefferson and Cousins.
One guy did that legit stack. Yep.
Yeah.
Scott, give me your best KJ Osborne take.
That he's good. He's legitimately a decent player. It's going to be tough though because he's got to compete with Irv Smith. Dalvin Cook is lining out wide here. Like the constant talk up here in Minnesota is how much Dalvin Cook is going to be involved in the passing offense, and with Irv Smith coming back, I think we'll do a lot more 11 personnel as long as the offensive line can stand up. KJ Osborne completely won that role. Like last year during the preseason, they're like, we brought in D.D. Westbrook. We drafted Amir Smith-Mazet. We had a bunch of. We're going to try to figure out this third wide receiver role. Last preseason, like I have friends that are connected to the Vikings, and they're like, KJ Osborne just blew the doors off. He made it not a competition. He's going to be the third wide receiver. He's going to do okay, but I think he's more of a best ball pick than he is, a consistent fantasy starter. Maybe in a league like this with a lot of flexes, he'll be in there more often, but they do love him up here.
I like him better than Gabriel Davis, to be honest with you, with as much as he's been pushed up.
I don't hate that, especially if you factor in ADP and price point. I like that call. Yeah.
I think yesterday Matt Harmon was on, and he teased that he might be releasing a reception perception for KG Osborne. So that'll
Good.
be interesting.
Matt and I have talked about the Adam Thielen Matt Harmon came on to the Bull Rush back in the day, and he was like, you know what? I've been watching Thielen tape, and he just bores me. And I'm like, my mouth just dropped. I'm like, I watch this guy play every. This guy is something. Like, he is going to be something. And by the end of his reception perception on Thielen, he's like, yeah, I agree. But it was very early in the tape watching. He's like, I'm a little bored by it. I'm like, no, keep watching because Thielen's effing good, man. This was before Thielen broke out, by the way.
Any other live location you want Bob Gilchrist to fly to?
You know, speaking of the flying to, I am shocked at the amount of people who are driving 4 hours, 6 hours, flying. Like, there are people, like, I know the Boston one has multiple people flying in from other cities. I know the Atlanta one had someone fly in. The Chicago one had someone fly in. I can't even imagine, like, the point was to get local people to do this, but the fact that people are so into it, so wanting to get out and like meet other people in the fantasy community that they'll fly, that's just impressive to me. I'm loving that.
Well, I might actually. So I got a little bit of a decision to make. Everybody wants me to come to that Boston one this weekend. I could get there in 4 hours,
right?
Or I could take the train, and it's a Saturday, so I could stay.
Is your boss still watching?
What's that?
Is your boss still watching?
No, don't worry about him. It's a Saturday and a Sunday. That guy Josh has been in the SFB the last 2 or 3 years. He's actually a longtime friend of mine. We just took jobs at a new hospital, and he went in as the assistant vice president, and I went in as the director. So believe me, I could just smack him if I have to. He's a friend of mine. But my son, he plays men's league baseball here on Long Island, and he was just selected to the All-Star game. And it's at the Long Island Duck Stadium, and it's Saturday at like 2 p.m. So I get to see him play in a real minor league baseball stadium.
Yeah.
It's a tough decision for me to go see a bunch of drunken idiots at the Scott Fish Bowl, you know what I mean? So
yeah. You know my call. I'm a very family-oriented guy. Yeah. I don't think I can miss that, but I get it. Yeah, I get it. I get both sides of that. It would be a hell of a lot of fun.
We shall see.
Yeah. Man, you guys are doing some awesome work on this show. This is I see a lot of the behind the scenes. I haven't been able to watch a lot because of just my schedule this weekend has been terrible for it. But I've been trying to check in, but I see the behind the scenes work. You guys have no idea, the people watching that man, they're doing a lot of work behind the scenes to make this podathon just awesome.
I'm just so glad you finally let us help, Scott. I remember like early on, you were like, I can't let anybody help. It's just me. I got to do it myself. And I mean,
yeah,
it's massive amount of work. And the fact that you let us help
it's too much.
Awesome.
Eventually you got to learn at some point in life that you have to learn to delegate. You have to learn to trust other people, and you have to, if you want something to truly make an impact, you need help.
Hey Scott, you got a minute to hang out? We got the Seattle live draft coming on right now.
Oh boy, you're not even getting much of a live effect here. It's just too loud in there to be able to hear you.
That's all right. We needed to see you. It's been 30 plus hours. The people wanted some Scott Fish. Hey Kevin, what's up?
What's up? How you doing, guys?
Good. I mean, it looks like a 1980s music video.
Oh, we got all kinds of stuff going. Are we
That's
on
awesome,
live now?
Man.
We are live. Walk us through.
Okay, I will take you on a little tour, and then we're going to end up out on the red carpet with some of the crew. So,
have a good one, Tyler.
This hallway here. I wish I could turn my camera around. I don't see where I can do that.
You do it with your hand. You just
yeah. So check this out.
Wow.
See this? I can't really tell. Okay, there we go. So this is the hallway that they're here. I'll turn it around here. So
where are you?
The hallway that we're entering down. It's like an aquarium, which is pretty cool. It's like fishbowl.
Awesome.
So basically we come down this hallway. Everybody gets introduced, and then we got we got some good stuff along the way. We got some good Seattle memories here. It's live. It's live. We got fish bowls everywhere. We got some Seattle stuff. And then we enter the draft room.
Look at this.
It's like a war room in there, man. Nice work.
So, right. So we got some tributes to the great Scott Fish. Right. We got some more fish.
That's amazing.
Some good some good memorabilia. We got this bad boy.
Oh,
look at this. Look at that.
Oh,
TrophySmack.
man.
Is that amazing?
Wow.
The Scott Fish Bowl. Seattle. I actually got this for myself because it's kind of like a memento. But I did get something for the league, for the winner. I'll grab that here. Right here. You gotta love this.
Oh my God.
Right.
This is why Kevin is the best commissioner out there.
It really is, Scott. I've said it. The man's legit.
Look at this. Look at this. So the winner gets that bad boy. You see that?
Wow.
All right. Right.
Amazing.
Right. So, this is cool. This is cool. I like this. The setup. Right. Everybody's names. That's got their, some mementos that are kind of close to them. We even got, a Chicago Bears, like 85 Bears fan. We got this is the great Gary Haddow seat, a little memento for SFB9. And look at this. Championship banner.
Wow.
So I think he'll get a kick out of that one.
I'm going to go in there and cancel this event. It's
And then the back row here, we got obviously, nice canvas there, Seattle Fantasy Football Live Draft, and then some good Seattle memorabilia. And you can't have a, true Scott Fish event without some 24 in it.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Right?
There it is.
So lots of little bells and whistles. It's going to be a ton of fun. I'm going to take you out to the red carpet.
What venue are you
It
at,
started
Kevin?
raining here, so I'm gonna have to let you guys go.
Okay. This is my office. It's my office, so I'm used to setting it up. I'm used to setting it up for our home drafts. So
that's awesome.
I just had a few things in mind. I've been wanting to do a Scott Fish draft for a few years. We've chatted about it for a long time, and so happy to be able to do it.
Amazing.
Well, let's take you out. Let's take you out to the lobby where people are going to be hanging out. Hey guys, how you doing? Good to see you. So let's get out to the red carpet.
Yeah, all right.
So here we go. I'll turn this around again. You guys want to get some photos here with this Scott Fish Bowl belt? Mike or John, you want to take some pics? So we'll do some interviews here. So tell us who you are.
Uriah Dawkins at JustUriahFF on Twitter, Dynasty Underdog. I was on earlier today. Happy to be here.
Excited for Scott Fish Bowl.
Dustin Church at Dynasty Junkie FF. I've been with Dynasty Junkies, Fantasy Narrative, Trade Addicts, all those guys.
Nice.
Hey, I'm Jesse Moeller, JMoeller05 on Twitter, and with FF League Winners.
Right on.
How's it going? Russ Prentice. I'm Russ1 Prentice on Twitter. Used to be a hockey writer for FTN Daily, but don't write for anybody right now.
Nice.
What's up, Russ? I know Russ. What's going on?
I know all
dude?
these guys.
What is that?
Sally, though. What's up, man?
How's it going?
Good.
Good. So then we got some helpers here. We got JL Showtime. He's in Scott Fish Bowl, but in a different division. This guy, Mark Burkowski, he's in our division here, so this will be fun. And this guy, he's a cameraman. He's helping out here.
What's up, guys?
Just a super volunteer.
He's remaining true to form.
We got more people coming. Brandon Funston's gonna be rolling up pretty soon. We got Gary Haddow coming. Bunch of other guys coming. But yeah, you want to get some pics of these guys, sing like individual with the belts. So and then in here we just got we got some beverages. stocked up. We got a tribute here to my daughter.
Awesome.
Right?
That is awesome.
Yeah, she wore that when she was little. And then in here we just got a little tribute to our home fantasy league. We got our old main trophy, our points championship trophy, our old belt. We might have a new one coming. And this was our last place trophy that kind of sits in the living room of the loser for the next season. So let's go get this is one more thing I thought was kind of fun. So you got SFB 12, right? Is that perfect? Is that Seattle or what?
That's perfect.
That is perfect for Seattle. Absolutely. 12
All right,
man flag.
let's go find a place to sit.
You know, Kevin, somebody said they thought you'd be wearing your red blazer.
Oh,
it's
it's
the
here.
first time I've seen you without it.
I've been running, so I've been sweating, and that thing is not good for that.
I met Kevin in 2019 in Manhattan at the Fantasy Football Show. He was in the red blazer. He wears it everywhere he goes.
If I get a fantasy event, yeah, I'll make sure to bring that along. You know, you gotta make sure to do that. You know, there's only one of those in the world. One more touch. We got this podium here, right? And then even a Scott Fishbowl mic flag.
Wow.
So we're dedicated. We're ready to roll here. This group has been incredible, just with the live chat and everything. They're so fired up.
I know whose live draft I'm signing up for next season. I used to live in Seattle for a couple of years, so I feel like I could do it. Yeah.
I was just going to ask, how many people do you think you can host next year? Can you do about 150? How many divisions can we set in Seattle there?
That's the tricky part. I thought, okay, there was some demand for, maybe 2, but I'm so used to kind of trying to do it in this format. I wanted to get it right, make it special for the group that we had. I didn't want to push for too many and then have some issues with how many people could actually attend and whatnot. But yeah, no, I'm totally open to doing a larger group next year if we go live.
All right, you heard it, Scott. We're putting about 1,000 in Seattle.
Could you get all 3,000? We'll just do it a week long, 24 hours around the clock.
But yeah, I mean, to me, this is what fantasy is all about, right? Making it fun, having fun with every little detail, and then just this opportunity to meet people. Like, it's amazing the people here, how close they are, to where I am. It's amazing. So fantasy is all about friendships, meeting new people, strengthening friendships, getting more connected with people and keeping connections. And so this has definitely been a fun opportunity. So we can't wait to draft.
Hey, Kevin, we got to do a couple of quick live reads. I mean, it'll literally be 2 minutes long, and then
let's do it.
Back to you, all right?
Yep.
All right, partner. Matt, take it away.
Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to visit goingfor2.com. That's the number 2, goingfor2.com. Why going for 2? Because you can't go for 3. Going for 2 is some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at Going for 2 Live, found on YouTube and syndicated on all major podcasting networks. Visit goingfor2, that's the number 2.com today, because no one remembers the extra point. We also have, let's see, who do we have here? IDPguys.org. Is IDP a scary word for you? It is for me. It stands for I don't play, but there's some people out there that play it. So if you do, and you want to play and win in this exciting format, but don't know where to start, IDPguys.org is the number one place to help you. Not only with IDP leagues, but every aspect of fantasy football. Come join their community with your first free month when using the promo code, all caps, SFBPodathon on checkout for a monthly subscription. Get into their growing Discord chat and use the deep rankings and tools to find out where they're the best in IDP at idpguys.org.
Very nice. And we're back.
Beautiful.
Kevin, we heard Gary checked in and said he's pulling up. So the
right on.
Pulling up. So.
Oh, we got some stuff going on out there with him, don't we?
Yeah, let's bring us to it. Check it out.
Okay, let's go find Gary. Hey, Brandon, how are you? Good to see you, guys. We got Brandon Funston in the house.
What is up, Brandon Funston? I listen.
Hey, Scott, what's going on? Sal and Matt.
Yeah,
was on there just a little while ago.
Oh, okay.
Scott was here.
For a second.
Okay, let's. I guess someone's got some. Gary Haddow's got something special out here. Oh, really? Yeah. I don't know. I think he might have his old trophy with him, the fishbowl trophy. There we go. Hey, how you doing?
Good. How's it going?
Good. Nice to meet you. All right. What do we got? You met Brandon, right? Down in Texas, right? Where is this guy? What's that? Gotta get that crew.
But how do you get? I'm trying to work on the autofocus. It's like it's blurry.
So we're waiting for Gary, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. We got you guys. We got like 15 minutes before the next guest. So we're
Okay. Okay, there he is. The champ has arrived.
We need more pics still.
What's that?
We still need pics of Brandon.
Oh yeah. Who's got the belt? All right. You want to pass that to Brandon? We'll get some pictures of Brandon with that. No, it's so weird.
Kevin, did you say this is
on here? What's that?
Is it one league that's drafting or more than one?
Just one.
It's amazing. It's amazing turnout for one league. This is
It really is. Those people at Petco have no idea what's going on right now.
They have no clue. No clue. So, where's Gary? Oh, he's loading up.
He's got some pomp and circumstance coming, I'm sure.
Yeah.
As long as he's not wearing a singlet, it'll be all right.
Oh God, I will take you. I'll remove you guys immediately.
What's this? Look at this guy.
Let's go. Champ is here.
I love it. We gotta fill that up.
We do.
Yeah, you can't show up with that empty and no fish.
No. Can you help?
Petco's right there. Pet,
Right?
whatever it is, right there. Go get a fish.
Perfect, right?
Matt Price says go to Petco and fill that up immediately.
Oh, he's got some beverages in there. All right.
Well, Kevin, I mean, it's no doubt.
It's SFB9.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anybody who look at this.
Look at that. What's up, dude?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
What do we got? Yeah.
This is amazing.
Let's go, Gary.
I'll take both.
Hey.
There you go.
Do you need to fill that thing up with something?
I do.
Okay, right now?
Yeah, whenever you want.
Let's go. Well, Podathon. Is that everything in here?
Yeah. I will pass this on to someone.
He's got to get set up. I'll take that. You'll get yourself set up. Wow, he's got his own. Like, that's a legit championship trophy.
He didn't have to buy that one himself.
Hey, Gary, stop living in the past, man.
No, it's like the red. It's like the red jacket.
It's evergreen.
I like
get
that. Yeah, Commissioner of the Year forever, right?
That's it. I said that about you earlier. That's it.
I know.
There will never be another. It's you.
No. You gotta get footage of this.
That's definitely from our title sponsor at TrophySmack right there.
100% for TrophySmack. Matt, Dave Rather checking in literally just for the promo. I love this man. He is a true.
Right in the middle there. Yes, sir.
Cheers, everybody.
You do this every day, every week? Yeah. Oh, wow.
Does everybody get a drink out of that?
Oh, he's bringing it. Photos of that. You guys getting photos?
Ooh, yeah.
Look at that foam.
Let's go.
Oh, my gosh.
That's how you win.
All right.
That's how you win.
Here, take this for a second if you can. I'll be back in just a moment. You guys can come in here. This fridge is full. Oh my gosh.
Kevin, you've done
Yes,
a masterful job. I mean, if anybody has ever seen what Kevin does for his home leagues, none of this is a shock at all, because this is what the man does. He sets a bar higher and higher every year. It would be a privilege to play in a league with this guy.
Absolutely.
I appreciate the kind words, man. It's all about the love of the game. I love fantasy football. I love what it does for relationships, friendships. The fantasy community is just so phenomenal. You know, all these people. It's nice to be able to call them friends, because I've met people in person now, right, across the country with different events. You know, it's great seeing Sal in New York and meeting people at FSGA and the Expo. I mean, there's nothing like the Fantasy Football Expo, getting together with all these people we interact with so much, so much. Just can't say enough about the game of fantasy football and the people in it. So this is all kind of a celebration of that.
Well, Kevin, thank you for joining us. I know you have a lot to do. The event is just getting underway, and I know I don't want to take up too much of your time. We've had you for 20 minutes. Go do your thing, man, and best of luck and everything.
Right on. Let's go.
Amazing.
See you guys.
Step it up around the country, everybody. Step it up.
Right on.
Hold on.
Absolutely, man. Gosh, like that. Like I don't want to follow those guys.
No, we're gonna end the podathon now. That's it. We got this legitimately nothing else we could possibly do here. It's gonna top that. I mean, we have great guests coming up. And once my iPad decides to open back up so I can look, we got the FF Face-Off guys coming up. One of those guys, Mike Hoff, lives just a few miles away from here on Long Island. So he's a guy I've hung out and had some drinks with before. And then we got, of course, the crazy bastards at the Dynasty Trade headquarters. I know Matt's happy he's here for that group. And we're going to wrap it up with everybody that's worked in the background. So we're winding down here after almost 34 hours of live broadcasting, Matt. It's been such a ride. We could recap a little bit. No Kevin, no Steve this year. Life got busy for both of those gentlemen. They couldn't be here, and I miss them both. But I cannot express how appreciative I'm of everybody that stepped up. You, John, the co-host with me, Russ, Zach Reed, co-hosted when I needed to go to sleep, and then oversleep Dave Wright, who had been up already as long as me doing the Twitter stuff and sponsor stuff. And he stepped in and hosted. Chase Vernon hosted some Sam Holt, Samantha Holt. I mean, this was get by with a little help from my friends. No, I got by with a lot of help from my friends, and it's touching that I was a part of creating something that so many people were like, we need to be a part of this. Let's keep it going. We're not going to let you let this go away. So
that's the thing about this community, man. Like it's, you think, I often say, like, you think about all the negative stuff happening in our real lives, in the real world. I mean, and the hatred we see back and forth on Twitter, whether it's about fantasy football or politics or whatever it is. And it's really easy to get down on the situation, but you come back to the fantasy community, you come back to the dynasty community, and it's nothing but positivity. It's nothing but love. We support each other. We support each other's work. It's not like, of course, we're all competing for various degrees of audiences, whether we're a full-time in the industry, whether a small timer just starting out with their own blog. We're competing in some regards, but we retweet everybody. We support good work. So it's just such a positive place to be, and I feel blessed just to be a part of all of these guys. Dating back, we talked about we met back in 2016. Sal, we're not in a league together anymore, but we keep it's like every time you sit down on a mic with with these guys, with anybody really in this industry, or when you get to lucky enough to meet somebody in person, it's like it's like you just picked up like you were just chatting on Twitter. Like it really is a community, it's a family. And it's really nice to see all the positivity continuing to be a part of this community.
Yeah, and we couldn't do it either without all the people behind the scenes who will be joining us soon in the final hour, but the sponsors. I mean, the sponsors coming through, donating money but based on how many hours that they sponsor. is a big part of the donations that we give to Toys for Tots. And TrophySmack has stepped up to be the title sponsor. TrophySmack has stepped up to host the LA drafts. It is 100% going to be in their facility. And Sugar Wish, at Sugar Wish Girl on Twitter, go check them out. They've stepped up the last couple of years, as well as everybody that we read every 30 minutes. And I want to, again, point out all these awesome autographed helmets. It's not just Giants and Jets. This is the Cowboys. We see down below. We got Bills, 49ers, Miami Dolphins right over here. This is one of my good friends' company. He gets pretty much every one of these things are signed in person in front of him, and they are given a certificate of authenticity. This is the company right here. If you haven't seen the card already, Coaches Collectibles at gmail.com. They're on Facebook, Coaches Collectibles NY.com. It's my good friend Domenico. And when I say good friend, not a guy who paid me anything. I spent 4th of July with him and his family. He will get every single piece personalized for you. If you send him something for your collection, it's treated with the greatest of care. And he will have a personalized response written to you by the person signing that, if that's what you request. Whatever you wanted to say on a helmet, a bat, a ball, a picture, he'll have it done for you. I mean, he's doing something in the industry as memorabilia has blown up again. He's doing stuff a lot of people haven't done. A lot of people can get autographs, signature, move on, personalization of autographs, different type of things that he's getting autographed. Pitchers mounts. If you're into baseball, he's got pitchers mount. He's got Funko Pops over there on the desk that he gets. I mean, things that you don't normally see out there available. You look at all the canvases on the wall over there. A lot of the Buffalo Bills of those 90s teams and stuff like that. So, guys, support our sponsors. Support the people who let me use their office to record the show in. Yeah, Matt, I guess we should just read these next set of reads that we have here before we bring the next people. While you do that, if I sneak away to use the bathroom, don't be mad.
Absolutely. So we have first we have we already did. We got Going for Two again. They're back for the 6 o'clock read. If you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to visit for goingfor2.com. Why Going for Two? Because you can't go for three. Going for Two is some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at Going for Two Live, found on YouTube and syndicated on all major podcasting networks. Visit goingfor2.com today. That's the number 2, goingfor2.com, because no one remembers the extra point. We also have the Ride or Dynasty podcast presented by Gridiron Ratings. The ROD podcast is by Dynasty Managers for Dynasty Managers. Hosts JJ Werner and Dave Heilman provide the strategy and knowledge needed for you to compete in your Dynasty leagues. Ride or Dynasty offers real conversations with great guests about their approach to different aspects of the game, from Devi to IDP to high stakes and auctions. They cover everything a Dynasty Manager needs to become better. Plus, rate and review the pod and be entered to win an autographed DeAndre Swift jersey. Listen to Ride or Dynasty podcast and visit gridironratings.com today. If you're a DeAndre Swift fan, get that jersey. Go to gridironratings.com. Listen to the Ride or Dynasty podcast.
Matt, we loved Gridiron. This is their second year. They wanted to make it 3 years, but this is their second year, being a very generous sponsor. But I'm not sure if you missed it this morning at 7:30 live. They had been teasing Mike and I in DMs. They had said that they had a donation. Last year, they donated $500 live on air, and then they told me, hey, we're going to try to match it this year. Think we can do it. And then I got a message a couple days ago, maybe a week ago, saying, hey, I think we're going to really have a big surprise for you. They came on air. They donated, Going for Two is their name. They donated $2,222, and then someone donated 69 cents live on air today. Incredible. So what was really special about that was the entire Going for Two network, the staff put in money, and they reached out to, so then they're like, oh, this was awesome. Let's reach out to our audience, to people who subscribe to Going for Two, who are in their Discord. The entire Going for Two community got together and raised that money. So I hope we see this across at other sites. I would love to see next year, at DLF, I would love to see the writers who give a ton into different charities. Don't get me wrong, but I would really be excited to see DLF try to do something along those lines. And
Absolutely.
we see that at Dynasty Nerds and other places to try and match it. Let's take it to that kind of level. I think it was a call to action by going for 2 for the rest of the sites out here. And I'm going to get off because I know we have some special guests coming in, but I just think that was really special if you missed that earlier today.
I did miss that. That's amazing.
Don't go too quickly, Dave. We're still waiting for Mike. Anthony's in the background. We're waiting for Mike. But that's a tremendous point that you make. I mean, somebody asked me earlier when we were filling some time, what would I like to see happen, 5 years from now, SFBPodathon 10. And these are all great things that we could change and make a difference doing, and just getting more donations out there. And you've done an amazing job, man. And you jump in here and you don't let any of the sponsors down. It's like it's your baby. I could see it. I could see your passion in it. You've worked with these people. We'll talk more about this when you come on in the final hour, but I can't say I can thank you enough, man. You're awesome.
I'm very proud to be part of the team. There's a really cool event going to be plugged coming up next. So I really enjoy watching the Podathon. So I want to get backstage and just watch and enjoy. So I'll talk to you in a bit.
Get out of here.
Thanks, Dave.
All right, so here they are. The FF Face-Off crew themselves. Mike Hoff,
fellas?
FF
What's going on, guys?
And Anthony Savino, the real NFL guru. I've known these guys for 4 or 5 years now. Mike and I have had beers together. Mike and you came with us to the original fantasy football show in Brooklyn.
Yep.
4 years ago with the group that went into that. You and I live probably less than 2 miles from each other, man. But
yeah,
it's great to have you two guys here. Introduce yourselves and let's talk about all the things that are going on in the face-off world.
Anthony, go ahead. Anthony, you first.
Anthony Servino at the Real NFL Guru. I'm on Twitter, obviously all the social media. We have the website that's just over a year old now, and it's surpassing and exceeding any expectation. Of course, we have the Podathon going on, next weekend. So I'm excited for everything going on. I'm excited for the new football season. That's really going to start in a week or so with training camp.
Yep, and I'm Michael Hoff. You can follow me on Twitter at the FF Realist. And yeah, everything I do is pretty much running through the FF Face-Off, the website. It's been really cool to see a lot of people obviously do this. They make a website, they have writers, but it's really cool to be behind the scenes and see everybody contribute. I mean, Sal, you were talking about everybody who helped contribute to make the SFBPodathon what it is. It's just cool to see everybody working in one direction. So check out our work there, fffaceoff.com.
And I'm not taking credit for any of this, but a Podathon was spawned by these gentlemen as well. As they mentioned, they have a mental health Podathon that is in year 3, and it's taking place next weekend. I've been a part of it each of the first 2 years. I'm honored to be a guest. Mike reached out to me today. Mike, I figured I would talk to you when you came on. Absolutely, I would love to return. You guys let me know where you need me. Yep. I'll be there. But tell them about what you do, who you do it with, and why you do it.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, take credit or don't take credit. Our Podathon was spawned off of the SFBPodathon. It was an inspiration to do so. And then it was reading Hayden Hurst's story one day, and everything he went through, everything from his minor league baseball career to now where he is with the Cincinnati Bengals and everything he's done since then. So, we just simply, we worked the phones. We had the idea. We reached out to Hayden, and Hayden was more than willing to work with us. So this will be the 3rd year we're working with him. All funds raised next weekend are going to go to the Hayden Hurst Family Foundation. So, and Hayden will be a guest as well, along with his mom, who is the VP of the foundation. We have Aditi Kikabawa coming on. Who else do we have coming on? We have Adam Rank will be on. FF Hitman, of course, Mike Wright. Sal, you'll be coming on. We got a whole slew of guests we are working for. Anthony, if you are thinking of any that I can't remember, feel free to mention.
I'm just getting back. I was on vacation for 4 days up in Lake George, so I'm just getting myself unwound. I was literally just pulled up like 2 hours ago. But yeah, we are trying to reach out to even more guests for next week. If anybody has any ideas or recommendations, be sure to shoot me or Mike a DM.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm happy to jump on if you like.
We will definitely hit you up.
Need a slot, yeah.
Yep.
So in the chat is Mr. Showtime 2144. That is my friend Kareem. That is one of the two gentlemen I wanted to bring on me last year. He couldn't make it because of work. I ended up bringing on Anthony Reimer.
Yes.
Anthony's been behind the scenes working with us. But Kareem, if you could make it this year, I'd love you to be a part of my segment. I'll find out from Mike and Anthony when I'm coming on. And Kareem will tell his story. It's his story to tell.
Yeah.
I did play a role in it. And I'm proud to be a friend of his and that played a role in a point in his life that was really touch and go for him. So that's all I'll say. But I hope we can get him on next week because it's a story that needs to be heard.
Yeah, I mean, if he's available, the door's wide open. But yeah, and that's the cool part is we tell people when they decide to be guests, like, listen, we try and use the fantasy football aspect to bring people in as well. So if people want to come on, if they have a story to tell, you could spend that half hour telling us your story. If you want to just mention your thoughts on mental health, and then we could talk about fantasy football, and we can bicker back and forth, and I can make fun of Anthony's love of Sammy Watkins. We'll do all that. So that's a beautiful thing. You'll get a little bit of everything. So yeah, if he's got a story to tell, then we are ready to listen.
I'm crazy busy these days, and my preparation for the Scott Fishbowl has been non-existent. But the upcoming fantasy football season, where is Sammy Watkins? Did he move somewhere again? Is he in the NFL this year, Anthony?
He's in Green Bay.
Oh, man, I didn't know that.
And he's practically free, like in a best ball draft on underdog. Let's say you can get him in round 18.
Yeah.
Why not throw the dart?
He's free with good reason.
We know Aaron Rodgers doesn't like young players. He doesn't like rookies. Sammy's like the only veteran there. There's no guarantee he makes the team, but it's round 18. What else are you going to get there?
There were some rumors though that the Packers might be interested in a Julio Jones. I mean, I don't know how much weight we want to put into that, but that would obliterate any hope for Sammy Watkins, right?
They also put out there was also a news release that they've been trying to get Will Fuller in town for the last 2 years, but he doesn't want to play in the cold. So I guess he would rather stay on the street.
Football player don't want to play in the cold.
Softest player ever. That's it.
Except for his hands. His hand's not soft at all.
Maybe the cold will help preserve him.
That's right.
I did hear somebody call Sammy Watkins a quote unquote safe pick. Was it earlier today on the show? Was it Gator? Did Gator say that? Somebody said it recently, and that was the strangest thing I've ever heard. But
yeah,
for the 4 to 6 games he's healthy, it'll be all right. Probably.
Maybe he meant a different player. I'll say this for week 1, because everybody always reminds me on Twitter. Every time I rip Sammy Watkins, somebody always goes into my comments and says, "Don't forget about week 1." Yeah. Yep. So. I mean, DraftKings should just adjust for that and make him 7,700 in week 1 and then drop him down to 4,200 in week 2. But yeah, so whatever. We'll see what happens. But either way, yeah, the Podathon will be mental health Podathon will be good fun. So yeah, and there'll be a little bit for everybody.
Very cool. So some of the things we would talk about, obviously Scott Fishbowl. That's what this event is all about. So, Mike, how many years have you been in the Scott Fishbowl?
This is my 4th year now, and I think it's funny because the thing I love most about Scott Fishbowl is then you start a chat with everybody. I'm picking 4th, so there's the chat with everybody picking 4th, and then there's the chat for your division. I'm in the Hill Valley division, but at this rate, man, it's I know what's going on in the league, but I've learned that these drafts are so different. When you see, once these drafts really start flying, tomorrow, you'll see there's so many different methods people use. So to me, to prepare is just to react to what's going on in the draft. But I'm looking forward to it. It's one of my favorite times of the fantasy football years. So I'm pumped.
Yeah, it's like the official kickoff
of
the fantasy season. Anthony, where are you drafting this year?
I am drafting from the Jersey City division in the 7-hole. And I'm not really in love. The mock drafts I've done, I'm not in love with that draft spot. So I'm hoping, somebody picking ahead of me lets value fall.
Yeah. I don't know why I picked 4th. I physically requested 4th.
I don't request anything.
You got options there, man. I mean,
I know, but then once I got it, I was like, what did I do that for? I always like picking at the corners. Because I love to plan for a quick turnaround, and this is what I'll do. So I don't know. I'm
4 is
forced.
better
Let's see how
than
it goes.
7.
Sure.
You know you're going to get one of the top 2 running backs or like a top 3 quarterback. It's almost guaranteed.
Yeah.
When you're picking from 7, like I could not only miss out on like JT, but I could also miss out on like the top 4 or 5 quarterbacks.
I've seen Kyler fall that far in some mocks. So that might be.
I'd love that.
That would be pretty incredible.
If you're picking 7th, you got to hope somebody jumps in there and takes Kelsey. In those first 6 picks, and that just allows a quarterback or running back to fall your way. That's the thing. It's all about reacting to these drafts. I mean, I've done it 4 years, and every single one's different. And I've drafted different every single one. Anthony always talks about the time I took like 3 tight ends.
It was 4.
Start the draft. Was it 4?
I think it was 4.
Yeah, I was feeling real naughty that year, but
I think my first year was like
well.
SFB 7. I think it was SFB 7. And like a lot of people were doing like the 4 tight ends or the 4 quarterbacks. And I'm like, why?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
You can't start 4 quarterbacks.
Play keep away.
Maybe it wasn't
people like to play keep away sometimes, which is not like the greatest strategy, but
yeah.
Did anybody see there was a live draft in San Francisco yesterday, Matt?
I did not.
And Trey Lance went at the 105.
Was it Halal? Halal likes to do crazy stuff every year.
Listen, I've been in leagues with him, and I'll just be like, "What? Oh, it's Halal." So, yeah, you're not wrong. I don't know who took him, but that was reported here. 105 for Trey Lance. So.
But Jimmy Garoppolo's still on that roster.
Oh, so don't even do this, please. Let's not even have this conversation.
No, John Lynch is doing this. I'm not doing anything.
No,
but
John
he
Lynch
hasn't been involved in any of the off-season stuff. He hasn't even been in the room.
He's been excused.
This is all noise. This is
but
noise.
even if I'm the biggest Niner fan that you'll find, I think on Twitter and everything. But I mean, taking Trey Lance at 105, it's a little too rich for my blood. But even me, I'm not doing that. I mean, I think he'll be good, but
with the completion percentage component, it might be rough.
Right.
Yeah,
you gotta rely on those rushing numbers.
Yeah. We've spoken over the 36 hours, 34 plus hours that we've been on, that in order to win a league like this, you got to take risks and you got to get luck. But taking a risk in the first round on a guy who would have been there, 3rd, 4th round, even for quarterbacks in this league who go early, that's not an intelligent risk. You could get a locked up good player early.
Right.
Taking him in the 3rd round is a risk, right? Because yes, Garoppolo's there. Where I'm sure at some point Lance is going to be the quarterback this year, even if it's not right away, it'll be at some point. But not a
that said, you've got to get creative to win a tournament this size. So
I mean,
you know what? Hey, pick you shoot your shot, man.
If you are going to take Trey Lance, I mean, mark my words, he's starting week 1. He's starting the whole year barring injury.
I agree.
Garoppolo, they're at a point with Garoppolo where it might be most cost effective to just release him. And I know people will kill them and say, "Oh man, they got nothing for him," but it's going to be more cost effective to. I think it's like $1 million or so on the cap hit, a little bit over $1 million on the cap hit if they release him. If they trade him somewhere, they're going to have to eat a lot. They're going to have to eat a good amount of that contract. So it might be, and I see that, Mr. Scampers. You're saying Jimmy G is starting Mike. Sorry, sorry, not sorry. No, he's not.
But did you hear about his arm fatigue? I mean,
it's
could have gave it out with a straight face.
Every week it's something. Every week it's like, oh, they don't trust him, or oh, he's got arm fatigue, or he doesn't know the playbook.
Shouldn't we hear more positives?
If you stick close to the 49ers and if you actually read what the players are saying and everything, he's going to be fine. Listen, he's not going to be the greatest quarterback of all time. He's not going to be, I forget which analyst it was, but he was like, you'll be talking about him with guys like Pat Mahomes in a few years. That's not going to happen either, in my opinion. But he's going to be fine. He's going to be a good quarterback. He was taken top 3 for a reason. He'll be fine. People just like to create stories.
Jimmy G, starting quarterback in Cleveland week 1. Matt Price, yes or no?
No. I think one of the reasons, I mean, there's probably many reasons, but one of the reasons why he hasn't been dealt yet is nobody wants to trade for somebody that's injured. Wait for the injury to come back. Wait for him to get, at least put some throws on film that they can throw out to teams. Maybe he gets some preseason work, whatever it is. I really think that's the reason why he's still hanging on.
Jimmy G takes Tom Brady's place in Tampa.
I saw that and I kind of chuckled, because it's like he was behind Tom in New England, goes to San Francisco for a couple of years, gets crazy disrespected by the fans and
gets paid,
but then gets upended, as far as him trading everything to get a third overall pick, and then he ends up behind Brady again.
Do they bring Hoyer in to be QB3?
Might as well. And then call Jacoby after that, whatever.
Wait, he's going to be the one starting in Cleveland, isn't he? Isn't it Brissett the backup right now in Cleveland?
Yeah. Back to what you said about Jimmy to Cleveland. The only way I think that happens if Deshaun gets a full season. If Deshaun Watson only gets 6 or 8 games, they're going to roll with Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, and the league. I mean, the Players Association's pushing back on any kind of real long-term suspension, which is whatever. Wild, we can, that's whatever. But so I don't know.
I kind of think they'll, unless they really get a feel that it's indefinite, like going to be more than a season. I kind of feel like they're just going to stick with Brissett. I mean, if you want to base your offense around a running game, you have a safe quarterback like Brissett who doesn't take any chances ever.
Right.
So it won't be exciting for fantasy, I don't think, but it could potentially be a winning formula. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing people keep forgetting when they're talking about this Deshaun Watson suspension is this is a team that was already built to run the ball. So it's not going to be this wild transition to say, all right, well we got to hand it off to Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt, like oh shucks,
they're okay. Yeah, they're okay.
Except for all that guaranteed money.
What is up, FF Face Off?
What is up? Sal, I'm surprised you're not having a drink here. I know, hey, it's business here.
No, I've had 2.
Oh, I missed it then.
I've had 2 beers. Hold on.
All right.
Watch yourselves. I'll get another
Yeah,
one.
I was going to say we'll have one together, So there you go. So, yeah, good times. Anthony, how was the concert? What did you see? Dave Matthews Band?
Yes. It was good. My second time was actually my wife's 6th time seeing him.
Whoa.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, it was always Dave always puts on a great show. And then especially seeing him at Saratoga in that venue was amazing.
I'm a big Dave Matthews fan. I've seen him 5 times myself.
Damn.
And
it's like a cult.
He played Jones Beach. I like Jack Johnson too. I don't know if you listen to Jack Johnson, but Jack Johnson played Jones Beach on a Tuesday, and I went with my daughter. My daughter was in from California. We went together, and Dave was playing the following Tuesday, and it just didn't work for me. 2 weeks in a row with work, and I even work a little bit early, and I already had the Jack Johnson ticket, so I missed him this time around. But it's always a great show. First time I seen him, Anthony, Giant Stadium, the Roots opened, Santana was second, and then Dave Matthews.
Wow,
that's great show.
lineup.
My wife was pregnant with that daughter who I just went to the Jack Johnson concert with, so 23 years ago.
And by the way, just rewinding, if you're ever in Long Island during the summer, go to a concert at Jones Beach. Great venue. I think. It's right by the water there. It's incredible.
Phenomenal.
So, cheers. There you go. Anthony didn't know for that this weekend, but all right.
So why I got to ask a question about the Scott. Why didn't one of the largest, if not the largest, media market in the country not get? Why didn't we get live drafts?
So I'll give you 100% the real answer because I know it. And Scott, I knew it already, and I already told people, but Scott just came on. So if you guys want to be a part of it, Anthony, you and Mike with me next year planning it, I'm going to take the reins on that. Scott had asked a few different people, but very important to Scott, and it will remain important to Scott, is any venue that we host one of these at needs to be 100% free. That doesn't mean people will not go there, spend money on food, drinks,
of course,
and be patrons of the facility.
All right.
But we don't want to pay for the actual facility. And New York City is a very difficult place for someone to be like, take my venue for free.
Right.
Boston next week, the reason they're getting a legitimate prime spot by Fenway is because the Red Sox will be in New York playing the Yankees. And the town is essentially empty when that happens.
Right.
So they got a nice thing going on there. There was one in Orlando, and Bob Gilchrist will give you a little behind the scenes. Bob does a lot with the Diabetes Foundation, and he was doing a big event there, and they gave him the facility as a thank you for him always doing his charitable work there. So we need to find a place. I could do it on Long Island. I could do that for free. not a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
We're trying to do New York City. So we got a full year, and I'm enlisting a lot of people to help me, and let's get it done.
I'll definitely help with that.
I'm 100%. I'll take that trip.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'll just take the LIRR, free for me.
Mike, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, Mike works for the Long Island Railroad, so he's not really going out on a limb there.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Nice, easy trip. Nice, easy trip. Wonderful way to travel. So there you go. But yeah, we'll work together, man. We'll make that happen next year.
So, guys, getting back to your mental health podathon, I know that when you originally put it out last year, when I'm saying originally put this out, that you were going to do it over the course of 2 days also. Mm-hmm. So, what is the plan? Is it 12 hours each day? Is that what you guys are going with? Or?
Yeah, it's gonna be a 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So we tried to go 24 hours last year, and then Anthony, there was like a storm, right?
I had a storm that pretty much knocked us out in the overnight hours, and we got it back in the morning. So it's like, what are we missing overnight? I think we'll get more actionable content, more action altogether if we just break it up into 2 days.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's a tremendous idea, and I think your points are all completely valid. I got a visit after last year's Podathon from John Bosch and Scott Fish. I don't know if you heard of him. And they said, "Hey, why don't we make this thing 36 hours?" I was like, "Are you out of your fucking minds?" But they were like, "No, Sal,
kindly leave."
Yeah, get yourself some help.
Yeah,
get some help. So, what I had trouble with this year was there's certain guests I want to be here for, and I want to be here for all of them. Don't get me wrong, but I went from 8 a.m. yesterday till almost 3 a.m. because I don't want to miss the Aussie guys. I don't want to miss Peter from Germany. Peter is a guy I played in leagues with for 5-6 years, and I love that guy. And Peter, did you have him on Mental Health Podathon? If you haven't, you got to get him on because him and I had a mental health discussion at about 3 a.m. last year.
Link us up later on.
Oh, we were both crying, man. It was outstanding. I will absolutely link you up with him. So it's tough. Even this morning, I was supposed to be back up at 6:30 for JB. Mike knows JB. He's here from Long Island, lives in Farmingdale. And I told Dave, I'm like, Dave, I can't make it. I'm going to sleep through JB. JB was in the studio with me yesterday. I've already been on a Podathon with him this year. I'm sleeping through, and I got about maybe 4.5 hours of sleep this morning. But I've had a great team, a great crew, a bunch of men and women that have carried me over these 36 hours. So I would do 12 and 12 though in a heartbeat.
Yeah. That's probably going to be the plan for us going forward. And we got some other ideas behind the scenes maybe for next year. So we're kicking around a bunch of stuff, but we're pretty happy with the decision to go 2 days, 12 hours each way. That'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll be a little delirious. We'll be fine.
Yeah. So one thing I always tell you guys too is from the first time I was ever on your podcast is your production value is fantastic, and that was something I've never put a lot of work into because I'm just not a technological guy. So Bob Gilchrist has been doing all these background graphics and all that stuff, and I got music and stuff. But I know that's kind of Anthony's bread and butter, doing the technological side. But Anthony, talk about why you want to deliver something. So many people jump on and they have their house in the background. I was on a podcast one time.
Oh God, calling me out. Shots fired.
He had a mattress. No, Matt, I'm just kidding. I had a guy with an old mattress in the background one time. I didn't understand it, but tell me why it's important to you to deliver a product that looks as good as it sounds.
I think it's the presentation. And I'm a perfectionist, and I'll pick up things from other shows. I'll pick up things I see on TV. I'm like, well, what are my capabilities with what I have to work with? What can I build on? And I just want to, I always wanted to be a professional, and that's always meant a lot to me. Is just being a professional in this industry. Anything I put my name on or it's attached to it, I feel like, like you said, production's always been important. People expect that, and I need to deliver it.
There's also that aspect, and I mean, Anthony and I have talked about this, and I'm sure anybody who has a fantasy football website or fantasy football podcast has talked about this at some point, is how do you differentiate yourself from everybody else, because there's everybody, and everybody's working hard. Everybody's putting in the work. Everybody's trying to make their thing the best possible thing it could be. And I mean, Anthony's always he's a perfectionist. I'll make him a video, and I'll take like 2.5 hours, and I'll send it to him, and I'll be like, I got this thing, and he'll be like, yeah, but there's this thing at like 8 seconds I don't like. This can you do? And I'm like, yeah, I could do everything from the very beginning again. Yes, but that makes it better though. That's what makes it better. So
I need to figure out a way to get more creative, because when we started, StreamYard wasn't a thing. So production quality, it's like we had the best produced show because I figured it out. Now everybody can use StreamYard. Okay, where am I going to take this next? And that's kind of what I've been working on since StreamYard's been invented.
Yeah.
How can we now go to the next level? And what is that next level?
Yeah, you'll find it. I'm sure. I'm sure you will. And so, listen, we dug into the 49ers a little bit. We know that is Mike's favorite team. Anthony is a New Jersey guy who loves the Dallas Cowboys. So,
yes,
Anthony, let's talk about the Cowboys and, when will they return to full glory? I mean, they made the playoffs finally, right? But talk about your team. What do you expect out of them this year?
Anthony, who beat the Cowboys in the playoffs?
Oh, boy.
You remember that?
Yeah. I do. Fondly, I remember that one.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But I don't. Last year was the year where I thought, okay, it's gonna happen. I don't know what to think this year. They lost a couple. It wasn't just Amari Cooper. Cedric Wilson's involved in that. So we're going to line up with James Washington and a rookie receiver. CeeDee Lamb's going to be the one. Dalton Schultz looks really good. I think Dallas is going to go back to what they win with, and that's running the football. They drafted Smith, excellent tackle, but he's a mauler. He's a better run blocker. I see them actually playing him more as a guard than when Tyron Smith on the outside. He's always going to miss a few games. Then you kick the rookie to the outside. I think the O-line depth's going to be better. Dak doesn't play his best football when he's throwing it 45 times a game. He's at his best when he only has to throw it 30 times, 35 times. So I think we see a more scaled back Cowboys offense and open it up when you have to, and really let Dan Quinn's defense go to town. I think that's their recipe for success is running the football, letting that defense be opportunistic and create opportunities.
Is Zeke a value right now in fantasy drafts?
Yes.
Yep.
How can he not be? Even Dak. Dak and Zeke both had injuries last year, and after their injuries, they played, but they weren't quite the same player. Neither one of them. And with Zeke, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I know a lot of those games leading up to that injury, he was giving us RB1 weeks. And now you can get Zeke in the 3rd round.
Sometimes 4th.
Yeah.
In underdog drafts.
And as great as Tony Pollard is,
yeah,
Zeke, I always say Dak's the leader, but Zeke's the heartbeat of that offense.
I just don't think Pollard's ever going to be. I mean, he's going to be usable in some weeks, bye week injury filler, that kind of stuff. But I just don't think we're ever going to get the Tony Pollard that everybody wants.
You're not going to get that same touchdown production that you get from Zeke. I mean,
but is Tony Pollard
that
player that people think he is? Can he be that getting Zeke touches?
I think he could be if maybe Zeke wasn't on the roster, but Zeke is, So, and Zeke's not really going anywhere. So, much to the dismay of the fantasy community. I've seen Javonte Williams go ahead of Zeke, and I don't know how to mentally handle that. I'm not sure how to roll with that. Just doesn't make sense to me.
You brought up the Wookiee. Yeah, not Star Wars.
The Wookiee.
You brought up the rookie wide receiver, Jalen Tolbert.
Yes.
So I'll ask you, and then I'll go to Matt, because Matt is a dynasty guy. He started to become one of those guys where, hey, if you miss all those early wide receivers, Jalen Tolbert's going to have a role in that Dallas offense. He's going to take the place of some of these guys that left. So what do you think Jalen Tolbert is in year 1?
I think there's an immense ceiling with Jalen Tolbert. I just don't know what the floor is. He has a shot to really, because, we don't know when Gallup's going to be back. So Tolbert can be the wide receiver too. And if you look at his college metrics, he was always a target hog despite playing for a small school. So I think the ceiling's there. The ADP, there's not a lot of risk. Now in Dynasty, I do know his ADP is creeping up a little bit, but still in redraft, that's a huge value for Jalen Tolbert where you can get him.
Matt, what's your opinion on Tolbert?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, especially why Gallup is out. There's a hole at that second receiver spot. We can say we're going to put James Washington there, who I've liked since, I think he was one of the best at kind of stacking defenders on the outside, coming out as a college prospect, but never really put it together in Pittsburgh, even with his college quarterback, Mason Rudolph. And he has the foot thing. I don't know what the health status of that is. But it feels to me like Schultz is absolutely going to be the locked in number 2. And maybe that changes when Gallup comes back. But outside of that, Tolbert, I think he presents the most upside on there. And like you said, for the price, like there's not much there. Like, and he, and also, like you said, he's used to volume. He can be leaned on in an offense. If CeeDee Lamb is getting blanketed, Tolbert is comfortable with a higher volume role. So, not the burner. I think it was like a 4.49 40, something like that. We used to think 4.4s were fast, but not when it's 4.49 apparently. So yeah, I'm all about Tolbert. And in dynasty and rookie drafts, I don't know if they're many people that still have the rookie draft to go, but as that mid to late second round pick, I think that's a locked in pick above those running backs that are going in that range.
96th percentile college target share.
Yeah. Yep.
That works.
Now, one more note on Zeke, by the way. I think Zeke is starting to feel the pressure. He signed that big deal, but this upcoming offseason, the Cowboys actually have an out in the contract. Previously, his dead cap money was in the 30 millions. It goes down to 11.8 million. So if Zeke doesn't get it done this year, I think he could potentially feel the pressure of maybe not being on this team. So we could see if there's any big time seasons left for Zeke. If it doesn't happen this year, I think it's never going to happen again.
I almost feel like the Zeke Pollard situation is a little bit like the Melvin Gordon, Austin Eckler situation from several years ago. We have Eckler coming up as this pass catcher. At first, he didn't look quite as good as Gordon did once he took over that full-time role, but he kind of worked into it. And maybe once we see Zeke move on, if they're ever able to get out of that contract situation, then maybe we see Pollard take over. But I don't think there's any chance of it before then.
All right, gents, we're up against it. I see the next crew of guys starting to file in to the waiting room. So one more time, promote what we got going on next week.
Yeah, we got the mental health podathon going on Saturday and Sunday, July 16th and 17th from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's Eastern. We are working hard on putting together the guests. We still have spots open. So, if you're interested, you can either DM me at the FF Realist or Anthony Servino over there at the Real NFL Guru. And listen, if you got a story to tell, then you can definitely come on. Absolutely. If you want to just be a part of it and you want to talk fantasy and you just want to be part of that, raising awareness and, we'll do that too. So, yeah, so definitely hit us up. But, that'll be going on next week and we're excited about it.
Absolutely. Everything Mike just said, plus I'm the Real NFL Guru. Follow me on Twitter, fffaceoff.com. And of course, next week's Podathon is it's a great event. This is going to be our third year. The first year was great, but last year was is when I really told my story and got comfortable doing so. So it actually helped me a lot personally. And last year was one of the roughest years of my adult life.
Well,
if it wasn't for that Podathon, I don't know if I would have gotten through my issues.
It's great
awesome
you had the outlet, man, and it's great that you're doing well. You're here with us today, and I know all too well how real that story is. Thank you, guys. I will see you next week, and I'm happy and appreciative that you guys include me in that every year. Thank you.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having us.
Guys. Thanks for coming on.
Good work.
Oops, wrong one. Oops.
I got some more reads for you, Sal.
Take it away, sir.
Our guest is sponsored by, our guest is going to be Shane, Jeremy, and Mike from Dynasty Trade Headquarters, and it's sponsored by War Squared Fantasy Football Podcast, a year-round full-service fantasy football podcast with weekly episodes to provide fans with info on their teams and players. Host Tommy, who's always wrong, at FreightBrain, Doc, who is truly Israeli right, at DocTim13, and producer and degenerate gambler Seth at ST Superman 85. They guarantee a quality experience and actionable advice every episode to stay a step ahead of your league mates. Whether you are a newbie or a longtime vet of the fantasy wars, War Squared is the place for you. Plus, there will be beer. Tune into War Squared today. We also have TSS Fantasy. They're here to entertain and educate. The crew of Freddie, the Jester Reyes, Justin Jesus Herrera, and Nick, you got flandered. it's not macaronis, but it looks like macaroni. Macaronis, I'm going to say, along with the man of the hour, Commissioner Cooper, take you on an hour-long trip that is sure to have you laughing and loving fantasy football. Going live 5 days a week and bringing you all you need to know from waivers, trades, start sits, DFS, and betting. TSS has your back for the 2022 season. Come join them on YouTube for live episodes as they talk about fantasy, play games, and interview some of the best minds in the business as well as former players. TSS Fantasy, we are the show of the people.
Nice. I'm sorry. I'm handling a couple of things in the private chat here. But let's bring in this guy who he sat in last night.
There he is.
Hey.
Matt, when I needed some rest, I took about 2 hours. I took 2 hours off, got about an hour and a half of sleep. Shane came in. I'm still getting reports and complaints. But the important thing is he did not get shut down. But what is up, Shane?
I tried my best to get it shut down. I know the advertisers probably reached out to you and were like, really? You had him do our reads? Because I sound illiterate. Like, I very much sound illiterate. But we got through it. I think people, for the most part, understood who I was promoting, I guess. And then I told them to, give money to the fantasy cares. So I did good, I think.
You did good.
Sal, I watched Shane. It was probably the most vanilla I've seen Manila. I wouldn't say vanilla, but the tame is actually the word I should say. It was the tamest I've seen him late night.
So as a host, you got to have a different role, right? I can't make the guests uncomfortable. I didn't want to just blast into some uncomfortable conversations. Like if you guys were to ask me where Jeremy and Michael were, I was going to say, like when there's twins in the womb and the one baby eats the other one, that's what happened to those two. I wouldn't do that with guests though, because I don't know how they'd feel about that. Because maybe they've been in that situation too. You know what I mean? Maybe they were the twin that ate the other twin and they'd feel awkward.
How the hell did we get here? That's what I want to know. Every time I'm with Shane, I want to know, how did we get here?
There's no linear progression. It's just, it goes. Dave, I was very impressed by the reads. Dave even stepped in at one point and was like, you have another one to do. Get it done. And I was like, okay, sir, I'm sorry.
I try my best not to be like the old nag of like, hey, you got to get the live reads done. I've been trying because Sal in years past, like he said, he's got 3,000 things because Steve and Kev, we know how they are. They're pretty useless.
They're not even here.
Yeah, and they're not even here this year. But in years past, Sal was still doing everything, getting guests in, sending out links, and doing Twitter and all those things. And then I'd be like, hey, I'm the dork with a spreadsheet. Can you please get that live read done? As he's trying to do 5,000 different things. So I've been trying to not be up, on his ass because he's been phenomenal despite his voice going. Matt's put us all to shame here. So Shane, I hope you haven't seen Matt read these live reads. He looks like a true pros pro.
I thought maybe that was done to embarrass me. I just heard Matt do the read before I came on, and I took a little offense to that. But it's okay. It's okay.
The next one I'll kind of mess up a little bit for you, Shane.
All right, I appreciate it. Like just read it for like the completely wrong site. You know,
I called somebody macaroni, and I'm pretty sure that's not their last name. So
macaroni.
Macaronis.
It's macaronis, but that's true. I take it all back. That macaroni thing. It's been terrible.
It just made me hungry. It just made me hungry.
Yeah, I'm hungry right now, man. I was making dinner and stopped just so I could come on the show. And look, I'm making dinner. I'm going all out. There's microwave chicken and rice-a-roni. So I really care about you guys if I'm going to put all that to the side and just get on here and get on the show.
So Shane and I have something in common, right? Both of our marriages ended. So
not because
mine
of
did
whatever.
Too. Mine. Hey, we have three in common.
I don't want any rumors starting. I did not sleep with Matt or Sal. That's not what broke up their marriages. They had their own issues, probably similar to mine, but we did not sleep with each other no matter what you heard.
The difference is Matt. I mean, last I spoke with Matt, he found a new significant other and things were going well. So things are still going well.
Did you get married?
Not remarried. Remarried.
You're not going to do that, right?
Probably not.
I hope to God not.
Shane and I, on the other hand,
she's pretty special, but
Oh, that's beautiful. Anyway, Shane and I are like two whores in the night. We're out here on dating apps and talking about our adventures. So for 3 years before this, I did the Dynasty Rookie Tinder episode for the Dynasty Happy Hour, and I've just been entirely too busy. And so they brought in a pinch hitter this year, and it was Shane. So I don't know if I'm insulted or honored, Shane, but how was that experience for you? Because I know what it's like for me.
It was good, but I don't understand why I got to keep being sloppy seconds for Sal. Like, I'm just like, keep following in your footsteps for everything. The only difference is I haven't gone bald yet. But like, you get divorced before it was cool. Then I do it. Then, you do the Tinder shows. And now all of a sudden I'm the fill-in for the Tinder shows. Like, I don't know. It felt a little weird. I've actually started dating someone, just like one person, and got off of the apps because the apps are frightening. Although they're fun, they're frightening in a fun way. Like, it's good adventures. Like, I don't know if this person's going to kill me, like things like that.
I have never got to experience them, but just from friends' conversation, it sounds terrifying.
There's I met one woman that was a registered sex offender. That was interesting.
For what though? Because sometimes you got the registered sex offender that peed outside after a bar.
No. This was earned. This was 100% earned. This was definitely, she was not allowed around schools.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so I couldn't figure out the math. I was like, hey, I got 2 kids that are, young. I don't think I could legally bring them around you, so I don't think this will work.
I have one. You want to hear this story?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. I'm getting requests. I'm telling John Boss something for the words New York. Sorry. So I met this woman. Are there any children in the chat right now?
I think I'm the closest to it.
Are there any ladies in the chat right now? I don't want any ladies to get upset with me when I tell the story. And that is always my concern when I'm doing the Tinder episode. I'm worried that somebody might take it the wrong way. It's done so entirely in fun. So that's with this woman. We talked, and right away on a Friday, she's like, "Oh, I'd meet you tonight, but I'm going to." It was right around Valentine's Day of 2021. I'm going to have dinner at my parents' house. It was a Friday night. I'm like, all right, cool. So we got together on Saturday. We go out to dinner. She's walking to my car, and she's a rather bosomy woman. So I'm like, oh, okay. She was displaying. Got in with the dinner. Had a great night. It was during COVID times where they had dividers between the tables. She was so large-breasted that when she turned, she knocked the divider over with her breast.
Nice.
And being a waiter or the busboy had to catch it and bring it back up. So long and short of it, we went out on 2 dates. And the third date, she says, hey, why don't you come to my apartment after work? All right, who am I to say no? I show up, and I let her know that I just parked. She FaceTimes me. So shroom, FaceTime comes up. Now, I hate FaceTime. Truth be told, I'll stand on this camera all day, but I hate talking to people on FaceTime.
Me too.
The woman who I had been on 2 dates with, who was both funny, quirky, and very, very beautiful, or good looking at least, now looked like a complete emotional wreck. She was brushing her hair back like this, and I was like, oh, okay, what's going on? I've had a tough day. My boss was yelling at me, da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, all right, maybe it's not a good night. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? I'm like, well, it just seems like maybe it's not a good time for you. She's like, no, come on. Just come on. I'm like, all right. So I make the decision based on big breasts to go up.
Well, obviously. I mean, most decisions made by men are based on big breasts.
As I'm going, and you can ask the guys in the DFPN chat this story. That's the Dynasty Funhouse Podcast Network. I sent them a picture, her name, her phone number, and her address.
Just in case.
Just in case when I went to, because things seemed off. I get upstairs to the second floor of the apartment building, and the door is slightly askew. And I hear, come in. I'm like, oh, boy.
It's either going to be really good or really bad.
So I walk in, and it's not very good. She's in a jogging suit. Hair looks a little greasy, like she hasn't washed it in a couple of days. She's like, yeah, so go ahead. Go in the living room. I don't want you in my apartment, but you had to force your way in. I'm like, wait, what is going on? So now I walk in. It's February. She still has a Christmas tree up, and it's pink. And I'm like, oh, okay. All right. The woman works from home. It's not like she didn't have time to take it down. She lived in Astoria, Queens, by the way, Dynasty Hot Sauce, not Long Island. Long and short of it is, I sat on a woman's couch and I kept thinking I was going to get an ice pick in my chest, you know? So she grabs a box, a white box, and she's trying to open it. She's pulling at the bottom of this white box, like clawing it. I said, can I help you with that? She's like, no, I got it. She's pulling. I said, listen, maybe it's not a good time. She turns to me and goes, what do you want from me? I'm like, I just want to live. At this point, I just want to be out of this apartment. I want to live. She reaches over and starts petting my leg. None of this is untrue. She's petting my leg. No, it's fine. I'm sorry. I'm like, okay. The woman orders pizza. I say to myself, when the pizza guy comes, that's it. I'm getting the fuck out of here. My only chance of surviving, it's either me or the pizza guy. So when this pizza guy comes, I get up and I'm like, take care. Boom, right out the door, down. Before I got to my car, I had 14 text messages. That's not an exaggeration. This woman sent me voice text and text till 3:30 in the morning. One of the texts says, you were like, what's the name of the guy in New Jack City? You were like
Pookie?
You were like Pookie fiending for his crack the minute you got into my apartment, trying to leave. And I'm like, well, now I know why. This woman was straight psycho. And I 100% believe that if I stayed in that apartment tonight, I would have been damaged beyond belief. Yeah,
So
crazy.
when was your next date?
So we're seeing the next weekend.
Yeah.
And we're getting married. So
yeah, I like it. See, I didn't have any stories like that. All the people I met, luckily, they exhibited their craziness pre-meeting them. Or afterwards it's just the normal, like I never talked to them again and pretended that my phone number changed. You know what I mean? Like one of those things. I never had anyone that I felt like was going to actually commit a crime on me. Although you never know, right?
I thought I was dying that night, Shane, but it's possible.
But what I appreciate about it, and I can respect it, is the part of you was like, I might die, and the other part of you was like, but I could get laid. So yeah, I should probably still go up. And you did.
I have made a lot of poor decisions in my dating life, and I continue to make them, and I'm not going to stop.
No, what fun would that be? Like, good dates aren't fun stories. You know what I mean? It's not like you can't be like, oh, we went out, had a lovely time, and I think we're going to see each other again next week. Like, that's no fun. Not at all.
Yeah, but for you and for Matt, Matt's been with his lady friend for a couple of years now, I believe,
yeah.
and
Yeah.
he's very happy. Shane, I hope the best for you because you can't be on the streets. That's not safe for anybody.
No, this is a very tenuous situation, right? Like letting me live alone is like letting an 8-year-old boy basically live alone. Like there's not much of a difference. I'm slightly bigger. I probably smoke less than most 8-year-olds, but outside of that, like there's literally no difference. Matt, I do wonder though, the lady friend, is there any pressures towards getting married, or is she also once divorced?
No, she's it's a little bit of a weird situation, I guess, but I'm actually her first long-term boyfriend.
Okay.
So,
right.
Yeah. So, but things are going well. There's no pressure at all, and the most important things. No offense to those that have kids out there, but no, she does not want kids, and I am on record as not wanting kids. So, so that's what's that?
I said join a vasectomy gang. Wait, what time is it? It's only it's not late enough to have these conversations. All right.
Look, vasectomy is a medical procedure. There's nothing wrong with that. We're just talking about the human body. I mean,
exactly.
Look, I don't fault anyone that doesn't want to have kids, because trying to date with kids is a son of a bitch. Like,
I can't imagine. Like, because I imagine once you get to, I mean, I don't know how old you guys are exactly. I assume we're close to a similar age group, but I imagine the older you get into our age range, it's tougher to find the ones without kids too. So it's kind of something you have to put up with, or not put up with. I shouldn't say that, but you have to be open to the idea.
Yeah, you almost need to date someone with kids so that they can understand that your schedule is just as fucked up as theirs. You know what I mean? Like out of nowhere, it's like, oh, by the way, I have the kids for 6 months. So
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Bonnie is straight up judging us, by the way, right now.
Sal gave
I bet.
Larry.
I feel terrible.
I leave you guys alone for an hour, and this is what the show has become.
What we're promoting?
It's an hour like 34, Mike. Come on, man.
We're promoting safe sex, vasectomies.
Shane, literally anything you promote, I'm usually not.
So you're against safe sex. Just come out and say it, Mike. It's fine. It's an interesting stand. Not many people are bold enough to say I am against safe sex, but if you are, sweet.
We have people that are prepping for the fishbowl, and I'm hearing stalker stories from Sal. Shane's giving dating advice, which honestly, that is legitimately trying to think of what's the worst possible analogy of what I wouldn't take advice from. So Matt, I don't know how you ended up in this group, but damn.
Well, I don't know if we want to go there, but someone brought up vasectomies, and I have a horror story from someone in the fantasy industry. I'm not going to name their name because I don't know if they want this story out there, but I do have a vasectomy horror story if we want to go there.
Now's the time. Now's the time, man.
I will say though, before you go there, the sponsors are loving this. They say keep on going. The donations are coming in because they want Shane to get snipped because of this horror story. Sal, that snips lots of money should be coming in now to Scott Fishbowl. So I just want to say that, and I will defend Larry, who got a ton of crap for doing this at 9 p.m. We're doing this at 6:49 on a Sunday.
All I heard, Sal, don't let Larry come on at 9, Mike. You can't let. This is dinner time.
Well, then people are eating dinner, so respectable folks aren't watching this right now. It's just people that understand
folks
what
we're never watching this, Shane. I'm just saying that.
You hear that? You hear that, Donut? You are not respectable.
Look, I know just me personally that I've had to talk a couple times with a couple of women that I've dated, and I've been like, look, if we ever have kids, all I'll ever do is take pictures with them and take naps with them. Everything else is on you. I did the hard daddy stuff. I don't want to do any of that. So if you ever do want kids, it's fine. You're just going to have to do everything. That's fair.
Speaking of vasectomies and Larry Monkey, Larry's 70 and just had a kid. He is an idiot.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that his kid is going to be at, what do you call that? Kindergarten graduation, and everyone's going to be like, "Why is your great grandpa here?"
Yeah. Hey, Dave or Mike, what happened to my backgrounds? Did Bob just take them away? It was I just checked and I can't even find them. They don't exist anymore.
It might be coming right from TrophySmack after this conversation that they're get the name off of it. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah. So TrophySmack's okay with us playing with Chase's chest hair on live, but not this.
Here it is. It's back. Nice.
Oh.
Sweet. You want this one? Or this one?
We don't have anything from a.
Who let you have admin access? No one should have allowed that.
Look, we don't have anything from a vasectomy doctor. I don't know what you would call them. Urologist. Is that it?
How do we not have Adam Levitan on for this segment? I guess this was a real big.
Yes, it's true.
He's been making content all summer for his vasectomy.
So, here's one thing I wonder, right? So if you got a vasectomy today, how quickly would you be ready to play football?
The day you would.
Well, they say the medical technology has gotten way better, Shane.
Okay.
At least 4
4 days. You want the real vasectomy story? Am I the only one here who's had one? You take a weekend off and you go back to work. So
it's
I got it done on a Friday. I sat on a frozen bag of peas all weekend. And on Monday, I went back to work hanging drywall. So
I was going to get one until I heard this horror story, and now I'm terrified. So
Matt wants to tell the horror story. I don't need me on the internet.
I don't know. I don't want to tell if it's going to freak anybody out. Somebody said that they were about to get one and didn't want to hear it. So I guarantee it will convince them to change their mind.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
So Shane, vasectomy background, all these fish will turn into this. No more. There'll be no more fish swimming that can go. So Mike, look at Mike. Mike's blushing. Shut up.
I'm a born educator.
Red in the face.
Nobody should have let me come back at 4 o'clock when it's 4 o'clock.
I'm aware. If I could have cut off your access, I would have. But Bob didn't give me that authority. I can only do this. That's all I got.
Oh, so that's it. So Sal's the only one that had a vasectomy, and he got kicked off the show. Is it because he had a vasectomy? Do you have something against people with vasectomies, Mike? Jesus.
This is why I don't go on shows with you.
He's from Boston. He's very. I won't get into it.
So Boston. So just Boston as a whole. All
right, so Shane, we have like 7 minutes left.
Yeah, does Shane want to talk about anything fantasy or football related?
Sure, work, anything you got going on?
Oh,
What division you in?
The Metropolis division.
What pick you got?
I was 101. We actually drafted live today. And they discussed our draft on the Sirius XM Rotoballer radio show.
Nice.
Yeah, that's fancy. Who do you got?
I went with Kyler Murray at 101. Mostly because I wanted to be different from everyone else.
Absolutely.
And then last night, when I was expressing that I wanted to be different, and I mentioned that I wanted to draft Kyle Pitts, everyone that was on the show was like, "Don't do that. That's a bad idea." And I said, "Okay, so let me be different in another way." And what I did is I went out and got Kyler Murray. Great completion percentage, efficient. He's got high touchdown upside, high rushing upside. So, if anyone can smash this year, I think it's him.
Now, did you get Pitts coming back in a second?
No, Pitts went off the board. Son of a bitch. Literally, the pick before me, Ray Flowers sniped them from me. He took Pitts. So I took Andrews. Completely reactionary. I was like, I'm taking a tight end here. So thankfully, Andrews was still there. But yeah, I went with Andrews and then Saquon because, look, when a man's got thighs and quads like that, I want him on my team. I don't care what that team plays. I want him on it.
That's fair.
I don't know, Kyle.
In the division, do you have anybody that you were jealous
Oh,
of?
me. No, me. Yeah, definitely me. I got stacked Marquise with Kyler later. I went with Zach. I'll bang your mom, Wilson. Stacked him with Garrett Wilson later. So I got a couple mini stacks. So that's exciting. I don't know.
Where's your week 17 correlation, Shane?
Yeah. So my week 17 correlation. Yeah, I didn't look at that. There was an excellent article in Roto World like 2 weeks ago talking about stacking in week 17 correlation or playoff correlation. What I took from it was just draft players from the AFC West. Yeah, they play each other a lot, and they're going to be scoring a ton of points late in the season too.
Love it.
I talked about being a Raiders fan and us having the best offense we've had in years, maybe decades, and we're going to still come in fourth place. It sucks so bad. That division is ridiculously stacked.
You could come in third.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, you won't, but technically
could.
What's an alligator clip?
Has any player in the SFB ever had the same team? What?
I think.
Yeah, there's been
multiple teams that were drafted exactly the same. I guess is what he's asking.
Not exactly.
Not even if in order.
Yeah, no, they'll do. What is it? Josh's app will tell you how similar you are to someone else. The most I've ever seen is like 8 or 9 players. The cool part is, those teams aren't going to win, which is great. So you can like eliminate them from contention right out of the gate because no one likes to be generic and boring. But yeah, actually, while you're drafting, you can see if there's teams similar to you, and I would advise keeping an eye on that. And if there are, pivot hard because you're off track.
So it's over at Roto Grinders. Josh ADHD, I think.
That's the one exactly. Great app, puts it out every year. Outstanding. But yeah, one of them is the similarities, and you always want to keep an eye on that. Don't be like other people. That's SFB and in life.
I kind of hope lots of people draft kickers in the first round because I want everyone to do poorly except for me. I'm not one of those people that like roots for someone else other than me. Like, oh, if I can't win it, I hope you do. Like, if I can't win it, I hope everyone loses. So I hope that everyone drafts kickers often and early. That's what I think. Like, differentiate your team that way. Go heavy on the kickers.
I'm not going to lie. The week that I'm knocked out of the fishbowl, if they just shut down the league at that point, I'd be cool with that. Like, the NFL just shuts down. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'd be fine too. Like if MFL completely just went bonkers and everyone cried, I'd be like, whatever, I lost. I don't care about you.
That's the spirit.
Look, I'm not what you call a good person. So I definitely don't care what happens to other people once it doesn't affect me anymore. Oh, and a narcissist. That's it. according to the doctors. So I definitely, like, as soon as I'm out, I want everyone to have a horrible experience, and I hope they all do poorly. Like, I hope they all have their worst week that they ever had the following week.
Steve, to answer your question, yeah, it scrapes. It's fairly real time. I'd say within like 5 minutes, you can see it. Well, you'll get. It's a great app, but you'll get annoyed with the amount of screenshots that are going to fill up your Twitter feed.
No,
as
it'll
people
be
are
all.
drafting.
Yeah.
Yeah, love my team already. I'm like, of course you do, bro. It's the third round. Chill. Give me a screenshot in round 12. Like, take it down just a notch.
You're going to see all those screenshots anyway, period. Like, even after they're done drafting, like, oh, this is the team. Like, everyone should. You should feel like you have the winner in coming out of the draft. If you don't, then you should just not draft anymore because you know it's bad. Like, just next year, if you win a Scott Fishbowl slot, just be like, can I just give money to charity and give the spot to someone that has a chance? Because it's clearly not me.
I'll tell you, I thought my 10 team was better than my 11 team, and it was not. I got slaughtered.
I thought both of my teams the last 2 seasons were strong, but 2 seasons ago drafted Christian McCaffrey. Last year, both Dobbins and Akers, and it's just brutal.
Well, that's the big thing for me last year was, and we talk about there's a lot of luck. None of my guys got hurt, and I didn't miss on my first 9 picks. Like, if you look at where
That's
they
amazing.
finished from where I drafted them, they either met or exceeded expectations. My biggest disappointment, actually, when you look at just where they finished, was Kelsey. I took him 5, and I think he finished like 12th overall, right, or 14th. That was my biggest bomb. But I went Deontay and Debo in like the 9th and 10th round. Mac Jones in like the 17th round, Elijah Mitchell in like the 19th round. But my first 9 picks all performed and did get hurt. And that's how I made the finals. It's if
war of
McCaffrey
attrition.
exactly. You have to stay healthy and your team just has to perform more than anything else to win it. It's just sometimes you have bad luck. And in 10, I was starting Nick freaking Mullins. I drafted 5 quarterbacks and they all got hurt. The injury report they sent out was 3 pages long. It happened. So no matter what, you feel good about your team. You better hope no one hits them. That's kind of the goal. And if they stay healthy, you'll be fine. If they don't, well, better luck next year.
Who was it? Was it 2 years ago we were drafting and someone blew their knee out after the first round of the draft?
Oh, this past year, it's Cam Akers.
Was Akers. Yep.
Yeah. People had them like in the 3rd round, and then boom, Achilles like 5 minutes later, and that was when we all drafted on the same day. So
yeah,
like if you took him in the first 3 rounds, you were done.
Yeah, that was fun. I mean, not for the people that drafted Cam.
No, or for him
whatever.
Either as a person.
Well, him, I don't know him personally. I'm just saying I know a lot
Sure.
of people that drafted Cam, and I also didn't care that their teams got decimated. I was kind of rooting against them anyway. But man, that does suck. You got to draft your team in July, and then just you hold your breath. This is why I can't do redraft. You know what I mean?
I know.
This would absolutely crush me.
Yeah, you're just done.
Yeah, like it's like, yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, one of the reasons why I gravitated from redraft to dynasty is like I don't want to play 70,000 leagues so that I can have one team that makes it to makes it completely healthy this season. Dynasty,
Right.
I'm injured. I guess I'll look forward to next year, and I got stuff to do,
Yeah.
And you get a better draft pick. I mean, at least you get something
Exactly.
out of it, right? So
yeah.
All right, well, guys,
we got a couple of reads.
We're at time here. You got it, Matt?
Yeah, I got a couple of reads. We got the first one is presented by Monocle Dynasty Podcast, an analytically driven podcast hosted by John Arrington, dedicated to keeping your eye on the championship. The Monocle satisfies all of your fantasy football needs from a redraft, dynasty, devy, and even campus to Canton leagues. Can't get enough of the Monocle? Check out at Dynasty Coach A's Patreon for exclusive devy and rookie models, a customizable trade calculator, and a league evaluator to start bringing home the championship trophies. Listen to the Monocle Dynasty podcast across all your favorite podcast and streaming platforms. We also have FantasyScape podcast, which entertains, educates, and is always learning to help their audience bring home those coveted championships. Hosts James, Alex, Nick, and Michael engage with the community in order to design a show to cover the most important topics in Dynasty and the overall fantasy landscape. Catch them on Twitter at FantasyScape_ and Spotify at the FantasyScape podcast. Also, Podathoners, be sure to wish FantasyScape host Nick a happy birthday as he celebrates here on the SFB Podathon. Happy birthday, Nick.
No, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Did it say how old Nick is?
It didn't. You're not supposed to ask those questions anymore, I think.
Nope. And hopefully, if he sponsored this segment, he's at least 18.
We're going to go with 18 plus.
All right. I'm not sure who Sal's talking to, if he's coming back to us.
What is up, everybody? I'm still here. I had a friend stop by, so I'm just talking to a friend off on the side over here.
Hi,
Some
friend.
nice things.
Are you ready to wrap this up, buddy? We're in our last segment. This is it.
I love that Shane waved. The person's way over here.
Well, you can pass that wave on for me.
Shane waved.
Shane. Hi. How you doing? No.
Do you have a pink Christmas tree?
No, this is not. This is
Oh
not
my
Jessica
gosh.
of the pink Christmas tree. That's Victoria. Dave Wright looks so uncomfortable.
No, my wife's tuning in. My son's tuning in for this last segment. I'm really excited. I'll show them all my great friends here in the fantasy space.
So we got to keep it real clean, huh?
No. Tell them yes, no.
Is Bob out on a golf course again?
No. I'm at Animal Kingdom.
I used to work there.
Orlando.
I used to work there. Bob.
Yeah, I know. Bosch was telling me that when we were on the safari the other day.
Bob's living his
down
best
there
life.
too?
Per Bob, yesterday, his babysitter was flown in, so life is good for Bob now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It definitely.
Apparently, we got a musical guest.
Are you at the Lion King exhibit? What is going on? Bob's dead. Bob got eaten by a lion.
Yeah, that's. I thought that was Bob running from a lion.
No, that's so. Of course, I picked the loudest spot, right? It wasn't at the time, but I was next to the bongos. But I just wanted to let everyone know I've been listening. You guys have been doing an awesome job, and I am so grateful for the Podathon. It is an amazing thing to listen to.
Bob, go on Expedition Everest while you're live on the show with us.
Yeah, buddy. And we lost Bob again.
Hopefully the Lions don't get him. That would be awkward.
If you hear me, I can come back on for Pandora. That's next.
All right. Bring us through Pandora. I don't know if that's legal, but let's see what happens.
We'll try.
Bob, what's your favorite animal to see on the safari?
Oh, buffalo? The water buffalo there?
A water buffalo there? What the
Water
hell
buffalo.
is that?
Yeah. Matt knows what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
The Asian water buffalo.
Yeah. They're you don't want to mess with them. Although I don't know if anybody watches that show Alone, where they send 10 people out to Alaska or whatever, and they've got to survive for 100 days. There was a guy last season that stabbed a muskox to death, which is kind of similar to a water buffalo. That guy, I don't know, he would run at him and take a stab and then run away again and then come back and take another stab. I don't know. I don't think that's smart, but it worked for him, I guess.
In your expertise, Matt, is that what you should do in the wild? I know you're really good with it. Is that recommended? Because I'm trying to. You never know what happens.
I would not recommend that. No.
Should I just run if I see an ox musk?
You should
Or a
probably
water
just back
buffalo?
away slowly and just leave.
Okay. All right. Turn on my flashlight on my cell phone and you're like, you think that'll work?
You could blind them, yeah. You never
All right,
know.
I'm done.
Man, we've talked for 35 hours now. Nobody has anything to say.
Well, Mike's playing on his phone.
I'm checking to see where the rest of the team is. Shane, just still working. Someone has
scared
to.
me. Dave scared me. because
John
that is
Bosch,
mother-
John Bosch.
I think when this hour was planned, it wasn't planned that everyone on this hour was going to already be on the show.
Yes, that's true, Bob.
All right. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed the 35-hour Podathon. This has been great. Whoever this hour was brought to you by did not get their money's worth.
Yeah, Dave, make sure you read those last sponsors very quick.
We got 2 more sponsors, yeah.
All right, hey,
fuck the sponsors. I don't care about the sponsors.
You want me to read them? I'll read
University
them.
Poke here is one asking about the waivers.
Waivers
You
runs.
guys
I think
got a ways to go.
I think it's the week before the season starts. I think.
Yeah, I think it was like August 31st or September 1st, whatever the first.
I'll figure it out right now.
What 1 week before the games start. So you have months and months to worry about waivers. There's only one run before the season starts, and it's
But what's
right
awesome,
before.
what's awesome about that is that someone, well, no, it's not awesome, but like you're gonna want to make moves and you can't because injuries are going to happen, and you're going to be like, I can't do anything about it, and I just have to keep looking at this guy on my roster, and it hurts my soul. So hopefully that's not me.
Yep, and then you're going to blow your entire budget on Marquez Callaway and regret it and come in last, and that's how waivers work in the fish.
Or Deontay Harris, whichever version he's going by.
I do think that's still the way to go. I mean, I don't think there was probably a draft last season, at least in SFB, where Elijah Mitchell didn't get drafted, but it definitely happened in redraft.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm an all-in waiver guy. It's just
me too.
Yeah, you use your heads all.
Yeah, I mean, look, James Robinson was the big pickup, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? I forget because I'm old. It was 2 or 3 years ago when everyone blew everything they had on him, and I made fun of all of them. And then
it
he went out and smashed all year.
And for me too, like I hate waivers. It's the least fun part of fantasy for me. So I'm happy to get it all in there as soon as possible, so I don't have to look at it anymore.
So I can tell you last year, my favorite waiver story is, and I feel like, a good deed got rewarded. Somebody accidentally dropped Robbie Anderson, and it was accidentally
sure?
early in the season. It became, purposely later, but they dropped Robbie Anderson, and I had picked Robbie Anderson up, and there was a DM to Scott saying it was an accident. I'm like, all right. So I gave Robbie Anderson back, and I got stuck with my second choice, Cordarrelle Patterson, and literally changed the whole complexion of my team. And I remember I saw Anderson on the waiver wire. I'm like, that's how did that happen? Because we actually thought he was going to play football and be decent. I didn't know who the mascot was. There were a lot of things we didn't know about Robbie Anderson at that point. But so ended up giving back Anderson, told Scott, yeah, I don't, and he's like, Mike, I'm sorry, I don't want to make a deal out of it. I'm like, no, man, let's, fair is fair. If someone misclicks you, you don't act like a jerk. This is for charity. And that changed everything, getting Patterson instead of Anderson. So when you talk about being good at fantasy, no, I was lucky. And I picked up the wrong guy. And basically the person asking to get it fixed is the only thing that saved me. So I'll take it.
It's better to be lucky than good most times.
Absolutely.
Almost always.
Matthew Perry picked up the other guy. The other guy was Raquel Armstead, because that's also who I bet my money on. And then he came down with a severe case of COVID that year.
Still isn't completely back.
Yeah,
I think.
COVID was out for two years. Yeah. He was like the first person I heard of long-term COVID.
Yeah.
Ryan, got a question in the chat. We doing any last-minute spots here?
Yeah, we've got some still to give away. Let's do it.
Let's make it happen.
Can I get one?
Okay, so let's see who's actually been paying attention to this story. What did Sal's date knock over before they left the restaurant? If anyone was listening that closely to Sal, they should be going to the fishbowl. Hit it in the chat. And for the second question, whoever gets this one first, what color was her Christmas tree?
I feel like that's cheating because you just referenced that.
I'm just trying to give away a spot. So I don't have to spend 20 minutes looking at the chat to see if anyone's paying attention.
Well, you should. You should. Oh,
there we go. We got one.
COVID divider.
COVID divider is correct.
And Alan Davis. We have two winners.
Yep.
Need your handles, guys.
Sam got the answer twice.
Sam got the other.
Both
Sam
answers.
got it twice.
Sam and Alan Davis are our winners. Just need your handles to see if you are registered.
Somebody
Sam
really
Meyer
loves Sal's
and
story.
Alan Davis, listen to Sal. They deserve, just because Sal's not even listening to himself. On his own podathon, he's talking to somebody else.
I saw it, COVID dividers. I'm so proud that the people listen to me, unlike Kyle Lebrecht, who says, who listens to Sal?
And there they are.
Oh, they are. The
There
bots
they
are back.
are.
Oh, hey.
Sal comes off mute and the bots are
That's
back.
fantastic.
Ryan, I have Sam Meyer 724.
You should give Donut a spot because he did have callback to the pink Christmas tree.
He did.
All right.
Hold on.
Let's get Sam in. Sam Meyer.
Hold on.
Has Sam registered? I do not
Sam
see
Meyer,
Sam.
724. Have you registered?
I know we're giving away spots too for people who are active in the chat. This nakedhd.xyz person, they've been in the chat all 36 hours.
They're my co-manager. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
We're good.
They weren't in the chat last night when I was talking to the DAP network at about anyway.
And that was that segment.
Oh man.
All right, so I have Sam and Alan. Are
How many
either of
spots
you
left, Ryan?
registered? And Donut Chalaski is the third one. Donut, need your handle, see if you're registered.
So currently there are 28 spots left. We do have some people who have not signed in as well. So that's always a Monday morning thing that we'll end up.
All right, so Alan is not registered. So sorry, but we need registered. But I appreciate you listening to Sal and being here.
That's like double punitive. You listen to Sal and you weren't registered.
Well, clearly you're listening to Sal. You make poor decisions. So
It's true.
I got somebody in today who's not registered, by the way, so don't make me flex.
All right, Donut, I need your handle. Donut Chalaski. And Ryan, did we see Sam Meyer?
I've got Donut in already.
Oh,
and
perfect.
Alan, be sure to sign up for our SFB 13 is already live. Don't let
Get
this happen
in
again.
there.
Come hang out in the chat next year and you'll get in. So go to scottfishbowl.com and go sign up for SFB 13, which is live.
Awesome.
All
right.
I was about to say, Mike, the energy isn't here. I say our energy the entire 36 hours has been there. Really exciting. We are just about to eclipse $4,700 or $47,000 between the
Awesome.
Fantasy Care Eliminators and the Podathon. Would love to get over 47,000. Maybe look, we can do all kinds of different things on the stream live to get to 50,000 if you want to get really creative
Well,
here.
I heard Ryan was willing to wax his chest if we raised 3,000 and got us to 50,000.
Oh,
nope. You heard wrong on that one.
Yep.
Oh, well,
was a
you've
good
never
job.
gotten your chest waxed. It's not painful.
I'm not going to find out.
How about they let someone shave your chest?
No.
Well, Ryan, thanks for joining.
You're never gonna get Ryan. Ryan is straight laced as they come. Are you kidding me?
It's true.
Mike knows I'll do anything for money in our chats. Like it's like, Dave, $1,000. I'm like, no, $5. Let's go.
So Dave, have you shaved your chest or waxed your chest?
You
Have
know,
you put your chest up for waxing?
Honestly, it's not. It wouldn't even be worth it. It wouldn't be like you'd be. Might look like a hairy person, but I'm pretty naturally. What's about to say is that no, I probably wouldn't be as great. Chase, great television. Me, it'd be like a little pinch.
Chase, his hair is thick. I mean, as soon as he got it waxed last year, it immediately grew back in like a day later, and it was like just jungle hair. Bonnie wanted everyone to know that chest hair does grow back. I think everyone knows that, right? Feels like, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I feel like more would do it if it didn't. Would it be a pro or a con if it didn't? I don't. I guess it depends on who you are.
I think it'd be a pro because then you
I
never
feel like
have
it would be
to
a
do it
pro
again.
and just be done with it.
Yeah.
Look, I will give away. I'm going to give away my NFL. I have a NFL database that dates back to 2000. It has over, I believe, over 100 advanced metrics. It has, I believe, 3,000 players, unique players, every fantasy relevant player who's scored a fantasy point since 2000, ranked by standard, half PPR, and Scott Fishbowl, scoring. Anyone who donates $10 minimum, $5 minimum to Scott Fishbowl before the end of the Podathon will get a free one. No questions asked. Just signs my DMs with the proof, and I'll get that in there. Shane, I know Mike, they're very well aware of the database, so I think it's definitely worth it. In my opinion, it has everything you need to know about fantasy, from advanced metrics to whatever. So let's get that going. It's not as sexy as Chase Vernon taking his shirt off, but that's what a spreadsheet guys can do.
I don't know.
That's
I think
not
it might
sexy
be.
at all. Chase
Well,
taking
no,
his shirt off. Now, Lord don't lose with his shirt off. Now that was sexy.
It was like through the roof there. Over 200 viewers when that was going on. Thank you, Lord.
Oh, I'm snorted, guys. 3 beers in, 3 IPAs in, and no sleep, and I'm snorting. It's getting bad over here.
All right, hey, should we play Zach's video? Because listening to you guys talk is absolutely ruining me right now.
Play it.
All right, let me see if I could figure this out. Share video file. Let's see if this works. Ready? Well, I don't have sound.
There's no sound. Do you want me to
I know. I'm trying to figure out how to make sound. I'm not an expert here.
12.
You hit the mute button?
I don't know the words.
No, there's no way to turn on the music.
There's Shane's boys swimming after the.
Well, it's not going to work without sound.
Can you turn the volume up? Did you try turning the volume up?
Did you
It's try plugging it in.
Why is it crossed off?
Turn it back on.
Can we just narrate it ourselves?
We can. Does someone want to read what he wrote? Do you have the tweet in front of you, Shane?
Pull
up
Click
Zach's
the volume
tweet.
button right there. Click it.
I did. It's gray. Why is it gray?
Did you restart your computer?
You know,
Let's go with Sal's plan of just holding the phone up to the screen.
Works every time, Ryan.
It's gonna work.
It's foolproof.
Oh
All right.
man.
So where are we at on Zach's? Here, I'll just
Ready?
Here it is.
You gonna read it?
No, never mind. That's the John Bosch tweet. God damn it. There's so many tweets.
It's underneath John's. John retweeted it. I think it's even going to be better with you saying it.
Here it is.
All right. You ready? You got to say it in tune. Are you ready?
I don't know the words. In tune?
It's the night before Christmas tune. You know the words.
I don't know the words.
Come on, you got this. Ready?
Okay.
Go for it.
'Twas the night before Fishbowl because it's finally arrived. And the SFB 12 summer doing it live. Year after year, met with a twist. Oh, shit. I clicked off we can't do that. Hold on. Go back.
This is even better than having sound. I'm going to start you over again.
Make sure you start over.
I picked the one guy who doesn't know how to read. Ready?
Finally arrived.
Nope.
SFB
Start over.
12 doing it
beginning.
live.
At the beginning.
Year after year. Oh, God.
Nope. Now you're ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Start where you were. Just go. Now, come on, wherever you were.
It was the year before Fishbowl, and all through the arrived. Only two were live. Year after year, met with a twist. Fantasy fresh from the mind of Scott Fish. I can't speak English.
Be sure to subscribe to DLF to the Trades in 5 podcast. And let's see what else we got here. Oh, Fantasy Data. That's another one of Shane. Like, this is what you get here over at those platforms.
Friends, doubles and doubles and doubles again.
Shane, you are
Ryan
absolutely killing me.
Someone
stop it. Just stop.
Helping out Scott.
Does anybody on this stream know how to read?
Look, well, I actually, guys, no, seriously though, I wish the sound would work, but I do want to say, like, I know it's been a long time. We've been doing this for weeks, for over a month. We've been putting in the hours. The whole team has. I just want to say thank you to the whole team. Sal, who started this off 5 years ago with Kevin and Steve, but now was by himself this year as the lone host, as everyone else helped fill in as well. Thank you to Sal for doing the podathon, and then definitely Scott Fish for getting this whole thing together. This is spawned off of Scott's initial message of the Scott Fish Bowl of building a community, of charity. This has been awesome. The sponsors have kicked ass. We had over 50, I think we had 57, 58 sponsorship slots this year. Unbelievable. And then we had people in the background doing live tweets. We had Mike, who did all of the scheduling this year of over 72 different guest slots. Mike did, on top of being a family man, on top of working, on top of many other things. And then, Sal gave it he went hard early, lost his voice, and still we had a lot of fun. And Ryan came in, Shane came in, Zach came in, a ton of people, John Bosch, Russ Fisher. This has been awesome, guys. So as I've told everyone probably privately just how much the podathon means to me. It's been an honor to be part of this team, a small part of this team. And this show has been awesome this year. 36 hours. When Sal said that, I was like, who said this? Whose idea was this? I'm glad we did it. This has been a lot of fun. So thank you to everybody. Personally, it means a lot to me that everyone put the effort in that they did. So, and I should say Matt Price, the master reader. over here. So no, honestly, thank you all from the bottom of my heart of putting in the effort to for charity. No one's getting anything from this, so thank you all.
And forgets to say that he wrote all of the live reads and booked all of the sponsors. So Dave, make sure you include yourself in that group.
Yeah, seriously.
I can't tell you how hard this guy works, hours upon hours put into making this happen, raising the money, and honestly doing the part that probably is the least rewarding. And he does it amazingly well. And on top of that, cover the graveyard shift to make sure Sal can get some rest. While having a young child, while having a family of his own, Dave, you were absolutely the reason why this was successful, with no doubt in my mind. So make sure you put yourself right at the top of that list, buddy.
Thank you. I do want to give a shout out to my wife, who with our 11-month-old son, I've been doing this round the clock here for close to a month and a half here. And this weekend I've been gone for essentially I've been gone for 36 straight hours. And my wife upstairs with the son who's teething, who's having a tough time, doesn't know where dad is. So shout out to her. They're probably watching on YouTube right now. I'm incredibly lucky to have someone as supportive. And we all know, we're all in the fantasy industry. This is not Ryan, who's gotten to an incredibly successful spot in the fantasy industry. Our spouses, our significant others, have been a huge part of getting us there. So I wanted to say shout out to Quinn. Quinn, I love you and thank you for helping me. And people say, hey, you, Dave, you did this, you did this. No, we did this. So I want to say shout out to her and thank you.
Dave,
and let's get back to the vasectomy talk. So
I was going to step in because I think we're rounding out. I don't think we're going to make it to 8 o'clock. I think we're rounding out. Dave, I think it's great. Shout out to your wife. I would tell you, if you don't get the support from your wife, do what I do, do what I did, and that's move out. I
might have a choice when everything's said and done.
Sooner or later, they're going to realize they'll get the point. Listen, guys, every single one of you here, plus more, Bob Gilchrist, Anthony Reimer, Mike, Dirty Jobs, 21, is that his handle? All the guys and the ladies that have assisted in this show for 35 plus hours. A month and change ago, when I reached out to you guys and said, hey guys, I have no Kevin, I have no Steve, I don't know if I'm going to pull this off this year. There was no hesitation. You all immediately leapt into action. You stepped up to the plate. You delivered the best show we've had in 5 years. I've had multiple people text me that, friends of mine who are not fantasy people who watch it to support me, tell me it's what a variety this year. That's a credit to Mike and the way he booked the show, to Dave and the sponsorship, having people step in and co-host like John, like Matt, like Shane, Chase, Russ Fisher, Zach Reed, Sam Holt, the people that came in, Ryan in and out throughout the whole time while Ryan is running this league in the background, because we all know Scott's on vacation. He's doing live drafts. Scott's done nothing all weekend, Ryan. You can tell everybody the truth about that. I thank every one of you from the bottom of my heart. I mean that seriously. If it sounds like I'm crying, it's not. I just sound like a fool because I've been speaking for 36 hours. But no, you guys have all touched my heart. This means a lot to me. I can't wait to do it again a year from now. No, actually, I can. I can wait. That's it. I have no more left. I can't talk anymore. So I love you guys all. Thank you so much.
You're the best, Sal. Dave, I know we have one more read. We have to get our 7:30 read in. Make sure that we get our sponsors what they're looking for.
Sal's going to read it, right?
Yeah, Sal, you got to finish it, Sal.
You guys really want me to do it?
No.
No.
The iPad is up.
Oh,
All
please,
right.
no.
If Price will do it. Make Matt do it.
I could do it if you want.
Take her home.
The 7:30 segment is presented by Dynasty Underdog, a Dynasty football podcast delivering key information about the basics of Dynasty football. New to Dynasty, Dynasty Underdog has you covered and will help you compete with the Sharks from the start. Join at Just Uriah FF, at Willie Beeman DFF, and at Joshua M. Goldberg as they keep it real and fun to help listeners avoid common mistakes when playing Dynasty football for the first time. There are sharks in the pool. Listen to Dynasty Underdog on all major platforms to navigate the Dynasty waters together. Dynasty Underdog. Bite down. And last but not least, Razzball Fantasy Football is excited to be rolling out the latest tools and resources to help win your fantasy leagues in 2022. This includes an ADP data tool with information from 6 different sites. This tool is completely customizable with a search function that allows you to filter by player, position, and more. The best part is all our preseason tools over at Razzball Fantasy are entirely free of charge, with complete in-season tools starting at just $19.99. Before you start drafting this season, check out the latest tools over at razzball.com. Tune into the Razzball Fantasy Football Podcast on our YouTube channel and sign up for the 2022 Razzball. Thanks, sponsors.
And one more shout out to Sugar Wish for giving us boxes to everybody. Shout out to TrophySmack, our title sponsor, Matt Walsh, Chase Vernon, the entire crew, Kelly Singh, the entire crew over there have been unbelievable content, unbelievable products. If you want to be a champion, check out TrophySmack because rings, belts, trophies customizable in 1,000 different ways. Go over to TrophySmack and get that done because they have not gotten enough praise today of how much they've stepped up and everything over there with Sugar Wish and their treats. So thank you all to all the sponsors.
Dave, one more shout out. Shout out to the chat. You guys have been on fire for almost 36 hours. The comments, people jumping in and out. I've seen names like literally when I go to bed chatting, when I wake up in the middle of the night to piss because I'm old. Same people in the chat. We've had people with us the entire time. You guys are beasts. You guys have been amazing, giving us energy. When things start to die down, someone says something ridiculous and amazing in the chat. We literally had the best people watching the show this year, and it just goes to show you what an amazing community Scott and Ryan have built around this. John Bosch with the Eliminators got us kicked off. This has just been such an amazing experience, and we've had 72 guests. We've had, 10 people, 12 people be on the show, but we've had consistently 100, 150 people in the chat just lighting us up the entire time, gassing us up. It's been absolutely amazing. So thank you to all of you who showed up, sat with us, rolled with us, gave us feedback. This has been awesome. Thank you so much.
And now they'll be joining us in the Scott Fish Bowl because Ryan and Scott stepped up big time and gave away a lot of spots to our chat. So thank again to the chat, and it'll be exciting to draft against them now that they heard all what we're going to be doing in our drafts.
So you want to take it home?
Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Listen, guys, I'll see you back here in 365 days. Best of luck to everybody in the Scott Fish Bowl. There can only be one champion, and it won't be me. Best of luck, everyone.
Thank you, Sal.
Thanks, Sal, buddy.
Thanks, Sal.
You're welcome, Sal.
Guys.